The Dokos shipwreck.
but there's nothing left of the ship.
No.
And this
that's
is
right.
what's important. That what he was trying to say was that it would be preserved by the cold water. That turns out to not be the truth at all. And that these ships that are 6,000 years old, there's nothing left of the actual boat itself. The
That's
only
right.
thing that's left is pottery and coins and things of the like.
And especially when you consider the possibility of ships having gone through a cataclysm.
Right.
It's not likely to, but there's a more central point than that, which really needed to be brought up by the archaeologist in this, which is that archaeology universally accepts that human beings were seafarers as much as 50,000 years ago. I've put the evidence on this into the video. It's not even in dispute. Like the island of Cyprus, the nearest Turkish coast is about 60 kilometers from there. It's always been surrounded by huge deeps. It's always been an island, even at the peak of the sea level, lowest sea level during the Ice Age. Cyprus was always an island. And yet, there's evidence now that it was settled 14,000 years ago. Certainly 14,000 to 12,500 years ago. It was settled, in other words, during the Ice Age. And these were large planned migrations. When you're going to migrate to an island, you can't just go 2 or 3 people by accident because you'll become extinct. You have to bring in quite a large population, and they reckon that populations of 1,000 or so were being brought across that water, across the ocean, across the Mediterranean Sea to Cyprus near the end of the last Ice Age. But not a single ship has survived to testify. Same with Australia. 50,000 years ago, human beings got there, and even at the lowest sea level, they would have had to cross about 90 kilometers of open water in large numbers. And again, no ships have been found to testify to that, yet archaeologists accept that they got there by ship. So to say that we haven't found any ships from the Ice Age is not really evidence about anything.
And if we're finding the oldest ships that we currently are aware of, which is, as you said, about 6,000 years ago, if you tack on another 6,000 years of decay on top of that, what are the odds you're going to find anything?
I think the odds are very, very low.
Now, if we had that evidence and that information when we were confronting Flint, that would have been a very different conversation.
Totally.
But the arrogance in which he distributed that fake information was, it's disturbing. It sucks when people just want to win and they don't want to get to the truth.
It does.
And the truth is it's very fascinating. Another thing that was very fascinating that he discussed, I didn't watch your whole video, but it was about seeds. I asked the question, there's a very distinct, noticeable difference between domestic seeds and seeds that are wild. And the difference is the seeds that are wild, they break off easier because it makes sense that it would help them prosper. It would help them be able to spread the seed if it broke off the plant easier. And so they can recognize that. And then when they start using large-scale agriculture, the seeds become more robust and stick to the plant because it makes sense that it would, if you're going to harvest all of the plants and then take the seeds off of it, for the plant to prosper, you would want the seeds to be more robust. So there's these changes. And I said, have they ever noticed a domesticated seed going back and having the characteristics of a wild seed? He said no, but that's not true.
That's not true either. No, it's not true. And the whole notion of the origins of agriculture, I think archaeologists got a great deal more work to do on that. Often I'm misrepresented as saying that survivors of my supposed lost civilization would have brought crops with them. I think that's most unlikely in a cataclysmic situation. What they brought with them was the knowledge that crops can be domesticated, and it's precisely during the Younger Dryas that we see that shift from undomesticated to domesticated crops in the archaeological record. And what I'm suggesting is that these were people who had already conquered that problem. They'd already solved that problem. They knew it could be done, and they brought that knowledge with them and shared that knowledge with the people that they took refuge amongst. Because I don't think we're looking at a mass migration. I think we're looking at a few survivors who have taken refuge after a global cataclysm.
You know, it's just very unfortunate when you have a debate and one person is an expert and they're not truthful. And it's just.
I think it's very bad. I think it's very bad for archaeology.
It is, because it reinforces all the things that you've been saying.
It does. I mean, to be honest, I felt beaten up after that debate. But looking back in retrospect on the whole thing, I think it actually makes the point that we have a very arrogant, very controlling discipline in archaeology, which has established a narrative.
Come on,
which
what?
will fight tooth and nail to maintain that narrative, including using dirty tricks. And I think instead of smearing people who talk about the possibility of a lost civilization, or people who even talk about aliens, I think instead of smearing them, archaeology should understand why people are asking those questions. And people are asking those questions because they're not satisfied with what archaeology is offering. It's not providing a nurturing, satisfying resolution to many of the problems that come from the past. And that's what drives me, is curiosity about anomalies in the past. I'm often misrepresented as saying that somehow I've proved that a lost civilization existed, and I don't claim to have proved that. What I do say is, join me on this journey. There are mysteries in the past. Let's see if they're explained by archaeology or if they're not explained. And I found quite a number that are not explained by archaeology, and that's particularly to do with astronomical alignments, with traditions that are shared all around the world. It's to do with things that archaeologists by and large don't study.
This episode of the Joe Rogan Experience is brought to you by Call of Duty. You know, when a new Call of Duty drops, everyone's trying to find a way to squeeze in those extra hours of gameplay. I get it. Life is busy, but sometimes you just...
Hey, Joe, it's the replacer. Yeah, no, you. Hey, I'm gonna take it from here so you can enjoy some Call of Duty Black Ops 6. Great. Now listen up, folks. Life can be chaotic, but you shouldn't have to miss out on the latest Call of Duty just because you've got, I don't know, responsibilities. That's where I come in. I will handle the boring stuff like work, chores, even podcast ads. So you can dive right into the fight. Call of Duty Black Ops 6 is out October 25th. So dive in, because I've got your back. Remember, I replace, you play. It's that simple.
Man, the replacer always gets it done. Seriously though, if you're hooked on Call of Duty, this is your time to jump in. Head over to callofduty.com/Black Ops 6 to get in the game. Call of Duty Black Ops 6, pre-order now. Well, it's also one of the things that's fascinating is just even with conventional archaeology, the dates keep getting pushed further and further back.
Further and further back.
And this is one of the things, the White Sands, New Mexico stuff that you have on episode 1.
That's right. Which is, by the way, White Sands. Have you been there?
No, I haven't.
What an incredible, ethereal, otherworldly place. And Alamogordo is sitting right in the middle of that. This is where they did the nuclear tests.
Yeah.
And
Yikes.
The Trinitite.
Yeah.
Which was created there. And there's gypsum sand. It's not normal. It's just the most amazing place. And there, yes, they found human footprints dated back more than 23,000 years.
What do they think that environment was like 22,000 years ago?
Well, it would still have been like that. It would have been gypsum dunes there in that place. Otherwise,
Gypsum dunes.
they wouldn't have left the footprints. I'm not exactly sure why the gypsum was there, but there it is.
Is that the same stuff they use for like gypsum board for construction?
I reckon so, yeah.
Wow.
It's a very fine, very white sand, and it just goes on forever. And the dunes are sculpted and massive and huge. We had an amazing time.
So it looked incredible. So they found footprints there, and these are absolutely human footprints, and there's not just a few of them, there's thousands of them.
There's thousands of them, and what's amazing when you actually see the footprints is you can see the interactions between the human beings and animals. You can see that somebody is reacting to a giant sloth which has suddenly turned around, and the person who's behind it suddenly turns around as well.
Wow.
There's mammoth footprints overlaying human footprints, and then human footprints overlaying those.
Wow.
And it goes down for meters under the ground, so you have a very deep stratification of these impressions that have been left behind by our ancestors, and by animals that are now completely extinct. Mammoths and mastodons went extinct during the Younger Dryas, but there are their footprints from 23,000 years ago, side by side with the footprints of human beings. It's very intimate to see a footprint, to see those 5 toes, to see the heel mark, to see sometimes a child walking beside a mother. that's there in the record as well. It's quite something special, and it opens the door. Archaeology has been very reluctant to accept a much older peopling of the Americas than previously was held. It was held for a long time, that it was about 13,000 years ago. They've abandoned that now. They did cling on tooth and nail for decades, but that's been abandoned. It's accepted that human beings came here long before 13,000 years ago. And White Sands is one of the places which provides just absolute, definite, irrefutable evidence of that they were here 23,000 years ago. But we don't know yet how long before that they were here. This is part of the problem. I often remember a site called the Cerruti Mastodon site in San Diego. I went to see the exhibits are in the San Diego Natural History Museum, and I talked with the expert there, Dr. Tom Demarais. And they are convinced that they are looking at human traces there. It was a butchering of a mastodon, but the way the bones were broken and the marrow was extracted, they don't see any other way that this could have been done except by human beings. And the thing is, it's 130,000 years old, not 23,000 years old, not 13,000 years old, but 130,000 years old. And this opens the possibility that human beings have been in the Americas before they were in Europe, and that becomes.
That's crazy.
That's a door that opens all kinds of possibilities which have been neglected. I think that the prejudice that the Americas were only settled very late in the human story led archaeology to not have their eye on the possibility of what happens if they were here earlier.
Right.
And they tend not to look to that.
Well, what I was going to ask is, as they're digging deeper and deeper and they're finding these footprints in White Sands, New Mexico, is there a possibility that they could dig deeper still and find things that are even older?
Yes,
So
absolutely.
How do they know where to go?
It was found by accident. The first footprints were found completely by accident, and they were found by indigenous local people who alerted the National Park Service to them. And we have a number of indigenous spokespeople who speak to the White Sands mystery and how it feels for them, the emotional feeling of seeing the footprints of their ancestors from 23,000 years ago. The thing is that the dunes are constantly shifting, and sometimes the footprints will be covered up, and then wind will reveal them. And they're fragile; they can be easily destroyed and wiped off. And in a way, it's a miracle that they've survived. But to see the stride of a mammoth, you see how far apart those huge footpads are, and to realize this thing was alive. This thing existed on this planet. Human beings interacted with it. It's a very compelling evidence for an early settlement of the Americas.
There is some evidence that human beings came across the Bering Land Bridge.
Oh yeah.
So that probably means there was people already here and people came here from Asia.
Almost certainly. And the way the evidence is looking, it's most likely that South America was settled first, before North America was settled. And that raises all kinds of questions. And we've gone into this in Season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse, primarily to do with the DNA evidence of a direct connection between the peoples of New Guinea and Australia and the peoples of certain tribes in South America. And that's very ancient, very old DNA evidence in South America, but also to do with archaeological sites like Monteverde. I did bring up the issue of Tom Dillahay the last time we were on when Flint was here. And Tom Dillahay, who found Monteverde, who excavated Monteverde in South America and realized that it was plus 14,000 years old and therefore a lot older than what was then accepted as the model for the first peoples in North America. When he put that idea forward, he was eviscerated by his colleagues in archaeology. It took them a decade to come around to accepting that actually he was right. And there are many other sites in South America going back 30,000+ years. They're all controversial because they conflict with an existing model. But I think instead of clinging on to existing models, I think it's one of the problems with archaeology, is this territoriality, this kind of control of the past. I think instead of doing that, it would be nicer if archaeology was a little bit more welcoming, a little bit more open to new and different ideas.
Unfortunately, that's just the thing when people are supposed experts in a subject and someone comes along that's also been studying it, but from an untraditional perspective.
Yeah.
People reject that.
I've come to the point, and I'm going to say some strong words here. I've come to the point where I believe that some archaeologists, not all of them, this problem is with a small number of archaeologists, but they're extremely vocal. I think what we're looking at is a kind of abuse of power. Archaeologists have a power. They are the official spokespeople for the past, and they use that power to slap down any point of view that doesn't agree with theirs. So I think that there's an abuse of power there, and at the same time, there's not a realization that that's happening, because the mindset that drives it is the feeling that members of the general public are unable to decide things for themselves. This is the arrogance of archaeology, that they feel that they have to tell people what to think about the past, and they underestimate the intelligence of the public and the ability of the public to discern, to make choices between different possibilities about the past. They think that archaeologists seem to think that only one possibility of the past must be considered by the general public, and that's their possibility. And it reminds me a lot of the heresy hunters back in the 16th century. You know, the people who disagreed with their point of view got burned at the stake. Well, you don't get burned at the stake today, but you can get lynched by a mob of archaeologists.
Well, it's also
online.
the same thing that we saw during COVID with the medical experts
Yes.
that disagreed with the narrative. It's the same thing.
It is absolutely the same thing.
When you take esteemed professors and doctors and physicians and you cast them into this kook label because they disagree with the narrative that the medical establishment is pushing, and then they turn out to be correct, which most of them did, you see the same patterns. It's just power. It's just power in people that have their identity wrapped up in them being the ones that have access to the actual information. They don't want it to be distributed by some guy on Netflix.
That's right. It's
Even though you've been probably studying it more than them.
Well,
and certainly studying particular aspects of
that's
it.
the other thing I noticed, which was the sneering attitude towards me. They talk about my wife started taking tourist photos of the places that we've been to. Well, we've never been anywhere as tourists. We haven't had a holiday for 20 years. But the working trips that we do are very intense.
Your wife's an amazing photographer. Like, who cares if she takes tourist photos? The photos are incredible. They're of real sites that are very pertinent and very interesting.
That's right.
The whole idea, criticizing amazing photographs is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Like, why would you criticize amazing photographs of ruins that are perplexing?
Yeah, I know.
How could you?
But it's
like, how could you find even an area where you want people to agree with you?
It's part of this desperate search to say we archaeologists know everything, and we must discredit in any way we can anybody who has anything opposite to say.
It's an unfortunate human characteristic that it happens in everything. You see it in martial arts, you see it in science, you see it in everything.
This reliance on experts, I get it. I would like the pilot of my plane to be an expert pilot. I don't want him to be an amateur.
Yeah.
But I don't think that archaeologists and aircraft pilots can be compared in that sense. Archaeology is a much more interpretive discipline. An aircraft pilot is not really interpreting situations that much. He knows what to do in certain situations. Archaeologists are interpreting the past, and yet they seem to get very upset by other interpretations of the past that are offered that don't agree with theirs. And this is the problem of expertise in our society. Yes, expertise is very important. It's incredibly useful, but we should not place all our faith and trust in experts.
Right.
We need to liberate our own consciousness and freely think about things and make our own decisions about things and resist absolutely being told what to think.
Well, the problem is these experts are human beings. And human beings have very distinct behavior traits that they exhibit, especially when they're in a position of power and prestige.
Yeah.
And they like to hold that, and they like to, it feels good for them to be the person that looks down upon the people that don't know better and tell them what to do and tell them what to think. And when you're doing that with something like art, look, if you're doing that with something like mathematics, and someone's a mathematical expert, math is a very specific and precise science.
Yeah.
It's very specific.
Yeah.
Archaeology is like, who fucking knows what's out there?
Exactly.
Because you haven't searched everything.
No.
It's not possible to. And as we develop more these fascinating technologies like LiDAR, where you have the ability, ground penetrating radar, all these different things where you can look into the soil itself and find things that aren't visible on the surface, see them through trees, see them through that we're going to find more, and obviously in Brazil they have done, in the Amazon they have done.
Well, that was part of our adventure with season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse. Was working with a really professional team in Brazil, led by an archaeologist, Marty Parsonen from the University of Helsinki, and a geographer from Brazil, Alceu Ranzi. Alceu, years ago, was the first person who noticed that there are these huge geometrical structures emerging out of the Amazon jungle, and he noticed it on a flight on a commercial aircraft in an area that happened to have been cleared by local farmers for planting crops. That there was this massive geometrical earthwork there, and that he actually coined the term geoglyphs for these because he compared them in some ways with the Nazca lines, which again are really only visible from the air. You get suddenly this massive scope and extent of these things, and it's same with the geoglyphs in the Amazon. And here's the thing: the ones we know about up till now, we largely know about them because of these tragic clearances of the Amazon rainforest, which is a maybe short-term economic gain, but is a long-term really not a very good idea. But now with LiDAR, it's possible to find these things without damaging any rainforest at all. And we had a LiDAR expert with us, and you can fly LiDAR off a drone.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's a pretty hefty drone, but they can fly anywhere. And we found, I say we, it was actually the LiDAR expert who found. He found, you can see the edge of the rainforest where the clearances stop and the rainforest hasn't yet been interfered with. And then he flies over there, and within a matter of hours, he's found multiple more of these structures, several that are deep in the rainforest, covered completely. And LiDAR allows him to see through the canopy and to see what's underneath it without damaging it. And there are these huge earthquakes, and this raises the question: how much more is there in the Amazon to find? Especially which even the archaeologists who are most reluctant are now willing to accept that the Amazon had a huge population before the Spanish conquest.
It's so wild. That's such a shift.
Millions, cities.
Yeah.
A whole different way of life, a whole different kind of civilization from the one that we have today. One that lived in a man-made garden, which is what the Amazon really and truly is, and lived in harmony with that.
That's an interesting thing too. We've talked about that before, but for people who've never heard those other podcasts, they've determined that the Amazon rainforest is at least partially man-made.
Definitely. They've determined that because of the preponderance of trees that serve human needs. They call them hyperdominant, and things like Brazil nut trees, which are providing food for human beings, are in massive dominance in relation to trees that aren't useful to human beings. And it's clear that this is the result of a long-term human project to make this jungle serve human needs.
What was the other one? The ice cream bean? What was that?
Ice cream bean, and I'm forgetting all of the details, but there's a bunch of
food plants
which are hyperdominant in the Amazon rainforest, and these food plants show that human beings have been nurturing, have been massaging.
Yo, Big Joe. Thank you, brother. I turned off the ads on my channel, my dude. There's no more ads, buddy.
This man-made, incredibly rich.
Thank you for having sat through them previously. Thanks, dude. What's up, man? Thank you, brother. Hope you're doing well.
They don't know how they created.
It's a mystery. Again, it was a great privilege to have the opportunity to stand in a pit of Terra Crater that is being excavated, to get down 15 feet into that.
We're close, man. We're
Can
close.
they recreate it once they get it?
It appears that not modern, but
Oh my god, the dynamics
in the
emote.
are still doing this.
You're still sub to dynamics? Are you serious? Or is that the follower emote?
Together and enriching the soil.
You should be.
It's
Everyone should be sub to dynamics.
Still being made, but most of it is very old. And the oldest
He was going every day for a while back in like June,
So it's just large-scale
May.
regenerative agriculture using
like a
some
legend.
old lost method.
Yeah, that's right.
Even
That's right.
July.
And making, see, a rainforest, even when you choose trees that are going to serve human needs, it's not enough. You
I miss
do need to
dynamics.
plant in the rainforest, and that is what Terra Preta has allowed people to do. Rainforest soils are not particularly fertile by nature, so it's these spots of fertility all over the Amazon. And we went into that mystery quite a bit.
No ads, buddy. Yeah, buddy. No ads,
It's
my
so
man.
interesting, especially
Bro,
when you consider the stories like
I
the Lost
purified
City,
my soul.
You know, which they turned into.
I've atoned
into
for my
film.
sins.
But the book details these records.
I love
of
his
these remote
emotes.
cities that these people had visited a long time ago, and then when they tried to go back, there was nothing there.
Yeah.
Because everybody had died off because of European.
I guess
disease,
I'm-
probably.
That's exactly what happened.
Yeah. And, but those
Yeah, no
cities
ads.
were just consumed
Holding out,
by
hope
the
he would
job.
start up again.
And much like
all
Detroit,
good.
if you go to Detroit now, you can see there's a
Thanks,
bunch
brother.
of neighborhoods in Detroit that are essentially abandoned, and trees are growing right through the houses.
Yeah, it's
And the
exhausting,
houses are- I
man.
mean, that's just a few decades ago.
Yeah.
And the houses are
You got
almost
104
gone
though.
in some- in
That was
some ways.
insane.
If you went back 200 years ago, there'd probably be nothing left of them.
Mm-hmm.
And this is probably exactly
Dang, dude,
what
you
happened
just
in
sub
the
to
Amazon,
him.
except the trees just consume
Legend.
the landscape because it's such an incredible.
Yo, what's up,
dense
Scotty? How are you, man?
forest that things grow
What's
so
up,
quickly
Scotty?
there.
That's what happened. I mean, before the Lost City of Z, we have this very interesting report, and I have mentioned it to you before in a previous episode. The expedition of Gaspar de Carvajal and his chronicler Francisco de Orellana, which was an accidental expedition. They were just going hunting in a longboat, but the Amazon took them and wouldn't let them go back.
Yeah,
They
that was a
traveled
grind.
4,000
Yeah,
miles across
104.
South America and ended up in
Thank you, my
southern
man.
Pacific
Thanks,
Side
buddy.
and ended up in the Atlantic Ocean.
Wow.
And that's in the
We've been robbed a few times.
50s, 60s, and they report seeing enormous, thriving, prosperous cities, highly civilized. With
You're good,
advanced
thanks.
arts
That's
and
nice, Scotty. Smile, that's nice,
and
bro.
they were not believed because 100 years
I
later,
turned off my ads too,
when
Scotty.
other Spaniards
No more
made that
ads on my
voyage and went
channel.
into the Amazon, they couldn't
Can you
find the
believe it?
cities, and the reason they couldn't find them is precisely
Ad free, brother.
which is that the jungle had eaten those cities because the human population had been wiped out.
Well, there's apparently one
Brought by the
30-second
Spaniards.
ad
The
every
Spaniards
hour
didn't
now.
have direct contact with those indigenous peoples in the middle
So
of the
it's-
Amazon. The
that's, like,
diseases just
negligible.
jumped from population to population and just killed everybody.
It's so wild. that
Good,
that
dude. I'm good.
happens.
I'm good, thank
It's
you.
so crazy when most people probably aren't even aware. Everyone knows there was a genocide of Native Americans in this country, but most people don't know that 90% of them were wiped out by disease,
Absolutely.
which is just unbelievable to think about.
Yeah.
Millions of people just wiped out over the course of a few decades or 100 years
Yeah.
by diseases.
Yeah, it's an early example of a biological weapon.
Yeah. Right?
And to some extent, it was used deliberately as a biological weapon, like those smallpox-infected blankets.
Is that true, the smallpox infected
Well,
blankets?
there's a
I've
l-
heard that was like a rumor.
It may well be a rumor, but from what I've looked at from the Spanish conquest of Mexico, there was a realization that we can kill these people with smallpox, and it was spread, and we have some immunity to it that they don't have.
Right, because we had it forever in Europe.
Yeah.
It's just so terrible when you read Cabeza de Vaca's story about visiting the Maya civilization, and you realize like that was you guys fucking killed everybody.
Yeah, the diseases did. I mean, the battles did kill some people.
Sure.
But not on the order of the diseases. Mexico City fell to the Spaniards primarily because of disease, and secondarily because the Aztecs weren't popular with their neighbors. So it really wasn't just Cortez and 400 Spaniards. It was Cortez and 400 Spaniards plus smallpox plus the Tlaxcalans.
Cool, brother.
The Aztecs had used as a sort of farm for human
It's fun.
sacrifices for 100 years. And the Tlaxcalans looked at Cortez and they said, we can use this guy. And so they joined him. He had tens of thousands of Tlaxcalans.
Looking forward to it, man.
Otherwise he would not have had that victory. But
So, what archaeology would like is to be in control of expressing that narrative in its fullest form, and I don't think they know. I don't think they can.
no,
Nobody can explain the Olmecs. Explain that. Explain those features and those faces.
it's a very curious thing. And again, the moment we start talking about people's facial features, then they jump in with you're being a racist, you're being a white supremacist or whatever. Although they all make heads don't serve white supremacism.
Not at all. How would that be racist? Racist if these were the most advanced seafaring people
Yeah.
alive 6,000 years ago?
Again,
It would be
the
kind of the opposite.
the racism angle is just being used to shut it down.
Right.
This is something that particularly climate in the world today.
Well, Flint does that a lot.
Bro, that back boost is
He
just so
does I
terrible.
saw him do that to Jimmy Corsetti online over uses of parentheses or brackets. Did you see that?
I did. Yeah.
That somehow or another that's a code for
Yeah.
Jews.
Yeah.
Like I thought what he was doing was avoiding. There's certain algorithms that pick up on particular words that you use. Like you ever see that people. They don't, like, if they want their post to be more viral,
It's getting
they
better.
write the word cheater.
It's getting
They
better,
write
Scotty.
SH, and then
It's
they
improving.
put, like 2 asterisks and then TERS.
I've
So-
noticed people doing that.
Yes. So what people are trying to do by blanking out swear words and cutting out different words is that you can bypass algorithms
Yeah.
that selectively remove
It's improving. I lost a lot of
limit
weight.
distribution of
Yeah.
those kind of posts with those keywords.
I'm not
in it.
Yeah.
So that
drinking the
apparently was
whey
what he was trying to
protein
do, was
anymore.
adding brackets to
I
something
lost a lot of weight.
You know, to enhance the
It's a lot of fat.
algorithm.
I lost a lot of
But it's
fat.
just like accusing someone of racism. It should be like, it should be very clear what they're saying. There should be. It shouldn't be you have decided through some sneaky code.
I knew it.
To,
I knew you were
to
gonna say that.
decide
Scotty,
this
just this
person's
one
racist.
time
Oh,
because
this
it's you.
code means this. This
Yeah.
is commonly used code.
Yeah.
Why
From what I
not?
understand that
Why the fuck
those
not?
use of brackets is just to trick the algorithm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just like the 2 asterisks for shooter.
I think it's very unfortunate that in serious and interesting discussions about the past, that this issue of race immediately gets dumped into it,
Yeah.
because those who are dumping race into the issue know that that's a way to shut down a conversation. Nobody wants to be accused of being racist.
It's also the dumbest suggestion because the most sophisticated
when he asked me to go shoot
civilization that's
Joe's here
baffling
too.
people to this day is in Africa.
dude, it's a long story, Joe. I can write to you.
Those were the most advanced human beings ever. And what we are in disagreement. There's a lot of confusion and debate as to how long ago they were there. According to their hieroglyphs, they were there 30,000 plus years
Absolutely.
ago. But at the very least, those were people in Africa.
Hmm.
Okay, so all the racism shit should be out the window because no one's saying that was anybody else.
No, that was
They're saying-
an African
They
civilization.
literally have images of themselves. We know what they
Yeah.
look. You know,
Yeah,
those
buddy.
drawings of what they look like.
Thanks,
Their
brother.
statues.
I lost a lot of weight. I've actually improved a lot.
They were the most advanced people, perhaps ever.
Getting the
I'm leaning
thanks,
towards
man.
Everett.
Hey,
I'm
hey.
looking towards
Thank you,
Everett.
bro. That's
Yeah.
cool. I am,
Because
honestly.
look, can we think of
Slowly,
any
though.
other
I need to.
civilization
I've been working more on like the calisthenics and
Right.
just body
Which
and
is
shit.
what-
that you could go visit right
Like
now?
waist.
But ancient Egypt, as a
But I
culture,
mean,
Right.
survived for 3,000
I'm not
years.
doing as much
It
cardio as in
survived
China. In
the-
China, is
the
doing a lot
Greek
of
occupation,
cardio.
survived the previous Persian occupation. It was only the Romans that brought it low. The Roman occupation of Egypt was the beginning of the end.
To
for
put it into
nations.
perspective, I always use this quote. I forget who came up with this, but it's a perfect analogy. Cleopatra lived
I took like a lot of
closer to
effort
the
and
invention
time.
of the iPhone
I can't do that
than
all
she
the
did to
time.
the
So if you ask
construction
again, I
of
might say no.
Even
Just
if
because
you
of the
use
time. Yo, what up,
conventional
Toadski?
2500 BC dating of the construction of the pyramids, which is also under debate.
It's under debate.
What's all, even if that's true, even if it is 2,500 years ago, the most baffling thing is how. Did
Yeah,
they do
dude.
it? There's no simple answer.
should drop in and say hi. She'll love it.
There's no simple answers. How did they do it? How did they have such incredible sophistication in the construction methods? How did
It's
they
like
get
it's
those
2020 all over
massive
again.
80
Just missing the
plus
DJ.
ton stones 500 miles down from the mountains with no equipment, no heavy
We're just
machinery.
missing the DJ.
Whatever they did,
Hey,
I
that's
think
okay,
it's
Scotty. That's okay,
reasonable
man.
to
You know,
say that in a
we have different
way,
abilities.
I don't think they had iPhones.
and
I don't
different
think they had email,
strengths.
but they were probably more sophisticated than us
You know what I
today
mean, Scotty?
in their ability
Like,
to manipulate stone and,
that's
and
okay,
make
bro.
construction.
They certainly were, and I think they had mastery of techniques that we don't know.
You have a great personality.
And perhaps
great. And
Your
perhaps
personality is
the
top
Great
tier.
Pyramid remains
The
to be
DJ is too busy working
an
with three jobs.
abiding
Oh, really?
mystery, Which, despite
what he's doing?
probably 100 or more
Or you're just
visits to
unsure?
the Great Pyramid and
Is that
being
true,
inside and
Toad?
spending the night in it and exploring every passage.
good for
and every
him. Make that
chamber,
money.
including the relieving.
Man, when I was working,
chambers of
I
King's
wasn't
Chamber. I still
streaming.
can't
I had no time to stream.
I don't understand how it was possible to do this. And,
I can only
and
stream like
then
one
the time
workout
which
stream a
Egyptology
week.
gives us, because Egyptology is fixed on the idea that the Great Pyramid is a tomb, and only a tomb,
And then it was built in about 20 years.
and 23 years. Because if it's the tomb of Khufu, then it had to be built in 23 years, because that was his reign. He would start, in theory, building it at the beginning of his reign, and it's finished by the end of his reign. That's 23 years. And in the broader span, if you look at the Fourth Dynasty pyramids, and even go back to the end of the Third Dynasty, the pyramid of Zoser, the step pyramid, you find that this is a sudden emergence of incredible skills, which lasts for about 100 years, and then it goes away. It stops. The pyramids that follow the Great Pyramid, the three pyramids on the Giza Plateau, the pyramids that follow them, the Fifth Dynasty pyramids, are really poor. They're very, very poor quality workmanship. They're falling to pieces. You can hardly recognize from the outside that they're a pyramid at all. When you get inside, you do find wonderful chambers, and you do find what you don't find in any of the great pyramids, which is huge numbers of hieroglyphs.
It's a nice moon outside, full moon.
Of the person who was supposedly buried in that pyramid.
What do you think of Christopher Dunn's work? Christopher Dunn came on the podcast and he explained his theory that he thinks the Great Pyramid of Giza was some sort of a power plant.
I think it's a theory which deserves to be taken seriously, along with other theories as to what it is. But one thing I know for sure is that the theory
I should
that
have a
it's just
workout
human
stream.
and nothing else is bust. That is not a satisfactory theory anymore. So we should be open to a number of possibilities. And Chris comes
What do you
to
mean,
this
Scotty?
from a background of machine tool making. He's a very precise guy. He's an engineer. He understands
I have-
this kind of
I have,
thing.
like-
He looks at particularly
You've been following me for like a long time,
you have this
dude.
thing called the Serapeum,
You've seen me.
which is an underground.
Oh, you mean like I should do one right now?
And it's got wide corridors through it. And then
Full
off
moon
each side are
weightlifting
rooms.
streams?
And in each room are these gigantic basalt
Might do one tomorrow.
boxes, which appear to have held the corpses of.
I'm getting there too. I'm getting there
like
too.
sarcophagi for human beings, but they're on an enormous, gigantic scale, weighing hundreds of tons and cut out of the hardest possible rock, precisely engineered. Everything is exact.
I think
And
maybe he
that,
means like
amongst
now.
Other things that is attracting Chris's attention to the possibility of
I'm not going to do that
the
now.
lost technology in ancient Egypt. And then
But I
he
am
also
behind
asks
on
the
them
question,
because
well,
of
what was
the,
it
I want to
if
get
it
this
wasn't
time.
achieved?
I'm
What
behind
would
on
it
my
be? He's come-
weightlifting
He's come to the
and
solution that
calisthenics
it's
because of.
some kind of energy generator, some kind of.
Because I want to get this time.
They're using chemicals and creating
Yeah.
hydrogen and
Oddly enough, there's just a recently published archaeological paper concerning the step pyramid at Saqqara, which is suggesting that they used hydraulics to lift.
Yo,
the
they
big stones
banned
up
Seal or
the
Curse
inside.
again for like
And
2
that,
weeks.
you know,
Toad.
that begins to come close to the kind of
They banned his
technology in some
account.
ways that Chris is talking about. I think it's worth taking very seriously. I've always had great respect for Chris.
Isn't that
I've
wild?
traveled to Egypt with him, I think he's done very
Against
important work
terms of
contributing-
service in some other
contributing to this. And
person's
also,
chat or some shit.
looking at the stone
Someone
vases
ratted on him.
from ancient Egypt. I remember the first time I was drawn to this mystery, which was
he gave us one of them. This is a 3D print of
that's a 3D print of one
yeah,
of those
this is a
one of
3D
those
print
vases.
of an actual stone vase.
Yeah.
And it might be like not that exciting to people, like, oh, what's the big deal? What the big deal is the precision in which this
That's
was
right.
constructed with handles on it. So it couldn't have been spun on the lathe.
No.
Because
Aw,
these
thanks,
two
man. That's nice of you.
They're also cut out of the stone.
Yeah.
Nice of you, dude.
And everything is precise to within thousands of a human hand.
In the afternoons, I stream.
Bananas.
Yeah.
And I
It
do
doesn't- it doesn't make sense
weightlifting
given
and
what we
workout
had
streams. I don't know if
was
you've
the
seen
level
me.
of technology of Egypt at that time.
Now there is some dispute of where these.
I've done quite a few of them over the
There is some
last
dispute
4 years
about
now.
the-
Amazingly, blessedly, incredibly.
Have these been
Amazingly.
made in a modern way?
4
And has someone
years.
tried to replace, you
Damn.
know,
Are we looking at fakes or
right?
hoaxes?
All over the world, too.
Well, perhaps in some cases we are, but certainly
Ottawa,
not those,
Toronto,
including those in the-
Vegas,
in the
China,
great museums
Miami.
in Cairo. They've now moved a lot of the content of the Cairo Museum out to a big museum at Giza.
Insane.
And some of it's in transition, but they have thousands of these things.
The thing is, like, even if this was modern technology, we don't know what they did.
No.
We don't know what modern technology exists.
Bro,
that
that's
you
like,
can
dude,
take
that's such a,
incredible
it's so
art,
meaningful that you
stone,
say that,
and
bro,
cut it into
Scotty.
this
Thanks, man.
unbelievably precise
You inspire me to
little
be better.
vase
Yeah.
with
Bro.
handles on it.
Yeah.
It's
in some
amazing.
bizarre method that we don't know, and hollowed out the inside of it, and
I'm a good
and some
person.
of
You're a
them
good
with
person,
very
bro.
Thin necks, and then a hollowed
Too
out.
kind.
Like,
This
how did you do
is so
that?
kind.
Very thin neck. and
It's
then
like so
this
nice.
bulbous
Thank you.
Yeah.
base to it.
And
There's,
it's all perfect.
there's another piece which it's hard
just
to
so
describe,
lucky.
but it's got a series of three
It's like the nicest
flanges that come
comments
across. It's like a wheel. But
you
it's
never
a-
receive. You start
nobody knows
streaming
what
on the
it
internet.
and it's
Don't know
cut
who
out
the- who
incredibly
who you're
hard
gonna meet.
or cut or shaped in some way, I've
ended
never
up
seen
meeting the
such
nicest
an
people.
explanation for this thing. I wish I could call up a picture, but I don't know.
Do you know what it's called?
Give Scotty a follow.
Jamie's a wizard at finding things.
I've written about it in Fingerprints of the Gods.
I bet Jamie's already found it. Is that it?
No.
Yeah, Scotty, I have quite a few
That's
weightlifting streams.
That?
When I first
If you look
saw
at my videos,
in the Cairo Museum,
I think the
felt
last
shit.
maybe
This thing is hard.
a few videos in the
when I first
past,
saw that in the Cairo Museum,
it's me lifting weights, my
thought,
man.
How on earth did they do this? Why isn't
I think
this
you were
a
in
mystery? Why isn't this being seen as a mystery? Because
one of
looks
those
like
weightlifting
a
streams.
Piece of an engine.
it does, doesn't it? It looks like
That looks like something.
We started watching.
yeah.
We started
looks like
watching
something
weightlifters
else.
that
We're
had
finding a
like
bit of
that
something larger.
were disabled, didn't have
That
use of their
looks like,
legs,
to me, like some
and others didn't
part
have
of
use of their
some kind
arms.
of
They were
machine.
doing other
Yeah.
That's
like
the only
squats
thing
and
that it looks
stuff.
Yeah, that's
If
exactly
you,
what it
if you
was.
know,
Others
like,
didn't have
model
any use
videos
of either, and
parts,
they're
you know,
using
something like that,
bands.
like, oh yeah, that goes probably in there
Right.
somewhere.
Exactly. Exactly. And what is its function if it
Right.
isn't something else? It's difficult to
For
see what
sure,
function
buddy.
it would have. How it could
What
be
is the conventional explanation of what this thing is?
some kind of offering ball?
Yeah,
Click on
man.
that article. Oh, okay.
I have a friend that follows me too. His name is
Ancient
Toby
Egyptian artifact from the
from
first
South
dynasty,
Carolina,
3000
and
to
he has
2000 BC.
cerebral palsy
Found in
as well, I
1936
believe.
in North, how do you say that?
I don't know if you have
Saqqara?
cerebral palsy
Saqqara necropolis in
or.
Mastaba.
I think we talked about it.
Those
You
are
wanted
sort
to
of,
like
tombs which have got two levels.
research it and find
What an
out
incredible piece.
It is an incredible piece. And
how to
there-
cure it.
and there it is.
Toby,
first
he has
dynasty, and of
bands,
course, you can't
and he's on Instagram,
actually
and
date
he
the object
posts his
itself, so
his
the dating
workouts with his
context,
bands.
What they're saying is that it was found in a first
know?
dynasty context, but it may have been a legacy even then. It may have been an old object even then. We just don't know that. But it's at least exactly. But it's
Yeah,
at
it's
least that
both.
old
Thanks,
in the
man.
context
So it's
of
I'm
at
it.
so
least
lucky.
3,000 years
I'm
old.
so
They
blessed.
think it was used in
5,000
oh,
years
excuse
old.
me, 3,000
I'm
BC.
just
They think it
so
was used in brewing beer as a mash rake.
You
to
know, I'm
mix
just
and
so
even out
glad.
the mixture of grains and hot water.
after my head injury. I really wanted to
Ton. I don't know if
make
that's
my
what-
entire life
Oh, I don't know.
recorded.
But I would have thought that if that was your
and
project, you
shared.
could do it without carving schist
Click-
into
click
that.
Because
on
if
that
you
thing.
don't,
What is the mysterious Egyptian?
if you pass away,
It says it right there.
not that I don't want anyone to pass away, but if you don't like put your life out there
So I can see what that looks like. Wow.
after like a near-death experience, that was the main thing that I changed is just getting
such a specific shape.
Well, just recording myself.
It seems weird.
And it's a lot of work to make beer.
Yeah.
You could
as
do
much
it
as I can.
That looks like some kind of a fan to me.
So I
It looks like
appreciate you
something that would be
watching
on a
and being my
belt.
friends.
You know, like on some sort of a. an
Something's
axle.
driving
Yeah,
us,
man.
yeah.
It
I've
looks
been
like
streaming like
Yeah.
110 hours
It
on
could-
Twitch
it's like-
this
it
month
looks like those,
already.
those things underneath it. Looks like that's
And
how
now
you
for free.
funnel water or air.
Yeah, yeah. It clearly had a function.
Yeah.
Nobody would go to the trouble of creating something as complex and difficult to make as this unless there was a useful function.
What is it made out
Like
of?
what?
Schist, which is a hard
What?
stone.
That's crazy.
Like,
That
bro.
that's made out of stone.
Yeah.
Like, how did you?
Cut out of one piece of stone.
How did you do that? And what are the? How are the measurements of that? Oh, look, it's Giorgio. He says it's aliens. I'm just gonna guess. Is this thing that's cut out of this?
It's a really nice comment, Scotty. You're a nice guy,
This thing
man.
that's cut out of this incredibly hard stone.
Thanks, Toad. Yeah.
Like, do they have any sort of an or a guess of how someone would?
Well, the
cut something
Megalith
like that?
videos, I'm just glad that people have found them
But-
and are
but
watching them.
Those like Chris Dunn who are studying
Because that's all I
Egypt,
I wanted
confident
for
that we're
those.
looking at the traces of a lost technology. We
You
don't
know,
know how this was done. Like so much else in engineering, like
just
we
to
don't
share the
know
art
how the 70-ton blocks were raised to
and the
become
knowledge.
the King's Chamber either in the Great Pyramid. There's so much that we don't.
Yo,
know. It's not
nice,
explainable. It's
man.
easily written
Sick,
off
dude. That's points,
by-
right?
by,
That's points.
Abusively arrogant.
Oh, yeah. Heck yeah, bro. Congrats,
That's
bro.
There's no mystery here.
That doesn't look.
Share your
super
experience with us
precise
and hope you
in
understand how
terms
much
of
you appreciate your
the
support and kindness
radius
to everyone in
of
this
it.
community.
No, it looks
Scotty.
like it looks
Bro.
handmade, doesn't it?
I'm sure it is handmade.
You're warming
The
my
question is
heart.
how.
Right, but you know what I'm saying. So are these vases.
Nice.
Yeah.
Wow.
But there's something about it that's like a little more crude.
This dude
Yeah.
But it
playing
probably didn't have to be
video
precise,
games, my,
because
my
whatever
friend
it did,
Scotty.
I don't
Probably
know.
Yeah,
Sounds
like
spin.
5.
And it survived
LOL.
through at least 5,000 years.
Nice,
It
bro.
definitely looks like it was something that spun, right? Because you have that hollowed out piece in the center.
That's
that
such
you
an
would have
annoying
axle or
level.
something
Feels like
along those lines.
That's
Yeah.
that might be the most annoying level I've ever played.
Spots too, but like how?
Other than probably Runway
How do they
SA.
weld stone? How do-
It's
What's-
most annoying,
apparently
and
they
then the
carved
second
that
most
shape
annoying
out
is
of this
Caverns
one.
SA.
That's crazy. Now that one looks ultra precise.
That one might have been remade it off of the original, maybe.
Click on that. See
I
what
would
that
say
is.
that's a remake.
Is it?
But I'm sure if you're like
It's not. It's insane. That's even more insane.
speed running, I'm
Does that
sure
look so
it would be
perfect?
funish.
Why does that look different than the other images? Well, go back to that one where it's spinning around.
It's pretty
Yeah,
troll
look at
though.
it when it spins around. That looks pretty precise.
Thanks, Scotty. That's nice of you, dude.
Like they've recreated. Did they only find one and they've recreated it for museums, or?
No, there's one original. I've no doubt people have tried to make copies with modern materials, but
We're looking at a few different versions of it.
yeah.
Well, also you got to think if it is made out of stone, some of the edges have to be beat up just from being in the ground for
That one's not
thousands of
the same.
years.
Yeah.
It's not the same. You sure it's not just a
It just
different
looks all
lighting?
beat up, like the
Right.
lighting. It's
It
not
does.
smooth.
Streams all like that, yeah.
Right,
That's
right.
smooth.
That does look like a recreation, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
it is. I think that's the kind of recreation.
Okay. Well, whatever it
The
is.
thing is, where you come to this, there's thousands of objects that defy explanation.
What
I
are
know what
those?
you mean.
Put that back up. What are those things? Do you know what those are?
That's the first wheels.
Oh,
400
4,000.
It's wheels, 1500 BC, basically.
And that's one of the weirder things about Egypt, right? We don't think they had the wheel.
No, they definitely had the wheel.
They
Whether,
Oh,
whether
you
they
can't.
had the wheel in the Old Kingdom
Right.
is
that's-
another question. But certainly by the New Kingdom, by the time of
Interesting.
Ramesses, they had wheels, they had chariots.
Yeah. But I mean, the people that built the pyramids.
Um,
That 2,500
It's addictive.
BC is not, like, when did they think the wheel was invented?
well, it's actually not clear to me when the wheel was invented.
Let's see what I thought the conventional guess of when the invention of the wheel was post the construction of the pyramids.
I believe that's the case.
Yeah.
But one of the things about wheel is you have to ask yourself, in what circumstances, in what places, in what conditions are wheels useful?
I get it.
There are some conditions in which a wheel is not a useful thing, which is going to get bogged down in the sand, and which is not going to be helpful. The use of sleds was certainly part of how ancient Egyptians moved huge stones, and I don't dispute that. The problem is how they then get those stones 300 feet in the air.
Right.
You can slide anything on wet sand on a sled with enough people pulling it, but
How do you get it to the
how
top
do
of the king's chamber?
how do you get it to the top of the king's chamber? That's the
How did
problem.
you fit it perfectly?
Perfectly. And you know, I've been up there and I've been in every one of the chambers above it, and each one of them is floored with these 70-ton blocks and this roof tree.
It's so nuts. It doesn't even seem like 1,000 years more advanced than us. It seems like thousands of years more advanced.
More advanced in a different way. I think this is part of the problem where I've
Yeah.
been perhaps misunderstood by Egyptologists.
Yeah,
When I
well,
talk
it's,
about
I'm
civilization.
pretty
I-
much.
I keep trying to emphasize we shouldn't look for ourselves
Yes.
in the past.
I'm pacing
If we're going to go
22
back 10,000, 12,000,
very
15,000 years
frequently.
into the past and talk about a civilization. It's not going to be like us. It's going to be very different. It's going to have different priorities, different ways of looking at things. But one of the things that the ancient Egyptians had, which I'm not aware that any other civilization has had, is the ability to sustain essentially a single culture
Many.
with a single set of spiritual ideas, and to sustain that for 3,000 years, and to keep people happy and fed and well looked after.
Usually fourth
This is
cam
an
missed.
amazing achievement, amazing stability. When
Right.
you look at it. What our civilization, how old is it really? Can we trace it back to the Romans? Probably not.
Right.
Maybe 500 years, beginning of mechanization and so on and so forth in our civilization.
Pretty amazing.
Yeah.
If you think, there's so many mysteries.
Thanks,
to it. For
man.
anybody to pretend
No,
they
dude,
have
it's the
all
new
the
strat,
answers to
man.
something is perplexing.
The new
It's
strat.
I think the
I'm telling you, it's
know,
really
this
fast.
is an area where I often get
Like I'm pacing 20,
but,
23 with old
when we look
strat.
at a civilization,
With new strat, I'm
what it
pacing
is, what
22.
it's achieving, and why it's
And my
so
20,
special.
my
When we
23,
look at our
all my
civilization,
23s
we
are like
fantastic.
24 old strat
We
pace.
are brilliant at science. We can make the best possible machines.
Aw, I wish you
and we're
you
a
for
society
that
that
for
is
you too,
built
my
around
man.
Production and consumption, and a society in which people define themselves in terms of what they own and what they possess.
Well, you have a great personality, and you're a
And
charmer,
it becomes a very materialistic.
and you write very well,
society that's focused on material things, where we
You don't
define
make
ourselves
spelling
by our
errors.
material possessions.
and you're a great
Ancient
streamer.
Egypt had a totally
good guy.
different focus. Yeah, they were great at making material things, but that was secondary. Their main thing was, what are we here for? Why are we living this life? What happens to us when we die? They
Thanks, Joe.
investigated that mystery more deeply than any other culture that I know of, and they were doing so right from the beginning of records.
And they were documenting this journey to the afterlife
Absolutely.
in hieroglyphs, and it's like, what were you documenting? Like, how do you know? Like, what were you trying? How did everyone agree on this particular myth or this story?
Unless there was some experience being brought to bear in it. It's one of the
This
things
is 23
we
base.
pointed out in season 2 is that the ancient Egyptian notion of a leap to the sky after death to the
You can
Milky
tell
Way,
if it's
a journey
23 or
along the
22
Milky Way of
after the
encountering
first 4
challenges and
cams.
dangers and risks there, monsters that would block your path, gates that you had to know the password to get through. That idea is found all over the world. The path of souls. It's found all over.
Very
the
kind of
world.
you to say.
That-
Thanks, man.
that-
What do you
It's
think
true.
they're trying to say?
Well, I think first of all, it's evidence of a remote common origin of this idea. It's found amongst cultures all around the world that apparently had no contact with one another and are often separated by hundreds or thousands of years. Same idea is found about what happens to us after death. The only reasonable explanation I can come up with is that they've all inherited this idea and then developed it in their own
Like,
ways
fuck
from
me.
a remote
Fuck
common
off.
source. And that's one of the main reasons that I'm curious about the possibility
The
of
game.
civilization. That these spiritual ideas are found all around the world, and they involve the journey of the soul after death and a leap to the heavens. And sometimes it's called an underworld, but really it's set in the sky. And this journey that takes place where you are judged on what you've done with your life. This is something else that we avoid in the world today, is taking responsibility for our own lives. The ancient Egyptians required you to take responsibility for your life. And if you did not do so, the outcome after death would not be good. You had to celebrate.
There's a new burger place on Uber Eats,
The incredible gift that you
and they sell cheeseburgers for
and one of the
$10.
opportunities of that gift
They
is
had
the
one
opportunity
buy
to
one get one
accumulate
free,
wisdom. And that's one of the things, hopefully, that
and so I
we'll
ordered it.
as we get older.
Delivery,
Get a bit more-
2
a bit more
cheeseburgers, buy one get one free.
understanding
It
of
was
the case
big
of
and
ancient
delicious,
that idea is developed
and it tasted
over
good. I think I'm gonna
3,000
get it
years,
again.
and it's essentially the same at the beginning as it is at the end. That the soul,
I was very happy.
death is not the end. This is the conclusion of a society that put its best minds at work for 3,000
Like top
years.
with
on this problem.
pickles
The
and
death is not the end.
tomato
I
and
think
lettuce,
Scientists may tell us
barbecue
it is.
sauce,
But when a
ketchup.
scientist says death is the end,
relish,
there's
mustard.
nothing more. We're just physical bodies, and when
If you want, you
goes
add
out, it goes out
mayonnaise and
forever.
onions, but
That's actually not a scientific fact. That's
I did
not
not.
something that's been investigated or can be investigated.
Consciousness itself is so confusing.
It's
Just
like a-
consciousness. Just like, what is it? Why are we
It's a
conscious?
big burger.
What is it local, or are we tuning into consciousness? And when you die, where's that go? Where's that energy go? Is the soul a real thing?
I think it's that price
What
because it's a
is
new
the essence
place.
of life? What is the essence of human life and human consciousness? Those are perplexing questions.
They're very perplexing questions, which actually are of great significance to every one of us. Yeah, I mean, suppose death just is the end, then that's a way not to have to take too much responsibility for our
Yeah.
lives, for the impact that we've had on others, for the pain that we may have caused, or for the joy that we may have caused. If death's the end, there's no up or downside to that, whatever we do. But from the ancient Egyptian point of view,
Come
death's not
on, no.
and you have been given the precious gift of life. What did you do with it? And there are moral aspects to that question. There's these 42 assessors.
Oh God, I'm
medical
dreaming
assessors
about that
who
burger.
ask the
and
sort of
order it.
deceased questions about what
Hopefully
they
the
did.
2 for 1 is
And
still
those are
on.
all moral questions. They bear some relationship actually to the Ten Commandments. But there's another question, which is called the weighing of words, and that question is, what did you do with the gift we gave you? We gave you the gift of a human life. We gave you the gift of the opportunity to love or to hate, at your choice. We gave you the gift to live in a human body, to have this incredible consciousness, to be able to integrate all kinds of information from all kinds of spheres. What did you do with it? Did you leave the world a better place or a worse place than when you came into it? Did you hurt and damage and cause pain to others consistently out of wicked intent, not accidentally but deliberately causing pain? And there are human beings who do that. For the ancient Egyptians, that kind of behavior meant an introduction to Amit, the eater of the dead. And Amit is displayed in the judgment scene. He's a creature, part hyena, part lion, and he sits there, and certain souls do not go on. Their journey ends, and it ends because of the choices they made.
Buy one, get one free
because they never
cheeseburger.
took
Insane.
responsibility for what they did.
We're definitely going to do this
Natural selection
again.
of the souls.
In a way.
That if there's natural selection of humans and natural selection
Bro,
of
these
animals that
cheeseburgers are
allows
so
them
fucking good.
to prosper, and to get better and to evolve, it makes sense that would happen with the soul as well. I'm just
Absurd.
so confused as to what the environment was like that allowed these people to keep this insane civilization developing and innovating
Insane.
for so long, that they were so more advanced than anyone else that was alive back then that we're aware of, at least as far as like what we've uncovered, what they left behind.
The beautiful art that they made.
Yeah.
The perfection of their geometry, their incredibly advanced astronomy. All of these things are the hallmarks of a very
Sounds good, yo, bro.
very advanced civilization. Sure, they didn't. have
Because
phones.
it's a good deal because it's a new place up and right.
The symmetry of the
Let me show you.
facial
Can show you a
structure
photo
the
of it.
Statues.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Beautiful things.
When it comes here, I'll show you them when I eat them.
Bizarrely-
Man, it's a lot of
bizarrely
food.
Technologically advanced.
That
Yeah.
burger should not cost that
Because
much.
to perform something like that, you need
Let
incredible
me
tools
go
of
to it.
measurement. Enormous statues that have faces that are absolutely perfectly
Yeah.
symmetrical.
Yeah.
How did you do that? How'd you
How much did I spend? I
Well, the
spent
answer is
$15,
There's so much that we
and
don't know,
37
and it's
cents,
that-
including
it's that attitude
tax,
towards
tip,
the past which I think
delivery,
would be more
everything.
helpful, is that we have
$15.37, and I
mysterious
tipped $2.50.
background to we human beings. As you said earlier,
Okay, this is a
anatomically
photo
modern
from the thing.
humans, we think that they first appeared about 300,000 years ago. Jebel Irhoud in Morocco,
It's pretty good.
310,000 years ago.
It's
Now,
Canadian
I can
dollars,
remember a time not
including
so
delivery
long
and
back
tip.
in the 1990s
Generous tip.
when it was thought that the first anatomically
They're
modern
they're
humans
big though,
were
man.
as
They're
recent
really
as
big.
50
They're not
pounds.
small.
And then they shifted it. New finds were made.
They're
to
definitely a $10
110,000 years
burger.
ago. Now 300.
But I got 2 for 10. Okay, I'm using the washroom. Might load the vape.
Into the past that goes, and we don't know about the Neanderthals and the
I'll keep playing.
Denisovans, who were also human beings. Certainly, they were human, the same species as us, because they could interbreed with us. You can't breed with another species. And that takes the journey back even further. And that's one of the reasons why I have a problem with the notion that civilization just emerges 6,000 years ago. Because we had the same kit, the same wiring, the same brains for at least 300,000 years. And we weren't doing any of this stuff, apparently. I suspect we were, but it's not made the record.
Well, it seems that what they were dealing with in terms of the resources in the Nile Valley was unbelievably bountiful.
It was bountiful.
And that's probably one of the reasons, before the climate shifted and changed and it became a lot of desert. Before that, it was probably incredibly bountiful, and that allowed them to stay there for a long period of time and not have to worry about food.
It certainly did. The bounty, however, goes back much further. This is one of the reasons why I kept on trying to talk about the Sahara during the debate. This vast area, which frankly has not been studied properly by archaeology at all. Hardly a fraction of it has been studied. This vast area, I'm often accused of creating what they call a God of the Gaps argument. I'm saying you haven't looked enough in the Sahara. You haven't looked enough in the submerged continental shelves. You haven't looked enough in the Amazon rainforest. And the argument is that I'm trying to put my lost civilization into these gaps. But these are very special gaps. The submerged continental shelves were prime real estate during the Ice Age. That was the place to be, just as it is today, to be near coastlines. The Amazon rainforest was a bountiful place, and the Sahara Desert was green and rich for thousands of years during the Ice Age, with lakes, with rivers. It was the kind of place where
Feel free to say
civilization
no,
might
but can you
well
please
have
go
been
shirtless?
lived.
Oh man, no, buddy.
Whaleboats, yeah. Yeah.
Dude, I literally just
Anybody who
showed
doesn't
you
think there's
the
a
shirtless
mystery in
women,
the
dude.
Sahara
It's kind of
Desert.
cold here, man.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna do that.
Anybody who really
Sorry, brother.
tries to dismiss the notion that
I
most
gave you like a
hasn't,
good full minute of shirtlessness.
but it really hasn't.
No, it hasn't.
It's too vast.
It's
Thanks,
too
man.
vast, and it's
I
too
appreciate it,
expensive.
bro.
And the
I appreciate it. I
excavation,
really,
like,
you know,
you
I
would
do.
have
You
to
know, like,
you're dealing with a place where how many people even live there?
Nobody knows. Because it's
Scotty's
not
the man.
investigated properly.
He's a cool. So is
It's
Joe.
a desert. And it's had relatively little attention. We do know there's some amazing rock art from the Upper Paleolithic in Tassili in Algeria, in the Sahara, but not enough has been done. This is the problem for me with saying archaeology's basically got the story of the human past nailed down. Is that there's huge areas which have not been investigated, and I reject the idea that that is a God of the gaps argument, because that's not why I'm proposing there was a lost civilization. And that's all I'm doing. I'm not insisting, I'm not demanding that people believe me. I just want to inject this idea into the discussion so that it can be considered. When taken out of context was a little clip where you asked me during the debate, is there any evidence for your lost civilization in what they've found? No? And I said, in what they've found, no. And then I went on to say, but that brings us to the point of what they've looked for and what they've not looked for, what they've found and what they've not found. That has been taken again and again as me saying that there's no evidence for my lost civilization, whereas what I'm actually saying is there's no evidence in what archaeologists have studied for a lost civilization, because I'm not studying what archaeologists study. I am very happy to use material from archaeologists, and I could not do what I do if I didn't use material from archaeologists. It's a very important basis to my work. However, it's the astronomy, it's the astronomical alignments, it's the precision, it's the precision of the Great Pyramid. It's
Scotty,
the myths, it's the
I would, but if I went shirtless here, it's just bad optics because I would look naked, and I don't want to look like I'm fucking like naked.
The story, this is
You know what I
one of the
mean?
reasons
Just bad
why I think
optics. So the
Atlantis
angle,
story, which
I'm not gonna do that.
so opposed
But
to,
I appreciate you, man,
deserves to be
dude. I
taken
do. I
seriously.
really do. Thank you.
Because
And I'm honored
it's
you want
part
to see
of
me.
a
I really
global
am.
tradition. It's yet
I
another
really am,
flood
bro.
myth, in fact. It's the story, it's just like those 150 or 200 other flood traditions that come from around the world. And it's not enough for archaeologists to say, oh, people experienced a little local river flood.
It would look
or
weird. It would
there
look
was a
really
tidal wave.
strange. Like I would
And so
look
they
fucking
decided that the
naked.
whole world
Really
was
naked.
submerged with water. That doesn't satisfy me at all. The fact that this is found all around the world, to me,
I'm gonna,
is
what,
a
oh, you're,
remembrance
I'm gonna
of
load the vape.
something that
You're
happened
back
to
on
our
set.
ancestors, something so traumatic, something so huge that it's been preserved better than almost anything else from our past.
What is your take on the Reichart structure? Am I saying it right? Reichart structure?
Rishat structure, Mauritania. I would not like to say one way or the other because I've not been there. I've not had boots on the ground there. I've not been able to look at it. Yes, it's very intriguing.
Very. Also, the salt all around it.
Yeah,
Where it shows that at one point in time it was probably submerged, like something happened.
probably was, but you might have to go back many millions of years to get to that point. The honest answer to that question is I don't know. I'm open-minded on the Rishat structure. It's something that I would like to study, but I have not had time to yet. In future work, it's something that I may study, and after studying it, I may come to the conclusion that it's just a remarkable natural phenomenon, of which there are many, or I may come to a different conclusion. It depends what the evidence shows me. But I try not to spout off on things that I'm not personally acquainted with and don't really know
Well,
about.
good for you. I like to spout off. It's also like there's so many of those things that people thought were myth, like Troy.
Troy, yeah.
And they find it. and they
found
go,
by
"Oh, it's a real place."
find by an amateur turns out to be a real place. I think the myths are the memory banks of our species, and I don't think archaeology takes them seriously enough. There's a tendency to just dismiss them as fantasies, as things that were made up by the ancients for some bizarre reason of their own. But they're the memories we have from the time before writing, from the time before documents were kept. And they're a precious resource in understanding our past. So it's things like that. And then at the end of the day, to twist what I said, that in what archaeologists have studied, there's no evidence from my lost civilization, is completely wrong. Because I've written thousands of pages of books. This is one of the issues. Like in that debate, I was supposed to prove everything about a lost civilization. I didn't even come here to prove it. I came here to explain why I'm interested in it and why I want to share my interest and my curiosity about the past with others. But if I'm asked to prove it, I would say don't refer to what I managed to say during a 3-hour debate. I'd say refer to the 8 or so major books that I've written with thousands of pages and thousands of documented footnotes. That's where my argument is in place. And you'll find that that argument is not based on what archaeologists have studied. It's based precisely on what they've not studied about the past.
Well, regardless of the argument that Flint tried to put forth, that there's no evidence of what you're saying, the exaggeration of the shipwrecks, the stuff about seeds. The fact is, this resonates with a lot of people. This mystery is perplexing, it's confusing, and there's a lot of it out there. It's not like one site like Egypt. There's a ton of sites.
Yeah.
The Sage Wall in Montana. What do you think of that thing?
Again, I will withhold judgment until I have my boots on the ground there and have a look at it. And even then, that might not be enough. I do know that the property owners there are doing a lot of ground-penetrating radar, and there may be results from that. But at the moment, I would not say that's definitely a man-made structure, nor would I say that's definitely a natural structure. I would say that's an intriguing structure. But it is in the geological context where other things like that are found. If I were asked to put money on it,
There it is.
yeah.
Boy, that looks...
I mean, it really is hard. It is hard to resist the conclusion.
I mean, it's super hard to resist the idea that that's man-made, and especially if it goes deeper under the ground, and they think it does. They think it goes.
Oh,
as
it
deep
does.
as-
It goes deeper. That's what the ground penetrating radar
How far?
is about. 30 feet.
30 feet.
In fact, I was
That
yesterday.
looks so man-made.
Yeah, it really does. When I look at that photograph, to me, that is a man-made structure. But I realize now, in the environment in which I live, surrounded by archaeologists extremely hostile to my work, that I better. It's not in my interests to leap to a conclusion about anything.
Of course.
Before I've studied it, and I do intend to go to Sage Wall. I was yesterday with Michael Collins, who's the guy who's done a lot of the videography on Sage Wall. He doesn't know whether it's natural or man-made either. More work needs to be done, but it's an intriguing issue, and it may be part of the lost history of the Americas. We just don't know yet.
And what's crazy is if that is, how old is that?
How old is it? Who knows?
Who knows? And if you're talking about footprints of people that lived 22,000 years ago,
Yeah.
like what were they making things? Like what?
Yeah.
What's going on? Did they build something like that?
Yeah. Or even earlier.
Right.
Is
or
it-
even earlier.
Is it
which
part of
crazy.
the lost story of the Americas? There's so much that's been lost, particularly in North America, with the massive destruction that took place during the 19th and 18th and early 20th century. It's reckoned that there were 1 million mound sites in North America. If you go back to 1500, there's about 100,000 left, which is a lot actually. But most of them are massively destroyed, and the other 900,000 have gone, just plowed under, turned into farmland. And how much else of the prehistory of North America has been lost as a result of a process where first of all there was a conviction that the indigenous inhabitants had only been here for a very short time, whereas we now know they've been here for a very long time. And secondly, there was a propagandistic desire not to give too much credit to them. So let's get rid of some of their stuff.
Wow.
I was very disappointed when we were shooting season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse that we were not allowed by the authorities to film in Cahokia, which is one of the great mounds that still survive, because they've been told that I'm a pseudo-archaeologist and that I'm going to mislead the public if I go there. So the best way is just to stop me going there. We tried to film in Moundville in Alabama as well, and again we were denied permission to film there. There's no doubt that archaeology has joined ranks to do their best to prevent me doing what I do.
It's so awful to deny anyone the ability to, especially when you're going to put something like this on Netflix where millions of people are going to see it. Deny people the access through video of experiencing this site and the mystery that's attached to it. Like, who are these people?
Yeah.
Why did they build this? What artifacts haven't been discovered
Yeah.
that are inside of this thing?
And here's what archaeologists say. Here's an alternative point of view.
Yeah.
You're an intelligent member of the public. Make up your own mind.
You're being reasonable. That's outrageous.
It's a most unfortunate thing.
Well, it's It's not unfortunate that there's a lot of people that are interested in it, though.
More and more. It's a fascinating phenomenon. I do see it as an extension of our interest in our own genetic origins, for example. A lot of people, I haven't done it yet, but I'm kind of keen to do 23andMe or whatever it's
I
called.
wouldn't do it.
Nope.
Not now. No, they
No.
sell all your data away.
They'll sell your data.
Now someone's going to know your exact DNA.
Yeah.
The whole thing's nuts. Like, I didn't know that they could do that, but apparently they have. Not only that, databases get breached and they find your information.
My eldest son, who is half Somali and half English, had his DNA done with 23andMe. And he found what it showed was that he's 50% African and 49% British and 1% Spanish.
Ah.
And we tried to figure that out, and the answer is that my ancestors came from Cornwall in the southwest of England. And that's where the Spanish Armada washed up. And the survivors of the Spanish Armada washed up and then integrated with the local community and contributed their genes. So, you know, there is an interest in the past. There is an interest in our personal past, our personal origins, our ancestors, who we are, and there's a much broader interest in the story of humanity that has brought us to where we are today. And this haunting feeling that something's missing, and that we have a civilization today. I often would like to compare it to a sort of furious, in terms of the level of consciousness, our civilization today is like a furious, petulant teenager. But in terms of what it can do, in terms of the destructive power of nuclear weapons, it's a god. So we have godlike powers with the consciousness of an immature teenager. That's what we're looking at in the world today. And maybe by understanding our past better, by understanding our unity that comes down from the past, maybe we can learn something that will be helpful to us in not carrying on in this way, because we do live at an inflection point just now. This is one thing I'm pretty sure that quote unquote my lost civilization didn't have, and that was nuclear weapons. But we have nukes today, and we have them in an enormous scale. And behind each of those nukes is a fragile human being with his own or her own ego and complexes and fears and paranoia. And we're reaching a point where those buttons are going to be pressed. We are, as far as I know, the first human civilization that has the capacity to.
How'd it go? No worries, bro. Thanks, bro. Thanks for being here, man. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate you. Appreciate your words. You're a nice guy. Thanks, buddy.
We can do it to ourselves, and that requires humanity to make a major step forward in consciousness. And I think making that major step forward in consciousness will be helped by better understanding our own past.
I agree. I mean, it's just disturbing how many times we can travel to ancient places like Greece or any place where you go to Rome and realize, oh, there's a thriving civilization here at one point. And
You were in Greece recently.
Yeah, with Brian.
You went with Brian Murarescu.
Yeah.
Brilliant, brilliant
Amazing.
guy.
Brilliant guy. But what a treat it is to have a tour of the Parthenon, the Acropolis, with him.
Yeah.
And, you know, we went to see the site of the Eleusinian Mysteries and all that. It was very, very, very interesting, but just also sobering, because you realize, like, this civilization did not make it. You know, this insane, fascinating, complex civilization crumbled.
Yeah.
And the idea that ours can't is one that we kind of hold dear. Like,
Yeah.
we're different. We got it figured out. We're better. But there's so much evidence that that's just a normal pattern of human history.
Civilizations come and go.
Yeah.
We could be gone in 20 years.
Yeah.
I'd love to take you on a trip to Egypt.
I want to go. I want to go. I'll tell you about an idea that was brought to me after the show. I can't talk about it now.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you.
I've made friends with Zahi Hawass.
I heard.
He's a very
You guys
interesting
are
guy.
homies now.
Yeah, we're homies. we had a nice dinner together, and it's partly because who needs more enemies and hatred in this world?
Exactly.
And I said some very cruel and harsh things to Zahi in the past, and I felt the time had come to apologize for those. So I went to Egypt to apologize to him.
Really?
And we had a fantastic dinner together. His son joined us. Santa was there. It was very friendly and very positive. And
I love stories like that.
and, you know, we've agreed that we will, if by chance we get a season 3 of Ancient Apocalypse, which we may or may not get. I'm not in control of commissioning decisions at Netflix, but if we get a season 3 of Ancient Apocalypse, I would like it to be entirely on Egypt. And what I would like is for Zahid to confront me on every point as we go through Egypt. Whatever one says about Zahid's explosive personality, he's been immersed in ancient Egyptian Egyptology for his whole life, and he has very strong points of view on it. And he's a fun guy.
I imagine that as people get older and wiser and realize the folly of their ways, particularly in their youth, maybe he would be more open to the idea that the civilization is just this civilization, same civilization, but older than you think it is.
Yeah, I'm hoping to persuade him of that. I think it'll be an interesting dialogue if we get to have it.
I think people for a long time had this concept in their mind that changing the dates somehow negates the accomplishment of the people that lived in the prescribed date.
Yeah.
That somehow or another...
they're pushing it back.
Yes, they're pushing it back somehow or another. And they'll even say it's racist.
This is propaganda. This is archaeological propaganda. That's been said to me repeatedly, that I'm suggesting that all the achievements of certain indigenous cultures around the world should actually be handed to a lost civilization, that ideas were brought to them. Yet weirdly, those same archaeologists recognize that agriculture was introduced to Europe by immigrants from precisely the Göbekli Tepe area. That's where agriculture wasn't present in Europe until 5,000 or 6,000 years ago. It was brought in by other people. This is part of the human nature, that we share ideas. Somebody has a great idea, we look at that, we think, we'd like a bit of that too. Teach me how to do it. And this happens all the time, and it doesn't mean that the person who's being taught is any less than the person who's doing the teaching. The person who's being taught may have things to teach themselves. I've always felt that if there was a lost civilization at all, and I believe there was, but I can't absolutely prove it, I think we're looking at a terrible cataclysm. Part of it happened near Göbekli Tepe. Abu Huraira in Syria was hit by one of those airbursts, absolutely incinerated at that time. Terrible cataclysm with relatively few survivors. And that those survivors, just as we would do today, took refuge amongst people who'd made it through the disaster better. And those people who'd made it through would most likely have been hunter-gatherers. Because hunter-gatherers are so resilient and so able to survive disasters, whereas people in a quote-unquote civilized condition are often not. I mean, we can see I understand that the hurricanes that are happening in the US at the moment are horrific natural events, which are killing people. But we're talking about something on a scale vastly larger than that. And it's difficult for me to see. We find it hard enough to make it through a hurricane. I find it difficult to see how we could make it through another Younger Dryas impact event, or how we could make it through a man-made cataclysm as a result of nuclear war, which is, I suspect and I fear, is much closer than we think. I hate the idea that nuclear missiles may be flying in my lifetime or the lifetime of my children, but I have to say, honestly, it's a possibility with the state of the world at the moment, and the low state of consciousness of the people who lead us. The leaders and governments are behind this. It's not human beings, individual people who are behind this hatred in the world today. It's leaders and governments who are mobilizing that hatred to serve their own interests. And it's very dangerous. If we didn't have nukes, it would be less dangerous.
I agree with you. When you're talking about Göbekli Tepe, one of the things that Jimmy Corsetti has talked about recently in his YouTube show is that they have stopped
I'm really close, bro.
And
I'm really close, man.
Planted trees above
Like, this is
some
22
of the
pace.
areas, which is very strange.
It is.
And they want
Right,
the
let me
excavation
show
to
you.
resume in 150
This is 22 pace. That was like
Yes.
a perfect pause.
So what would be a logical reason to not excavate
Oh, the back
these
boost? I don't know.
fascinating ancient sites that are at least 11,000 years old?
Generally, with any archaeological site, they don't excavate more than 5% of it, often less than 2% of it.
Is that because of funds?
It's often because of funds, but it's also because of the feeling that as technology improves, more may be learnt from these sites in the future. And that's a reasonable argument, because excavation is destruction. To a certain extent, excavation destroys what's being excavated.
Thanks, man.
And
Yeah, I
therefore,
have an
when
eye
you
for it
interfere
now.
with a site and start excavating
So-
it, you may be destroying materials.
When you
that in
see
100
me
years,
play out a run,
technology would be able to interpret in a completely
and it's the
different way.
23
I mean,
ending,
100 go back 100
it's
years
mainly the
from where
third
we are at
cam.
present, and you didn't have
I just spend like a lot of time sitting there shooting it, and I miss it usually.
All kinds of
So
methods
on a
of
22 pace run, that
dating
third cam will be like,
objects,
ideally first bullet,
luminescence,
ideally.
the luminescence from rocks is another way of dating. We didn't have any of those technologies. We do have them now. And so I think the speculation is 100 years in the future, archaeologists may have technologies that will be able to extract more information than this. That's the case that's made. I get it. But I
Cool,
think
bro.
Göbekli Tepe is such an important site. And we know.
My burgers are
we know
almost
for
here.
Sure, because I spent 3 days with Klaus Schmidt, who was the original excavator of Göbekli Tepe, that underneath that place there are dozens of huge unexcavated stone circles with enormous megalithic pillars in them, all under the ground, waiting to be excavated, and the decision appears to have been made not to excavate them. And I do find that slightly suspicious. I do find it odd. I think the site has got such an important role, it's such an iconic site, that to just stop the excavation or to only continue it in a very small way isn't satisfactory. to
When you
what's
say
happening.
suspicious, like what would be the motivation for discontinuing that kind of excavation other than the fear of destroying things?
I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist.
Please do. Jump in.
But there is an issue here. I've noticed that it isn't just attacks on me that certain archaeologists are making. It's also attacks on other specialists. For example, Dani Hilman Natawajaju, who is the geologist who brought to the world's attention the mystery of Gunung Padang in Indonesia, which appeared in the first episode of season 1 of Ancient Apocalypse. The possibility that this site is more than 27,000 years old, that we're looking at a pyramidal structure that has had several phases of work done on it, and that the earliest phases go back deep into the last ice age. He managed to publish a peer-reviewed paper on this, but unfortunately for Danny, he'd appeared on my show. And that led archaeologists to dive in on him, and there was a ganging up of archaeologists, and complaints were made to the peer-reviewed journal that published it, and finally they retracted. They retracted his paper without any good reasons. I've got a major article by Danny on my website explaining what happened here. It's like we don't want too much attention brought to this. Let's crush it. Let's crush it right now. The same thing is happening with the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. An enormous amount of attacks are being made on that hypothesis, rather than considering it as an interesting explanation for the cataclysms at the end of the Ice Age. A lot of people are just focused on trying to destroy it in every way possible. And I can't help wondering, maybe there's some truth, deep truth, to this, that there was a cataclysm, that there was an ancient
Come on.
apocalypse, something really horrific that happened. Maybe it's a cyclical disaster. Maybe it's coming around again. This is something that would lead any government to want to avoid panic, to suppress, to cover up these issues. So that would be the conspiracy theory. And I'm not saying I buy it, but I'm saying that it's possible.
Would
I think it's
also
23 anyways.
conspiracy be that they recognized that some
Oh wow, that was still
of the area
22.
around Göbekli Tepe was older still,
Because that's start.
and they decided the archaeologists didn't want to confront it, and they put a stop to it.
That's also
Yeah, thanks,
That's
bro.
also
A lot of those.
possible. Favor.
I messed up. Dude, I messed up the last cam. I freaking spazzed out. Totally spazzed out there.
Not Göbekli
Alright, be right
Tepe
back.
itself, but other neighboring sites. Karahan Tepe is the best known. Turkish archaeologists, it's interesting, are calling this now a civilization. They're calling it the Tas Tepeler civilization, the Stone Hills civilization. And they're finding that the same iconography, the same building techniques, not quite on the scale of Göbekli Tepe, are repeated all across the region. They extend all the way down to the south of the Jordan Valley, to Jericho. The ancient site of Jericho is part of that lost or emerging civilization that appeared at the end of the Younger Dryas. Cyprus is another example I was mentioning about how it was settled in what appear to have been planned, organized settlement events near the end of the last ice age. Again, you find that same iconography that you find at Göbekli Tepe turning up there.
Which
as well.
iconography specifically?
The tendency to use T-shaped pillars, to use certain designs like a V-shaped necklace, this kind of iconography, and the structures, these circular structures, semi-subterranean structures that are so characteristic of Göbekli Tepe. They're found there as well. They're found all across the region. Jericho in the Jordan Valley is absolutely intriguing. The massive tower there, which again dates back right to the end of the last ice age, a huge megalithic tower with the world's oldest known megalithic stairway that runs up inside it. So what's emerging as a result, if Göbekli Tepe hadn't been found, none of this would have happened. But it's led to a widespread interest in the whole area. So while excavation may have stopped at Göbekli Tepe or may have slowed down, it is continuing elsewhere across the region. And to be fair to archaeologists, we need to recognize that.
Is the size and scale of Göbekli Tepe unique in comparison to the ones that are around it?
Yes. So far,
No,
the ones that
bro,
have been
dude.
found, Göbekli Tepe is unique. And
Dude,
I think
Scotty, I
it's-
know, bro. I
it's
understand,
clear
my
now
man.
that Göbekli Tepe itself
And don't
was the end of the
think of me by saying no
It was something that
means
marked-
anything
it was
negative
marked.
too.
It
It's
was
just
something that brought
if I
together
do,
the
I'm gonna
best
be
of
cold
everything
and I don't want to get sick, and I've already been
created in
shirtless.
one place.
And my food is here. I don't want to eat shirtless. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
As a
Really.
time capsule, which then was untouched for more than 10,000 years before Klaus Schmidt left in 1996.
I don't know if I'm gonna eat on
It's-
stream. It's
I
gonna be
can't
really
help feeling
messy.
That's precisely what Göbekli Tepe is. It's a time capsule. It's a memorial to a lost time. And I think that what we're looking at in that whole area is the outcome of contact with an earlier, largely lost civilization. I think it passed on its cultural genes right there in that area of Turkey and down into the Jordan Valley and Cyprus. And they're not only there, also the Indus Valley civilization. It's incredible iconography, which shows a man.
Yeah, a lot of
between
those
two
type of runs
felines.
show.
It's very
Hitting-
striking
hitting
to see
the
a
side
man
of the
and
camera.
two tigers or leopards on either
Hitting the side of the
maybe
camera,
holding them
22s.
apart, maybe gripping them in some way.
What is this so Jamie can find it?
You can find it on the Gebel al Arak knife handle from Egypt. You can find it from Sayburk, Sayburk, in Turkey, the man between two felines, and you can find it in the Indus Valley civilization right across in Pakistan on these steatite seals that they used to make, where again you see that same icon of the man between two felines. And it suggests that cultural ideas way back in the past were being spread around the world very, very rapidly.
Find anything there, Jamie?
I can tell you the
So how much of that area where Göbekli Tepe has been searched with LiDAR? Here it is. Here's the images. Look at that. Wow.
yeah, there we are. That's Harappa. That's from the Indus Valley civilization. Man between two felines.
What do you think that supposedly represents?
Nobody knows what it represents, but what's intriguing is that it turns up in so many different places. I'd like to find the just give me 1 second just to find something. I hope I'm online here.
fucking good, bro.
How many of the areas have been searched with LiDAR?
Hang on, Joe. Bear with me.
No worries, no
one
worries.
minute. This is where I have to take my bloody glasses off.
You gotta go back and forth?
I'll show that Karen Tepe has some cool stuff that I don't think we've seen.
There's this huge skeletal figure. There's this one, 12 feet high or something like that.
Kind of similar to the Easter Island heads.
So good.
What do you think it is? How weird are those structures? You know, but like the way their hands are placed, it's kind of similar to the way the
Ja-
Easter Island hands are placed.
Jamie,
Barbecue
could I
sauce
just
is
plug
such a
in
great
the
idea.
HDMI?
Sure. Do you need to?
Yeah.
Okay, pause please. We'll pause. We'll be right back. All right, we're back.
We're
It's
back.
like a smoky
okay, I found
hickory
these images
barbecue
from-
sauce.
So,
It's
so this is
insane.
from Jamie. Maybe you could expand that the Cyborg relief.
I think you have to do it.
Okay, it's on my.
Yeah.
There we go. So this is about 10,000 years old. It's from a site in the area of Göbekli Tepe called Sayburk, and it's gone.
There it is.
And it's clearly a man between two felines. And interestingly, he's holding his dick, exactly like that piece that you just showed from Karan
Mm.
Tepe. And then if we go on, I don't understand what I'm doing with this film. There it is. So then the Indus Valley, again,
I'm controlling what's on the screen.
You are. Okay, so there's the man between two felines. Again, expand that.
So that particular image, is there any sort of a theory as to what they were trying, what that represented?
Human mastery of animals is the only one I've heard that's being suggested.
But it seems like they're trying to get him.
Well, it does in that case, rather than or that he's holding them.
Right.
He's holding them at bay.
Keeping them from getting each other.
Yeah, and then if you go down to the Egyptian one, which is the Gebel el-Arak knife handle, there it is. That's from ancient Egypt, pre-dynastic Egypt, same thing. And then the next one is from Tiwanaku in Bolivia. That's a redrawing from Tiwanaku in Bolivia, and again, it's a man between two felines. So when I see this kind of complicated image turning up all around the world, I can't help feeling that there's a remote common source, which is shared. It's not each culture representing or influencing the other. It's a remote common source that they all share.
What's the last one from? Where's it from again?
From Tiwanaku in Bolivia.
Look, what do you think he's got in his hands?
Well, it looks like two felines that he's holding apart.
Right, but what are those things that are dangling down?
I absolutely have no idea, and I'm not sure if anybody else does, although I'm reminded in that one of the handbags that we see in some of the figures from ancient Sumer.
Right, but what is the thing on the left?
Again, I don't know, and I don't think anybody
Very
does.
strange. Why does he have steps on his chest and a wheel? Like, what is that? You know, what is that spiral in the center of his body?
It's a spiral of mystery. I honestly don't know the answer to that question.
Because, like, look, there's a geometric pattern.
You
And
see,
it goes up and down with the steps, and it
Yes.
repeats on both corners. That one where it steps up and the other side where it steps down.
Yep.
Very strange.
It would be nice if there were written records from Tiwanaku.
Wouldn't that be
which told us
sweet?
what it was about, but unfortunately there aren't.
Just very, very bizarre.
So what I'm saying is we're seeing a sudden emergence of something that is being recognized as a civilization in Turkey just immediately after Göbekli Tepe, around the time of Göbekli Tepe. And we're seeing it in the Jordan Valley, and we're seeing it in the Indus Valley, and we're seeing it in South America as well. The same iconography keeps on repeating, and I don't think it's a coincidence.
The area where the Olmec are, have there ever been LiDAR excavations or?
I wouldn't be surprised if there have. Villa Hermosa, the sort of central of the Olmec area, is a very highly populated area. It's been heavily developed. The areas where LiDAR has been used in Mexico and Central America and Guatemala has been finding thousands of Mayan ruins that nobody knew were there before. Again, under the jungle canopy. LiDAR has been used extensively in the Yucatan in Mexico and into Guatemala as
man,
well.
thanks
But
for
whether
being
it's
here,
been
bro.
used- there we go.
Appreciate it, my man.
And Olmec ceremonial.
Have a good sleep. Talk to you later, too.
This is all, thank you, LiDAR. You know,
So
this-
crazy that stuff was there all along,
and nobody knew.
and nobody knew.
Yeah, and of course, the Amazon rainforest is an even bigger rainforest than this, and what's hiding in it
Right.
is a mystery that needs to be solved in the coming years
Right.
if we're going to have any idea of our own past. I think the Amazon is incredibly important. It's why I
Tastes like a
chose to
homemade
focus
burger.
Season 2 of Age of
Tastes like
Apocalypse
someone
on the
literally made
Americas,
this up.
because I think in terms of the
Which is
quest for
amazing.
the origins of civilization, the Americas are the most neglected area. Archaeologists haven't looked there. They define themselves as being in favor of indigenous peoples and against any kind of supremacy, but by and large they look to Europe and to the Middle East as the origins of civilization and don't consider that it might have been in the Americas. And what we're trying to show is that the story in the Americas is much older, and it's been in that there are mysteries here that have never been explained by archaeology.
How much of the Amazon has been explored with LiDAR?
A very tiny proportion. I worked with the team who are doing this, and they're solely in the province of Acre, in the southwest of Brazil. And they haven't worked in other areas. What would be needed, I'm hoping some amazing philanthropist will come forward, and if such a philanthropist will come forward, I can connect them with the people who are doing the work in Acre, that we have a LiDAR survey of the whole of the Amazon. That's what I'd like to see. And it wouldn't be a $1 billion project because it can be done with drones now. It could be relatively cost efficient.
That would be incredible. Just imagine what's out there.
Yeah. And and we have the tech. We can do that. We can do a LiDAR survey.
Where specifically do they think that lost city of Eve was? And did they
Bro, should I LiDAR the Amazon with a drone?
I can't remember. That was Percy Fawcett, wasn't it?
Mhm.
kind of echo of that earlier discovery of lost cities in the Amazon. These stories won't go away because there is a hidden past in this place.
Right.
And because there were cities. God knows what was in them before the Spanish came along and destroyed everything.
God, it seems like that has to be discovered. I mean, that has to be looked at. But just specifically, if we could just find that the lost city of Z was a real place.
If we could find it was a real place,
Yeah.
I wish we could.
I mean, just finding lost city of Z is a
Percy
legendary city in the
Fawcett.
Amazon rainforest, and British explorer Percy Harrison Fawcett, I
Mato
believe, was
Grosso
looked Mato Grosso,
in Brazil.
theorized that the city was a refuge for people fleeing the destruction of Atlantis. Whoa. That its wisdom could still be found there. Wow. Wow.
I think we're going to find the lost city of X and Y as well,
I bet.
and W,
Maybe ABC.
and possibly ABC and D too. Yeah.
Maybe a bunch, yeah. It's, at the very least, it's clear that not enough is known.
Not enough is known, and I think it's right and proper that we have curiosity about our past, and I think it's unfortunate that people, including myself, who express that curiosity without any dogma, but simply are mystified by problems from the past, are so likely to get slapped down and face this abusive power grab by archaeology, who are saying the past is ours, you may not intrude here, we will define you as a pseudoscientist, we will call you a hoaxer and a liar. I defy anyone out there to find a single statement I've made that is a lie. And a lie is a knowing untruth.
Yeah.
As far as I know, I have never, ever told knowingly an untruth. What a stupid thing to do that
Right.
would be. That would scupper my whole work. I may have made some honest mistakes. Everybody does, including the most godlike archaeologist. But I have never knowingly told an untruth, and I never would.
Of course not. The interesting thing, though, is
But seriously, I'd like an example, because this is thrown at me so many times.
you can't be responding to the haters all the time. It's bad.
But they include archaeologists.
I know, but the
Well,
reality is most people aren't
defi-
listening anymore.
Define the untruth.
I don't think that's working anymore, because I think enough people have seen your work and enough people
Yeah.
have heard you talk, and they know that you're reasonable and intelligent, and
Yeah.
that there's something there.
Yeah.
And the more people look at these images, and the more people hear people like Flint just out and out lie to try to dismiss these things.
It was most unfortunate. I think he let archaeology down very badly in the way that he manipulated that debate. And I'm sorry it's taken me so long to come back with the fact checking, but it was necessary to do. And I'm very grateful to a number of completely independent, separate individuals on the internet who have drawn attention to some of what Flint did.
Yes.
One calls himself illegitimate scholar,
Mm-hmm.
and the other calls himself debunking. And they got into this material very, very early and helped me to understand how I'd been duped by this material. Because I took it all at face value. at the
Well,
time.
that's the beautiful thing about the internet.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of people out there that are very invested in these ideas and exploring them, and they also find it very uncomfortable that they're being confronted by these scholars, these people that are supposed to be the ones that are the experts in this area, that are dismissing things that shouldn't be dismissed, that are lying about statistics just to try to diffuse your argument.
Yeah. And there's also that feeling of being patronized
Yeah.
by the so-called experts. Nobody wants to be patronized.
No.
And feel that somebody else regards them as too stupid to make up their own mind on something.
Right. And they think that somehow or another that exploring these ideas dismisses the legitimate work that archaeologists have already done, which I don't think it does at all.
Not at all. Archaeologists have done some fantastic work,
Yeah.
and it's really important work. What I've realized is that there's almost two different mindsets at work here in looking at the past. I think archaeology is very determined to demonstrate that it's a science, that it's a hard science, that it's completely rational, that it's all based on scientific method, and anything that sounds unscientific, which include myths, must be avoided. And also, I do find that archaeology, and it may be true in other sciences as well, are very reluctant to use the imagination. The imagination is seen as a deadly threat, whereas I think imagination is a really important thing in interpreting the past. We should be open to possibilities rather than coming into what we confront with a closed idea. we should consider how it might have been, what might have happened. Let's use our imagination and think about this, think what all this means, think what that common iconography all around the world means, rather than just saying, oh, it's a coincidence.
Well, in some places that's your only option, like the Olmec culture, where we don't know. Well, we have these faces that don't look like.
Yeah.
I mean, it's confusing. They look like maybe they're from Polynesia.
Yeah,
maybe
they could
from Africa.
Yeah, could be Polynesia, could be Africa, and then there are these other faces, which in the video I've put out, I've shown some of these. It's not just myths of a bearded foreigner turning up in the Americas, which Flint Dibble and other archaeologists say were all concocted and invented by the Spaniards. We discussed that during the debate. I have a real problem with that, because that is patronizing to the indigenous people. I think the myths were there amongst the indigenous people, and I think the Spaniards saw how they could use them, how they could manipulate them, but I don't think they made up the myths and somehow imposed them upon the indigenous people, who then believed that they were their own myths. I don't think they were that stupid. They knew what their myths were.
Well, my concern with that line of thinking is that we've seen evidence of that sort of destruction of the real history of people in America, with how they forced Native Americans onto reservations and forced them into speaking English and forced them into learning Christianity. That there was a concerted effort to erase their history and their culture, and that the conquerors imposed that on the people that were there.
But this is a kind of conspiracy theory that's being proposed, that the Spanish, Cortez and Pizarro and others who were involved in the conquest of the Americas, that they got together and they created a fiction, and then they made the indigenous people believe that fiction, while accepting everything else that the indigenous people believed. That was a fiction. There's no document which says that Spaniards conspired to create these stories. I believe that when we find them in Mexico, when we find them in Peru, when we find them in Colombia, when we find them in Bolivia, we are looking at indigenous traditions. And I have no doubt that the Spanish saw those traditions and said, we can use this, we can take advantage of this, we can exploit this, but I don't think they made up the traditions.
So it's possibly a myth of people that came over on ships that look different.
Yeah. It's about that. That's about what it comes to.
When you hear about things like the lost city of Z, and you hear about all the different times where European explorers did make it to the Americas and spread their diseases, like, myths from those folks too. So who's to think that there wasn't multiple versions of that happened all throughout history?
Yeah, I suspect.
If it happened in the 1400s, it probably happened a long, long time ago as well.
Yeah.
The whole thing is so interesting, and it never ends. And every now and again, a new discovery comes along that pushes back the date of humans in specific areas. I mean, look at the Denisovans. They only found out about them in 2010 or something like that?
Very recently. I think Samantha and I went to Denisova Cave in 2013.
Crazy.
Something like that.
So a whole new branch.
Yeah.
Of the
Previously unknown.
Crazy.
And there's so much that's unknown about our past.
Oh, I know what I wanted to bring up to you today, because I saw this online. Maybe you could find it before I can pull it up, Jamie, because you're that good. But there's a scientist that believes there's reason to believe that those Hobbit people in the island of Flores, that they exist currently. So this was, Hobbit-like species of early humans may still be living in the jungles of Indonesia.
Interesting theory.
Yeah.
And
well, that's another branch of the human chain. That when did they find out about this? It wasn't that long ago either.
it certainly wasn't. I think you're looking around 2000s, 2010 maybe. Very, very recent discovery.
I wonder what the latest findings published on Tuesday, Journal of
2016.
Nature Communications, following the 2016 discovery, tiny arm bone and teeth. There's something that these people are considering. I don't know why. Do you see? Is there any article that says they consider they're still alive today? That's what this one is. But that one, no.
It's like a small version of Bigfoot.
Yeah, this is it. Okay. Someone sent this to me.
Yeah.
So why do they think that there's might still roam? Well, this is just because of anecdotal stories, right? Because there have been multiple stories that people that live in the deep rainforest have said that they've encountered these.
Why not?
little hairy
Why
creatures.
not? Why should it be impossible? It has a parallel with the Bigfoot story, of course, a different size of creature, but maybe creatures have survived, which we think are extinct.
Especially small populations of them
Yeah.
that are very remote and very difficult to get. There are reports of sighting by more than 30 eyewitnesses, all of whom I spoke with directly, and I conclude the best way to explain it, what they told me is a non-sapiens hominin has survived on Flores to the present or very recent times.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
I would love to hear their stories.
Oh, imagine maybe AI could decipher their language. Imagine they found them. You know how nutty it would be if they found a little 3-foot tall, hairy human being that's still alive? Oh my goodness.
Just for clarity, he made this claim and put out a book, so it might be like, come read my book. You know.
Well, it's a good thing to do if you have a good theory.
I mean, yeah,
Write a
for
book.
sure.
I know what you're saying, though. I know what you're saying, yeah. I hope it's true, of course. Of course.
Of course.
Because it's fun.
Yeah.
It's fun to hope it's true. Oh, it's fun.
That's what I'm so grateful to the universe for, and so grateful to my readers for, is that I have been given this opportunity to live a fun life
Oh, yeah.
and to travel the world and to investigate mysteries and to put across my point of view on those mysteries. I couldn't do any of that if it wasn't for my readers. I've never had sponsorship. I've never sought anybody to fund me to do anything. I started out massively in debt. I've got to the place now where I can travel wherever I want and explore places, and that's all down to my readers. It's not just me, it's me and my readers that are making this possible, and I'm enormously grateful to them. And these days my viewers as well.
You're a very lucky man. I was
I'm-
going to say
I'm
that
blessed.
earlier when you were talking about how you've never taken a vacation. Like, oh, you haven't,
in a
but
s-
your whole life's a vacation.
Exactly. That's why I don't see.
Yeah.
I'm 74 years old now. I don't see myself retiring. The idea of retirement is just out of the question.
You try to retire, I'll go find you. I'm going to go grab you, drag you out,
I love
give you
doing.
some vitamins.
I love doing what I do,
Yeah.
and I hope it's contributed something useful to the world rather than just flim flam.
Oh, no, it most certainly has. It most certainly has. I first found out about you because of Fingerprints of the Gods. And
Yeah.
one of the things that I found most fascinating when I started going into your work was the idea that the Ark of the Covenant exists in
Yeah.
Ethiopia.
That's what brought me into this field.
Yeah.
Before that, I wrote all about current affairs.
That story is so nuts, and it sounds so ridiculous, and people go, "What? The Ark of the Covenant's real?" But then, when you go into the history of these people that lived there, and they all suffered radiation poisoning, and it's like, wait a minute.
Cataracts over their
Yeah.
eyes.
Yeah.
And let's not forget that there's an indigenous population of Old Testament Jews in
Right.
Ethiopia, the Falashas,
Yeah.
who have their own story about how the Ark of the Covenant got there.
Right.
Different from the Ethiopian national epic, which is called the Kebra Nagast, the glory of kings. That's why I got into this field. I was a current affairs guy, and Ethiopia was on my beat, and I just kept on coming across this story, and I realized it was central to Ethiopian culture, and I decided to investigate it and explore it, and it led to the Sign and the Seal, which was published in 1992, and that's what set me on the path to Fingerprints of the Gods and everything that followed that.
So, who is getting the cataracts?
The guardian of the Ark. This is a monk who is appointed. The place is Aksum in the province of Tigray in northern Ethiopia. It's a massively interesting place. Aksum has these huge granite stelae. They're very similar in many ways to ancient Egyptian obelisks. They're a bit different in shape, but same sort of height. Some of them going 110 feet high, cut out of solid granite, right up there in the highlands of Ethiopia. And then they have an ancient church, the Church of St. Mary, a cathedral actually of St. Mary of Zion, where the Ark apparently was kept for hundreds and hundreds of years. Before that it was kept elsewhere, and then now it's been moved into a chapel that stands next to St. Mary of Zion Cathedral. And that chapel is guarded by armed men. The whole town is an armed camp that is protecting what they believe to be the Ark of the Covenant, but it's guarded particularly by one guy who is the official guardian of the Ark, and he's elected by other monks to be the guardian of the Ark, and several of them have run away when they get that election, because once you're elected as the guardian of the Ark, when the previous one has died, you're going to be kept in that chapel forever. You'll never be allowed to leave it. So they're close to whatever this object is. They're close to it, and I met 3 of them over a succession of years because their mortality is once they're appointed, they die very soon. And they all had these cataracts over their eyes, and they all blame the object in that chapel, whether or not it's the ark, for causing their blindness.
Wow.
So it's
And no one is going in there and trying to get to the bottom of it. They won't let you.
they won't let you. They won't let you.
Can
To
we
a certain
bribe 'em?
no.
It seems like someone should go look.
Yeah.
What the hell is that?
Yeah.
What's in there? I mean, if we really find out the Ark of the Covenant was an actual object,
I think it was an actual object.
and you think it was some nuclear something or another? Like
I don't know what it
was.
was. I think it's what is rightly described as an out-of-place artifact. Because if you look at the description in the book of Exodus, the very precise dimensions of it, I think in modern terms we'd say 3 feet 9 inches long by 2 feet 3 inches high and wide. It's got a layer of gold, it's got a layer of wood, it's got another layer of gold. It's very precisely specified, like a blueprint in the book of Exodus. And then it does all this stuff. It shoots out jets of fire and kills completely innocent people. It kills 50,000 Philistines in the city of Ashdod when they briefly capture it from the Israelites and make the mistake of treating it like a tourist object, and they open the Ark of the Covenant and look inside, and suddenly everybody in that city is dying, and what they're dying of is cancerous tumors. This is described in the Old Testament. So it's intriguing that this object is so precisely specified and is reported to have done these terrible things.
It's just insane that we know where it is.
Well, we know that I believe Ethiopia has a very strong claim to it, but that's all I can say because I haven't seen it myself. I've been right outside of the door of that sanctuary chapel several times. But
Did you bring a Geiger counter?
no, that would be a good thought.
Yeah. Imagine it was going nuts as you got close.
That would be a good thought.
I mean, it's not like it's going to be, if it's radioactive, it's not like it's going to be contained just this one small area. You're going to have traces of it that leak out.
It's true. That would be a good way to
Especially if people are getting cataracts from being in the room with it.
Yeah.
And so 3 different people you talk to have cataracts from that.
Yeah, and they all blame the Ark. And one of them, it's a resonant phrase which sticks in my memory. I asked him why, and he said the Ark is a thing of fire. Just that.
Did he describe it to you?
He did describe it as a box, rather like the biblical description, unsurprisingly. But
Did he describe what it looked like the outside of it?
gold.
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 Wow.
And of course, gold is a very good insulator against radiation. I don't want to go too far down this track. To me, the fascinating thing is that Ethiopia is the only country in the world that actually claims to have the Ark of the Covenant. That it's central to religion and culture in Ethiopia today. That there's much to support that argument, particularly in the form of the Falashas, the Ethiopian Jews, and their very ancient traditions about how they got to Ethiopia in the first place. In context of all of that, I think Ethiopia has a very, very good claim, very interesting claim, and that's why I wrote a book about it.
That one to me, it's just like, we know where it is.
Yeah.
That one to me is so crazy that someone is keeping that information from the rest of the humans.
Yeah.
Because if we found out the Ark of the Covenant was in fact a real object and we know where it is and it does match the description in the Bible, that kind of changes everything. Now all of a sudden the Bible is not just stories and myths. The Bible is some sort of a historical record.
Yeah. Well, let's not forget that one of the world's best-known flood myths also comes from the Bible, which is the flood of Noah.
Right.
Which again is part of this worldwide tradition, of which I am absolutely convinced Atlantis should be understood as a part of that worldwide tradition of the global flood and the loss of the former civilization. And again, it's one of the reasons why I've done the work I've done over these years.
So when you're doing season 2, what did you learn from doing season 1 that you applied to season 2? Was there anything different about the way you went about it?
Definitely. I have learned from the criticisms of archaeologists, and one of the first things that became very clear to me, and they're absolutely right, is we need more indigenous voices in this series. And that's what we've made sure to do. We have an amazing archaeologist, indigenous archaeologist from Easter Island. We spent quite a bit of time filming in Easter Island, and it's a strong... This series doesn't do country by country episodes. It's all merged together. Different bits of the story come together in each episode. But a good chunk of it is on Easter Island, and there Sonia Hoa Cardinali is an indigenous Easter Islander. Her married name is Cardinale because she married an Italian guy. And she gave us incredible material on Easter Island. And she revealed that she and her team have found what are called banana phytoliths. Now, phytoliths are a minute part of the banana plant. They've excavated them from a crater in Easter Island. And they've found that those are 3,000 years old. Now, this is interesting for two reasons. Firstly, bananas do not propagate naturally. You can't get bananas to Easter Island without human beings bringing them there. That's how they got there. And secondly, the date that she's found 3,000-year-old banana phytoliths in Easter Island blows out of the water the notion that Easter Island was only settled 1,000 years ago or less, which is the current idea of archaeology. Again and again, we've had indigenous guests on the show who have brought real important information to it. Amongst those geoglyphs in Brazil, we had a member of the Apurina people who is a caretaker for those geoglyphs, and he talked to us about what is special to him about the geoglyphs, about how this is a sacred place to his tribe, and how they still gather there today, and how they understand that it's somehow connected to the journey to the next world, to the journey of life after death. And that then rings a bell in my mind of that whole idea of a journey to the afterlife and a portal through which we pass into that other realm. We find that right there in Brazil.
So if the Easter Island, if the island was settled at least 3,000 years ago, do we know where from?
Well, 3,000 years ago, you're still within the period of the Polynesian expansion. This is not the Ice Age. This is more recent.
Right.
It's early in the Polynesian expansion rather than late. The Easter Island was seen as one of the last places that the Polynesians got to. This new evidence is suggesting it may have been one of the first places that the Polynesians got to. But the question that arises is, did they find the Moai already in place when they came there, even 3,000 years ago? And I think there's a lot of evidence for that. I think this is going to make archaeologists absolutely furious with me. But I hope that I'm paying full respect to indigenous traditions. We had an amazing Easter Island elder who told us the tradition of the lost land of Hiva. Easter Island has its own flood myth. They say that there was a huge land in the Pacific, far, far away, called Hiva, and that Hiva, and that it was destroyed in a flood cataclysm, and that there were survivors, specifically 7 wise men. That's another thing that is found all around the world. It's found in ancient Sumer, it's found in ancient Egypt, it's found almost everywhere. Specific seven wise men who came and settled Easter Island after this great cataclysm.
What?
So it's great to have indigenous testimony.
This
They
game,
have the
man.
mystery of the Easter Island
This
script.
game, man.
How-
Like, guys, come on, man.
How come this tiny island, which only ever had a population of a few thousand, did something that is normally only done by big civilizations, which was create a written script? But they have a script, the Easter Island script, and it's written on wooden boards. And we learned that these were the boards we see today, none of which, by the way, are in Easter Island now. They're all in museums around the world. They themselves were copies of earlier wooden boards that wore out. And these things go back far into the remote past as far as the indigenous people of Easter Island are concerned. To have a fully formed, elaborate script, which nobody can interpret today, you have to remember the tragic history of Easter Island. There was a point where Easter Island's population was reduced to just 11 people. And it was reduced to 11 people by Peruvian slave raids. They came and slaved the people of Easter Island, and they took them to work in Peru and put them elsewhere in the Pacific. Eventually there was a movement to restore them to their homeland, and gradually people came back. But at one point its population was reduced to 11. All the elders were wiped out, those who were the memory carriers. And so what's left now is just a hint of a memory of these things. But they speak with awe of these tablets with the script on it. And to me, that is a sign again that there's something wrong with our understanding of Easter Island. How can we explain that this tiny little place produces its own written language? Why would it even need a written language when you could walk across the island in 3 hours? It wouldn't need to communicate in that way, and yet it had its own script.
And the script, can we see what it looks like? Can you find the Easter Island script, Jamie?
If you look up the word Rongo Rongo, R-O-N-G-O, Rongo Rongo tablets.
One of the things that's interesting about AI is that they believe that AI is going to be able to determine or decipher, rather, a bunch of different things that we currently can't.
There they are.
Oh, wow.
That's
crazy.
It bears some curious similarities to the Indus Valley script, which has also not been deciphered. And let's hope AI can decipher both of them.
Look at that. That's
and the way it runs is you read from left to right along the top row, then you go from right to left along the next row, then you go from left to right along the next row, and so on and so forth. A sort of snake-like.
How do they know that?
Because that's one of the memories that's been preserved by the Easter Islanders, and because of the way they all run on.
And what do they think it represents?
According to Leo, the elder who we talked to in Easter Island, it contains memories of the past. It contains memories of the past in Easter Island, instructions on how to navigate, information about the stars, and information about how to live as a community.
Wow. But in a language that we don't know.
Nobody knows it. All we have is an oral tradition, which itself is very fragmented and very faint because of that reduction of Easter Island's population to just 11 people, and the fact that the elders who were within historical times able to read these tablets were all wiped out.
How did they decipher cuneiform?
Cuneiform, I think, because of its relationship to later languages, which were known. And that's cuneiform is a writing system. You find the earliest version, I think, amongst the Sumerians and then in later Babylonian society as well. But when you have a language and you have a language that it's related to that you can read, or where you have a text in two different languages but it's the same text, then you're in a place where you can begin to translate it. That's what the Rosetta Stone does in ancient Egypt, because we have it in the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs, but we also have it in Greek. And that's why suddenly the code of the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs was cracked, because of the Rosetta Stone. Well, there isn't a Rosetta Stone for the Easter Island script or for the Indus Valley script. But I think in the case of the cuneiform, there was something similar, some context to place it in.
So the Easter Island, these enormous statues, one of the things that they found I don't know when they started doing this, they dug deeper and deeper and deeper and found out that the heads that are above the surface are just a tiny part of it. So do you think that it's just natural erosion that covered up everything else?
No.
You think it was purposely?
I think it's a very complicated issue. The issue of erosion, it's not so much erosion, it's the deposition of sediment. It's the deposition of sediment over time. And what we're looking at with these Easter Island heads, I was fortunate to know, there we are, and I was just going to say, I was fortunate to know Thor Heyerdahl, and there he is, in the blue safari suit, standing at the shoulder of the Easter Island Moai. And you can see that the dark bit is the bit that was above ground. Mm-hmm. And then they dig down, and they find that it goes down 30 feet underground, this enormous thing. And this is not as a result of being exposed by erosion. This had to be excavated in order to reveal it. Right. And the issue is, on this tiny island, how much? If this thing is only 700 years old, which is something that archaeologists often say, 700 or 1,000 years old, if it's only that old, how do you get 30 feet of sedimentation on this tiny island in just 700 years? It looks like a much longer period that would be required to create that depth of sedimentation.
So how much time do you think, has there been speculation, like if it just natural layers of sediment being dropped down, how long would it take to cover something?
Well, this is where I'd like to defer to the work of Dr. Robert Schoch, who's a brilliant expert in this field. We invited Robert Schoch to join us in season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse, but he declined. I think that's unfortunate, because I think Robert Schoch has done breakthrough work on Easter Island, and it's Robert Schoch who first realized that this is a problem. This deep burial of these statues by natural sedimentation is a problem. It's a chronological problem that speaks to these statues being much older than we imagine they are.
Is Robert Schoch declining because of the criticism that he received about the Temple of the Sphinx?
I'm not sure why.
Probably doesn't want to deal with it anymore.
I've always regarded Robert is a good friend, but he and I have not spoken since 2015. Well, I would love to speak to Robert, and
try not to talk to you.
And I take every opportunity to express my admiration for him. And Robert has been very brave. He's a credentialed geologist, and he has stuck his neck out on the Sphinx. And a lot of people want to cut his head off for doing that. And I appreciate his courage, and I appreciate his openness of mind and his willingness to get into this. But I don't know, somewhere between 2013 we were still good friends. We traveled to Gunung Padang together in 2013.
What year did you do the podcast, Jamie? He did our podcast.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
Yeah.
I want to say it was around 2015, 2016.
Yeah.
6 years ago? Okay. So 2018. Maybe that's why I stopped being your friend.
No, I don't know why it is. Maybe I did something that offended him. Sometimes I can be very unpleasant and can be very angry.
You're a nice guy.
Well, we're all nice guys, but we all have a dark side, and sometimes I am very harsh and very I don't think I was with Robert. I don't understand what the problem is between us. He and I disagree over the cause of the Younger Dryas cataclysm. Robert Schock believes that it was a massive solar outburst that brought this catastrophe about, and he focuses on the end of the Younger Dryas, 11,600 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I'm more of the view that the Comet Research Group is right, and that we're looking at the effect of largely of airbursts of large cometary fragments right across the surface of the Earth, which caused the Younger Dryas.
Why are they mutually exclusive?
But I don't see why. No, I don't see why they're mutually exclusive. I don't see why one has to write off the other. What we both agree on is that the Younger Dryas, between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago, was an extraordinary global cataclysm, which changed everything, which extinguished all the megafauna of the Ice Age. We agree on that, and we agree that it likely wiped out a lost civilization of the Ice Age as well. We disagree on the mechanism, but I don't see why we shouldn't be friends for that. So, Robert, if you're listening, please let's work together, because we have many common enemies, and this is one of the problems with the alternative side is that there's a lot of infighting in the alternative side, and everybody's scrambling for their own bit of turf. Whereas the archaeological side, they're very unified in terms of attacking what they call pseudo-archaeology. They work as a team, and that teamwork makes them very efficient. We're very inefficient on the alternative side.
Well, I'm assuming, if I shouldn't be assuming, but I'm assuming it's the criticism. He probably wants to keep his job, and he said everything he wants to say. And
I'm not sure. I think Robert is open to doing television. The fact is, we invited him to come to Israel and to give his point of view, and he declined, and therefore he must have a strong reason to do that.
Oh, I hope he still loves you. But
I hope so too.
Has anybody speculated about how much time it would take to cover those Easter Island statues with sediment?
Thousands of years.
Thousands.
Shocks for you. Yeah.
Thousands
of
of
years.
years. 30 feet of dirt.
Mm-hmm. Remember, it's a small island.
Right.
It's in the middle of the Pacific Ocean.
Right.
It's 2,000 miles from Tahiti and 2,000 miles from the coast of Peru.
It just seems strange that there's so many of those statues in this one area too. Like, what did
Hundreds
that
of them.
island
Hundreds of
signify? Like, why did they do that?
Well, it's what it calls itself. Te Pitu o Te Henua, the navel of the earth. It calls itself the navel of the earth, and it's not the only place. Delphi in Greece calls itself the navel of the earth. Heliopolis in Egypt, close to Giza, was a navel of the earth. Angkor Wat in Cambodia is a navel of the earth. Göbekli Tepe means the navel, the hill of the navel. This notion of navels of the earth, I think it's connected to an ancient geodetic survey of the earth, that there were certain anchor points that lines of longitude were drawn from by a civilization that didn't have our tech, didn't have our iPhones, but did explore the world, did sail the oceans. And I'm not surprised that we haven't found their ships, since we haven't found the ships for those who sailed to Australia or for those who sailed to Cyprus either. But it had abilities that we do not attribute to period of that time, and those abilities included the ability to calculate longitude, something that our civilization didn't crack until the 18th century. I suggest it's only a theory that these multiple navels of the earth around the world were fixed points on the earth where longitude connections were made. They were established places. So I do not think it's an accident that Angkor Wat is 72 degrees of longitude east of Giza. because that number 72 occurs in ancient myths all around the world and is strongly connected to this phenomenon called precession of the equinoxes, which, first of all, it changes the pole star. At the moment, the Earth wobbles on its axis, but it's a very slow wobble over 26,000 years. It changes the pole star. Now it's Polaris. In the past, it was Tuban. In the past, it was Draco. But now it's Polaris, because the extended north pole of the Earth is spiraling in the heavens, and it's pointing at different bits of space over a roughly 26,000 year period, 25,920 years to be exact. 1 degree of precession takes 72 years to unfold. That's why the fact that the relationship of the Great Pyramid to the Earth being on the scale of 1 to 43,200 is interesting. If it was on the scale of 1 to 57,000, I couldn't care less. But 43,200 is one of those numbers that we find in mythology and traditions all around the world. There's very solid scholarly backing for this in a book I've mentioned to you before, which is called Hamlet's Mill by Giorgio de Santillana and Hertha von Deschen. Giorgio was professor of history of science at MIT. They draw attention to this, that there appears to have been a very ancient knowledge of this obscure astronomical phenomenon, which our culture attributes to the Greeks and thinks only goes back a couple of thousand years. Santillana and von Deschen were of the view that it goes back to what they called some almost unbelievable ancestor civilization of the remote past.
How could they even know that that was happening? Like, by what method could they make those calculations that the Earth wobbles on its axis every 26,000 years? Like,
you have to observe for more than one human lifetime. You've got to keep observing.
And then extrapolate the wobble?
Well, you may have to observe for hundreds of years in order to conclude that it's a wobble is another thing. But to conclude that the skies are changing at a regular fixed rate, that's going to take observation over a few hundred years. 72 years is one human lifetime. In that 72 years, the precessional shift would be the equivalent of the width of your finger held up to the horizon. Very hard to note. But if you extend it for several hundred years, it'll be very clear that something is going on. And what's going on is the constellation that rises behind the sun, particularly notable at key moments of the year: the summer and winter solstice and the spring and autumn equinox. And the age in which we live, as anybody, of course astrology is another one of those things that archaeologists despise, but as anybody who follows astrology will know, we live in the dawning of the age of Aquarius, and that's because the sun on the spring equinox is, within the next 150 years, is going to move entirely out of Pisces, where it sits at the moment, and is going to move into Aquarius. The age of Pisces, with Pisces housing the sun on the spring equinox, began around the time of Christ, about just over 2,000 years ago. Before that, it was the age of Aries. We have all this ram symbolism in ancient Egypt at that time. Before that, it was the age of Taurus, constellation of Taurus housing the sun. All of this is a process that unfolds at the rate of 1 degree every 72 years. So when I find that the Great Pyramid models the Earth on a scale of 1 to 43,200, which is 72 times 600, I wake up and I think this is interesting. And when I find that Angkor, one navel of the Earth, is separated from Giza, another navel of the Earth, by 72 degrees of longitude, that rings another bell. And I think that's something curious and worthy of exploration.
I think we also, when we talk about ancient people studying the sky, we think of the sky today. And our sky, unfortunately, is burdened by light pollution almost everywhere. Anywhere there's civilization, it's very difficult to see the stars.
Very difficult.
Whereas they had none of that, and they were in constant awe of this thing that they could see every night. And they probably had a very detailed understanding of where everything was, you know, in a way that you're...
Far more detailed than most people have today.
Right, because we don't have access to it unless you're in, like, deep wilderness. And with a clear night sky.
The presence of the sky in our lives, if we're living in a city, is close to zero.
Yeah.
It's not zero, but it's close to zero.
Bizarre.
Yeah.
It's a bizarre detachment that is propagated by technology.
Oh, very, very much so.
It's very weird, right? Because it's actually dangerous for us.
Yeah.
Because I think it makes us disconnected from the idea that we're connected totally to the universe, and that feeling of awe that you get when you see a completely star-filled night. I've talked about this before, but I'll say it again. I was in the observatory in the Big Island, Hawaii.
Mhm.
And when you go up to the Keck Observatory, the sky, you go through the clouds. And when you get up to the top and you look, you can't believe that you could see it.
Mm.
You can't believe it. I've been there 3-4 times. Only once did we really catch it. The last time was pretty good, but one time we caught it perfectly where there was no moon in the sky and the sky was completely clear, and it was astounding.
Astounding.
You feel like it's a windshield and you are on a spaceship and you're flying through
Yeah.
deep space. You see stars everywhere, which
That's a
is
beautiful way to put it. That's exactly what we are.
We're in a convertible.
Yeah.
We're in a convertible spaceship flying through the universe. That's really what it is. And you don't see it every day because of light pollution. And I think it's one of the saddest things about our culture. It's incredible that you can go out at night and you can see and, you know, drive and go to your favorite restaurant, go to the movies and all kinds of nice stuff. But what we're trading off is literally our connection to this insanely beautiful thing
Yeah.
that hypnotizes you with its awe. It just, you look at this, if you get to go camping on a night where you see everything, it's incredible. It's one of the greatest things you could ever see.
Yeah.
And
I
it
agree.
used to be there for everybody, and it used to be how they lived their life.
It was an ever-present reality.
Yeah.
It was impossible to avoid it, and that is why it's so crazy to say that the phenomenon like precession wasn't discovered until the Greeks about 2,200 years ago, because the ancients were living with those skies for thousands and thousands of years before, and they were paying very close attention to them. There's strong evidence that the constellations of the zodiac were not inventions of the Greeks either. I mean, in a sense, the constellations aren't inventions because they happen to be on the path of the sun. The zodiac are the constellations which roughly are in the place in the sky that the sun occupies through the course of the year. That's why we see them. But there's increasing evidence that the Greeks inherited that, and that the knowledge was very early, and it may well go back into the Upper Paleolithic. There's this incredible figure of Taurus in the Hall of Bulls at Lascaux cave in France, one of those cave paintings, which shows the stars of the Pleiades above the shoulder of the bull, exactly where they should be.
What is the oldest version of astrology that we have?
Well, again, you have the official position on this, and you have the unofficial.
What's the
position.
official position?
Well, the official position is that it's something that developed during the time of the late Mesopotamians and the Greeks. This notion that somehow there was a connection between the sky, events in the sky and what happens to us. But I think it's much older than that. I think the idea that the sky in some way determines our destinies is a very ancient idea, not a recent idea. And it kind of makes sense. I mean, it's weird to think this. I don't mean to be selfish to the human race, but we would not be here. No human beings would be here if it were not for that whole vast universe out there. It would be wrong to say that the universe exists so that we can be.
Right.
But the fact is, we would not be. We're part of that huge cosmos. And you're right. It's forgetting that we're part of the cosmos, or regarding the cosmos as something that we must conquer, which is the modern mindset, which is most unhelpful.
Yeah, I've always been fascinated by astrology, not like the newspaper astrology, like you're a Cancer, so that means this. But the idea that the time you were born, the place on Earth you were born, where you were conceived, that all these play a factor in your personality, and that this was somehow or another mapped out by people thousands and thousands of years ago. I know a lot of people like to dismiss it as myth, and I've been one of those people, but part of me wonders if there is some sort of an impact that, look, we know that the gravity from the moon affects the tides. We know that we are mostly water. We know that there's some sort of an effect that planets and gravity and stars must have on the entirety of the universe. Yeah. And the idea that these very bizarre biological entities, that their personalities and their existences in some way motivated, shaped, or at least influenced by the position in the stars in which they were born, is very interesting. Because people studied that shit for a long time. If there was nothing to it, Why would they? Why have so many generations of people studied it?
I think it's a good question.
And what was the root of it? Like, how the hell did they figure that out?
Well, it must come from a place where we feel connected to the universe.
Yeah.
And we feel that the universe influences us directly.
Right.
Not the way we look at it at the moment as sort of something out there that doesn't mean much to us, except that we're going to conquer it with spaceships.
Right.
You know, and go to the moon, go to planets, and things like that. But to see it as an ever-present reality. We understand that we're affected by the climate on planet Earth. We understand we're affected by the weather, by the oceans, by the winds. They affect us. They affect our personalities. So why shouldn't we be affected by the broader universe that surrounds us?
Yeah, it does make sense, but I've never heard anybody explain it. No, have you ever talked to like a legitimate, air quotes, astrologer?
No, I haven't. It's not been a central focus for me. My central focus has more been on the evidence for really precise ancient astronomy. Particularly amongst the ancient Egyptians, but also fantastically advanced amongst the Maya in Mexico as well. And we have a big focus on the Maya in season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse. And I was fortunate, blessed, to have a brilliant archaeologist, Ed Barnhart, who joined me there in Palenque. And he's not sneering at me. He doesn't agree with everything I say. He's very clear on that. But he's not sneering at me. He feels that there's something useful being contributed by this approach.
And so is it generally agreed that there is a connection between the methods or the design of the construction and the correlation between star systems?
I don't follow the question quite.
Is it agreed by archaeologists that the reason why these things are constructed in a very specific direction and a very specific design, that it is mirroring the cosmos?
I think that archaeologists are very reluctant to accept the broader idea. They are willing, they can hardly deny that some structures are specifically aligned to the equinoctial rising point of the sun, in other words, due east, and other structures are aligned to the rising or the setting of the sun on the summer or the winter solstice. That cannot be denied. Serpent Mound in Ohio is a classic example of that. Which is oriented precisely to the setting sun on the winter solstice. But the broader idea that, for example, positions of stars in the sky might be replicated on the ground, that's an idea that archaeology completely rejects. And that's where I would like to pay tribute to my dear friend Robert Brevall, who's been very ill for the last many years. But Robert Brevall brought us the Orion correlation. And my God, did archaeology descend upon him like a ton of bricks for just noticing that the 3 great pyramids of Giza are laid out on the ground in the pattern of the 3 stars of Orion's belt. And then when we work precession into the equation, we find that they're not laid out in the pattern of Orion's belt as it looked in 2500 BC when the pyramids are supposed to have been built. They're laid out in the pattern of Orion's belt in 10,500 BC, 12,500 years ago. So it's like a marker on the Giza Plateau, speaking to that age, just as Pillar 43 at Göbekli Tepe speaks to that age in the astronomical diagram on that pillar.
Which also means that they would have been aligned 35,000 years ago as well.
Yeah, that's right, because it's a cycle.
Yeah.
It goes back.
Then the Sphinx is another one of those, right?
Yeah, the Sphinx is another one. The Sphinx aligned with, it was looking at the rising sun, and behind it the constellation of Leo 12,500 years ago. But if you go back 26,000 years before that, you'll find the same alignment occurring. It's a cycle. It's not a one-off event. It's a cycle that occurs every 26,000 years.
It's a mind-blower.
It's a mind-blower, and that's why John Anthony West, who I'm so glad you had him on your show
Had him on a couple times. Yeah.
before he passed. He was such a genius and such a funny guy.
I recommend that to everybody. That Magical Egypt, the 2 DVD series that he had, they're amazing.
Yeah,
absolutely. My wife hated them because I was watching them so often. She's like, you watch this Egypt thing again? I couldn't stop. Yeah. I probably watched it 30 times.
He was an absolute genius. And John was of the view that the Sphinx is more than 30,000 years old, rather than just 12,500 years old.
Well, that's what aligns so interestingly with Robert Schoch's analysis of the water erosion.
Mm-hmm.
That this is thousands of years of rainfall.
Yeah. That's the really important matter that Robert Schoch has brought to the table, which no other person has dared to do. Now, John Anthony West started that process. He was aware of a problem in the weathering of the Sphinx, but he wasn't quite sure what the problem was. He was following up some writings by a scholar called Schwaller de Lubix back in the 1920s or 1930s, who'd said something about water weathering on the Sphinx. And so John brought Robert Schoch there to Giza, and Robert Schoch immediately recognized the weathering patterns on the Sphinx as the result of heavy rainfall, exposure to heavy rainfall for thousands of years. And you have to go back to the Younger Gyges to get that kind of heavy rainfall in Giza, hence the notion that the Sphinx geologically, whatever else we may say about it, is 12,000 plus years old. And it was courageous of Robert to do that. He put his own career in jeopardy, just like anybody who sticks their neck out in this field does. He put his own career in jeopardy by standing up for a much older Sphinx, and I just hugely respect him for doing that.
I also thought it was really fascinating that he showed images, cropped images of this water erosion to other geologists, and they all agreed it was water erosion until they figured out where it was.
There you go.
And they're like, I'm not signing off on that.
That's right.
Because it's just too controversial.
Yeah, they circle the wagons at a certain point and
Go out to your career.
Yeah. Most unfortunately.
Well, we are very fortunate that you're out there, buddy.
Thank you.
We really are.
Thank you.
I love your show. I love you. You're always fun to talk to.
Can I say
Appreciate you very much.
a couple of things about the show?
Sure, please.
First of all, thank you to the viewers of Season 1 of Ancient Apocalypse. And I hope you'll enjoy Season 2. I hope we're bringing really important new information to the table. And a special request, if you do like it, please give it a thumbs up on Netflix. Season 2 is all about the Americas. Secondly, I will be doing a speaking event in the US. It'll be the only speaking event that I do in 2025, and that's going to be in Sedona, 19th and 20th of April 2025.
That's a good place for it, all those freaks.
Yeah, 19th and 20th of April 2025, and it's going to be called The Fight for the Past, because I believe that's what's going on here. So I hope that people will enjoy the show and express that enjoyment. That would be really, really helpful.
I know they will. I know they will.
And the final thing I want to say is thank you to Keanu Reeves. Thank you to Keanu Reeves for joining me on the show. Keanu reached out to me some years ago because he's making this incredible comic book series called Berserker, B-R-Z-R-K-R, about an immortal warrior who's born 80,000 years ago. The big question for me, and that's the power of a god and cannot be killed. And back, I think, in at least 2 years ago, Keanu
Graham Hancock.
some advice, some historical advice on where in the
We have
world
another one,
such an
Lex
individual,
Friedman.
have
Came out
been
2 days
born
ago.
80,000 years ago. And we talked about that, and we exchanged emails, and then we had some nice Zoom conversations together.
That's cool.
And I sensed that this is a very open-minded, very curious, very interesting person. So when we were doing season 2, I did ask him, would you join me and speak about this and speak about your curiosity of the past? And he knew what he was up against. Actually, just before Keanu and I spent a day together.
Why did it take so long? Why did we wait until after 12,000 years ago, really after 10,000 years ago, to start seeing the beginnings of civilization?
The following is a conversation with Graham Hancock, a journalist and author who for over 30 years has explored the controversial possibility that there existed a lost civilization during the last ice age, and that it was destroyed in a global cataclysm some 12,000 years ago. He is the presenter of the Netflix documentary series Ancient Apocalypse, the second season of which has just been released, and it's focused on the distant past of the Americas, a topic I recently discussed with the archaeologist Ed Barnhart. Let me say that Ed represents the kind of archaeologist, scholar I love talking to on the podcast. Extremely knowledgeable, humble, open-minded, and respectful in disagreement. I'll do many more podcasts on history, including ancient history. Our distant past is full of mysteries, and I find it truly exciting to explore those mysteries with people both on the inside and the outside of the mainstream in the various disciplines involved. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Graham Hancock. Let's start with a big foundational idea that you have about human history, that there was an advanced Ice Age civilization that came before and perhaps seeded what people now call the six cradles of civilization: Mesopotamia, Egypt, India, China, Andes, and Mesoamerica. So let's talk about this idea that you have. You at the highest possible level describe it.
It would be better to describe it as a foundational sense of puzzlement and incompleteness in the story that we are taught about our past, which envisages more or less, there have been a few ups and downs, but more or less straightforward evolutionary progress. We start out as hunter-foragers, then we become agriculturalists. The hunter-forager phase could go back hundreds of thousands of years. I mean, this is where it's also important to mention that anatomically modern humans were not the only humans. We had Neanderthals from, I don't know, 400,000 years ago to about 40,000 years ago. They were certainly human because anatomically modern humans interbred with them, and we carry Neanderthal genes. There were the Denisovans, maybe 300,000 to perhaps even as recently as 30,000 years ago. And again, interbreeding took place. They're obviously a human species. So, you know, we've got this background of humans who didn't look quite like us. And then we have anatomically modern humans. And I think the earliest anatomically modern human skeletal remains are from Jebel Hood in Morocco and date to about 310,000 years ago. So the question is, what were our ancestors doing after that? And I think we can include the Neanderthals and the Denisovans in that general picture. And why did it take so long? This is one of the puzzles, one of the questions that bother me. Why did it take so long when we have creatures who are physically identical to us? We cannot actually weigh and measure their brains, but from the work that's been done on the crania, it looks like they have the same brains that we do, with the same wiring. So if we've been around for 300,000 plus years at least, and if ultimately in our future was the process to create civilization or civilizations, why didn't it happen sooner? Why did it take so long? Why was it such a long time? Even the story of anatomically modern humans has kept on changing. I remember a time when it was said that there hadn't been anatomically modern humans before 50,000 years ago. And then it became 196,000 years ago with the findings in Ethiopia, and then 310,000 years ago. There's a lot of missing pieces in the puzzle there. But the big question for me in that timeline is, why didn't we do it sooner? Why did it take so long? Why did we wait until after 12,000 years ago, really after 10,000 years ago, to start seeing the beginnings, what are selected as the beginnings of civilization in places like Turkey, for example? And then there's a relatively slow process of adopting agriculture, and by 6,000 years ago, we see ancient Sumer emerging as a civilization. And we're then in the pre-dynastic period in ancient Egypt as well, 6,000 years ago, beginning to see definite signs of what will become the dynastic civilization of Egypt about 5,000 years ago. And interestingly, round about the same time, you have the Indus Valley civilization popping up out of nowhere. And by the way, the Indus Valley civilization was a lost civilization until the 1920s, when railway workers accidentally stumbled across some ruins. I've been to Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, and these are extraordinarily beautifully centrally planned cities. Clearly they're the work of an already sophisticated civilization. One of the things that strikes me about the Indus Valley civilization is that we find a steatite seal of an individual seated in a recognizable yoga posture. And that seal is 5,000 years old. And the yoga posture is Mula Bandhasana, which involves a real contortion of the ankles and twisting the feet back. It's an advanced yoga posture. So there it is 5,000 years ago. And that then raises the question, well, how long did yoga take to get to that place when it was already so advanced 5,000 years ago? What's the background to this? China, the Yellow River civilization. Again, it's around about the same period, 5,000 to 6,000 years ago. You get these first signs of something happening. So it's very odd that all around the world, we have this sudden upsurge of civilization about 6,000 years ago, preceded by what seems like a natural evolutionary process that would lead to a civilization, and yet certain ideas being carried down and manifested and expressed in many of these different civilizations. I just find that whole idea very puzzling and very disturbing, especially when I look at this radical break that takes place in not just the human story, but the story of all life on Earth, which was the last great cataclysm that the Earth went through, which was the Younger Dryas event. It was an extinction level event. That's when all the great megafauna of the Ice Age went extinct. It's after that event that we start seeing this, what are taken to be the beginnings of the first gradual steps towards civilization. We come out of the Upper Paleolithic as it's defined, the old end of the Old Stone Age, and into the Neolithic. And that's when the wheels are supposedly set in motion to start civilization rolling. But what happened before that, and why did that suddenly happen then? And I can't help feeling, and I've felt this for a very long while, that there are major missing pieces in our story. It's often said that I'm claiming to have proved that there was an advanced lost civilization in the Ice Age, and I am not claiming to have proved that. That is a hypothesis that I am putting forward to answer some of the questions that I have about prehistory. I think it's worthwhile to inquire into those possibilities, because the Younger Dryas event was a massive global cataclysm, whatever caused it, it's strange that just after it we start seeing these first signs.
So the current understanding in mainstream archaeology is that after the Younger Dryas is when the civilizations popped up in different places of the globe with a lot of similarities, but they popped up independently.
Yeah, independently and by coincidence. And by coincidence, those big civilizations that we all remember as the first civilizations, Sumer, Egypt, the Indus Valley Civilization, China, they all pop up at pretty much the same time. That is the mainstream view.
And they don't just pop up, they kind of build up gradually. First there's some settlements.
Oh, definitely, yes.
And then there's different dynamics of how they build up, and the role of agriculture in that is also non-obvious, but it's just there's first a kind of settlement, a stabilization of where the people are living, then they start using agriculture, then they start getting urban centers and that kind of stuff.
It seems like an entirely reasonable argument. Everything about that makes sense. There is no doubt that we're seeing evolutionary progress, social evolution taking place in those thousands of years before Sumer emerges. But what's happening now, really, I spent much of the 90s and the late 1980s investigating this issue of a lost civilization. I wrote a series of books about it. But by 2002, when I published a book called Underworld, which was the most massive and most heavy book that I've ever written, because I was writing very defensively at the time. By the time I finished that book, my wife Santha and I spent 7 years scuba diving all around the world, looking for structures underwater, often led by local fishermen or local divers, to anomalies that they'd seen underwater. By the time that book was finished, I thought, actually, I've done this story. I've walked the walk. I really don't have much more to say about it. And I turned in another direction, and I wrote a book called Supernatural: Meetings with the Ancient Teachers of Mankind, recently retitled Visionary. And that was about the role of, fundamentally, about the role of psychedelics in the evolution of human culture. And I didn't think that I would go back to the lost civilization issue. But Göbekli Tepe in Turkey kept on forcing itself upon me. The more and more discoveries there, the 11,600-year date from Enclosure D, which is the two largest megalithic pillars. And I reached a point where I realized I have to get back in the water, and I have to investigate this again. And Göbekli Tepe was a game changer, but I think it's a game changer for everything, because Göbekli Tepe, the extraordinary nature of it, we're looking at a major megalithic site, which is at least 5,500 years older than, say, Gigantea in Malta, which was previously considered to be the oldest megalithic site in the world. And this led, of course, to a huge amount of interest and attention, both from the Turkish government, who see the tourism potential of having the world's oldest megalithic site, and from archaeologists. And this in turn has led to exploration and excavation throughout the region. And what they're finding throughout that whole region around Göbekli Tepe, and going down into Syria and further down into the Jordan Valley as far as Jericho, and even across a bit of the Mediterranean into Cyprus, is what Turkish archaeologists are now calling the Tas Tepeler civilization. They're calling it a civilization, the Stone Hills civilization, with very definite identifying characteristics: semi-subterranean circular structures, the use of T-shaped megalithic pillars, sometimes not anywhere near as big as those at Göbekli Tepe. It's clear that Göbekli Tepe now was not the beginning of this process. It was actually, in a way, the end of this process. It was the summation of everything that Stone Hills civilization had achieved. But what is becoming clear is that this is a period before the foundation of Göbekli Tepe. As far as we know, that date of 11,600 years ago is the oldest date for Göbekli Tepe. But of course, there's a lot of Göbekli Tepe still underground, so we can't say for sure that that's the oldest, but it's the oldest so far excavated. What we're seeing is that in that whole region around there was something was in motion, and it began to go into motion round about the beginning of the Younger Dryas, and this is where these two dates are really important. The Younger Dryas, I'll round the figures off, begins around 12,800 years ago, and it ends around 11,600 years ago. So Göbekli Tepe's construction date, if it is 11,600 years ago, if they don't find older materials, marks the end of the Younger Dryas. But the beginning of the Younger Dryas, we're already seeing the stirrings of the kind of culture that manifests in full form at Göbekli Tepe. And after the construction of Göbekli Tepe, in fact, even during the construction of Göbekli Tepe, we see agriculture beginning to be adopted. The people who created Göbekli Tepe were all hunter-foragers at the beginning. But by the time Göbekli Tepe was finished, and it was definitely, deliberately finished, closed off, closed down, deliberately buried, covered with earth, covered with rubble, and then topped off with a hill, which is why Göbekli Tepe is called what it is. Göbekli Tepe means pot-bellied hill, or the hill of the navel. For a long time, Göbekli Tepe was thought to be just a hill that looked a bit like a pot-belly.
Can you say how it was discovered? I think this is one of the most fascinating things on Earth, period. So maybe can you say what it is and how it was discovered?
Well, Göbekli Tepe is, first of all, the oldest fully elaborated megalithic site that we know of anywhere in the world. It doesn't mean that older ones won't be found, but it is the oldest so far found. The part of the site that's been excavated, which is a tiny percentage of the whole site, we do know. My first visit to Göbekli Tepe was in 2013, and Dr. Klaus Schmidt, the late Dr. Klaus Schmidt, who died a year later, was very generous to me and showed me around the site for over a period of 3 days. And he explained to me that they've already used ground-penetrating radar on the site, and they know that there's much more Göbekli Tepe still underground. So anything is possible in terms of the dating of Göbekli Tepe. But what we have at the moment is a series of almost circular but not quite circular enclosures, which are walled with relatively small stones, and then inside them you have pairs of megalithic pillars. And the archetypal part of that site is enclosure D, which contains the two largest upright megaliths, about 18 feet tall and reckoned to weigh somewhere in the range of 20 tons, if I have my memory correct. They're substantial, hefty pieces of stone. It isn't some kind of extraordinary feat to create a 20-foot tall or 20-ton megalith, nor is it an extraordinary feat to move it. There's nothing magical or really weird about that. Human beings can do that and always have. Besides, the quarry for the megaliths is right there. It's within 200 meters of the main enclosure. So that's not a mystery. But the mystery is why suddenly this new form of architecture, this massive megalithic pillars appear. And the pillars, one of the things that interests me about the pillars is their alignment, and there is good work that's been done which suggests that enclosure D aligns to the rising of the star Sirius, and the rising points of the star Sirius appear to be mapped by the other enclosures, which are all oriented in slightly different directions. It was the work entirely of hunter-foragers, but by the time Göbekli Tepe was completed, agriculture was being introduced and was taking place there. Now, you asked how Göbekli Tepe was found. The answer to that is that there was a survey of that pot-bellied hill in the 1960s by some American archaeologists, and they were absolutely looking for Stone Age material, for material from the Paleolithic. And they had found some Paleolithic flints, upper Paleolithic flints around there, so it looked like a good place to look. But then they noticed, sticking out of the side of the hill, some very finely cut stone, bits of very large and very finely cut stone. And looking at that, the workmanship was so good that those archaeologists were confident that it had nothing to do with the Stone Age. And they thought they were looking at perhaps some Byzantine remains. And they abandoned the site and never looked at it further. And it wasn't until the German Archaeological Institute got involved, and particularly Klaus Schmidt, who I think was a genius, had real insight into this, and started to dig at Göbekli Tepe, that they realized what they'd found, that they'd found potentially the oldest megalithic site in the world. And they'd found it at a place where agriculture, according to the established historical timeline, that's where agriculture, at any rate in Europe and Western Asia, begins. It begins in Anatolia, in Turkey, and then it gradually disseminates westward from there.
And yet the understanding is it was created by hunter-gatherers.
It was created by hunter-gatherers. Yeah. There was no agriculture 11,600 years ago in Göbekli Tepe. But by the time Göbekli Tepe was decommissioned, and I use that word deliberately, was closed down and buried, agriculture was all around it. And this was agriculture of people who knew how to cultivate plants.
Do we have an understanding when it was turned into if I could say, a time capsule? So protected by forming a mound around
Yes.
it. Is it around that similar time?
It stood from roughly 11,600 years ago to about 10,400 years ago, to about 8,400 BC. So around 1,200 years it was there, and it continued to be elaborated as a site. And while it was being elaborated as a site, we see agriculture, I'm going to use the word, being introduced. There'd been no sign of it before, and suddenly it's there. And to me, that's another of the mysteries about Göbekli Tepe. And then, with the new work that's being done, we realize that it's part of a much wider phenomenon, which spreads across an enormous distance. The puzzling thing is that after Göbekli Tepe, there almost seems to be a decline. Things fall down again, and then we enter this long, slow process of the Neolithic. Thousands of years, gradual developments, until we come to ancient Sumer and Mesopotamia. But agriculture has taken a firm root right there. Actually, one of the things, I'll just say this in passing, when I talk about a lost civilization introducing ideas to people, I'm often accused of stealing credit from the indigenous people who had those ideas in the first place. So I do find it slightly hypocritical that archaeology fully accepts that the idea of agriculture was introduced to Western Europe from Turkey, and that Western Europeans didn't invent agriculture. It was absolutely introduced by Anatolian farmers who traveled west. So the notion of dissemination of ideas perhaps shouldn't be so annoying to archaeologists as it is.
And perhaps we should also state, if we look at the entirety of history of hominids, humans or hominids have been explorers. I didn't even know this when I was preparing for this.
Yeah.
Looking at Homo erectus.
Yeah.
1.9 million years ago.
Absolutely.
Almost right away, they spread out through the whole world. And we, Homo sapiens, evolved from them. And we should also mention, since we're talking about sort of controversial debates going on, as I understand, there's still debates about the dynamics of all that was going on there, like we mentioned in Africa, that it's, I think the current understanding, we didn't come from one particular point of Africa, that there's multiple locations,
this is the out of Africa theory. I think
Yes.
it's more than a theory. It's really strongly evidenced. Why? Because we're part of the great ape family, and it's an African family.
Yeah.
There's no doubt that human beings, our deep origins are in Africa. But then there, as you rightly say, there were these very early migrations out of Africa by species that are likely ancestral to anatomically modern humans, including definitely Homo erectus and the astonishingly distant travels that they undertook. Yes, I think there is an urge to explore in all of humanity. I think there is an urge to find out what's around the next corner, what's over the brow of the next hill. And I think that goes very deep into human character, and I think it was being manifested in those early adventures of people who left Africa and traveled all around the world, and then settling in different parts of the world. I think a lot of anatomically modern human evolution took place outside Africa as well, not only in Africa.
So I guess the general puzzlement that you're filled with is, given that these creatures explore and spread and try out different environments, why did it take hundreds of thousands of years for them to develop complicated society settlements?
That's the first big question. Why did it take so long? And that raises in my mind a hypothesis, a possibility. Maybe it didn't take so long. Maybe things were happening that we haven't yet got hold of in the archaeological record, which await to be discovered. And of course, there are huge parts of the world that have not been studied at all by archaeology. But the fact that huge parts of the world have not been studied at all by archaeology is not on its own enough to suggest that we're missing a chapter in the human story. The reason that I come to that isn't only puzzlement about that 300,000-year gap. It's also to do with the fact that there's common iconography, there's common myths and traditions, and there's common spiritual ideas that are found all around the world. They're found amongst cultures that are geographically distant from one another, and that are also distant from one another in time. They don't necessarily occur at the same time. And this is where I think that archaeology is perhaps desperately needing a history of ideas as well as just a history of things. Because an idea can manifest again and again throughout the human story. So there are particular issues. For example, the notion of the afterlife destiny of the soul. What happens to us when we die? And believe me, when you reach my age, that's something you do think about. What happens? I used to feel immortal when I was in my 40s, but now that I'm 74, I definitely know that I'm not. Well, it would be natural for human beings all around the world to have that same feeling, that same idea. But why would they all decide that what happens to the soul after death is that it makes a leap to the heavens, to the Milky Way? That it makes a journey along the Milky Way, that there it is confronted by challenges, by monsters, by closed gates. The course of the life that person has lived will determine their destiny in that afterlife journey. And this idea, the path of souls, the Milky Way is called the path of souls. It's very strongly found in the Americas, right from South America through Mexico, through into North America, but it's also found in ancient Egypt, in ancient India, in ancient Mesopotamia, the same idea. And I don't feel that can be a coincidence. I feel that what we're looking at is an inheritance of an idea, a legacy that's been passed down from a remote common source to cultures all around the world, and then has taken on a life of its own within those cultures. So the remote common source would explain both the similarities and the differences in the expression of these ideas. The other thing, very puzzling thing, is this sequence of numbers that are a result of the precession of the equinoxes. At least I think that's the best theory to explain them. Here, I think it's important to pay tribute to the work of Giorgio de Santillana and Hertha von Deschend. Giorgio de Santillana was professor of history of science actually at MIT, where you're based, back in the 60s. And Hertha von Deschend was professor of the history of science at Frankfurt University. And they wrote an immense book in the 1960s called Hamlet's Mill. And Hamlet's Mill differs very strongly from established opinion on the issue of the phenomenon of precession, and I'll explain what precession is in a moment. Generally, it's held that it was the Greeks who discovered the precession. And the dating on that is put back not very far, maybe 2,300 years ago or so. Santillana and von Deschen are pointing out that knowledge of precession is much, much older than that, thousands of years older than that, and they do actually trace it, I think I'm quoting them pretty much correctly, to some almost unbelievable ancestor civilization. Reading that book was one of the several reasons that I got into this mystery in the first place. Okay, now, the precession of the equinoxes, to give it its full name, is results from the fact that our planet is the viewing platform from which we observe the stars. And our planet, of course, is rotating on its own axis at roughly 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. But what's less obvious is that it's also wobbling on its axis. And so if you imagine the extended north pole of the Earth pointing up at the sky, in our time, it's pointing at the star Polaris, and that is our pole star. But Polaris has not always been the pole star, precisely because of this wobble on the axis of the Earth. Other stars have occupied the pole position, and sometimes the extended north pole of the Earth points at empty space. There is no pole star. That's one of the obvious results of the wobble on the Earth's axis. The other one is that there are 12 well-known constellations in our time, the 12 constellations of the zodiac, that lie along what is referred to as the path of the sun. The Earth is orbiting the sun, and we are seeing what's behind it, what's in direct line with the sun in our view. And the zodiacal constellations all lie along the path of the sun. So at different times of the year, the sun will rise against the background of a particular zodiacal constellation. Today we live in the age of Pisces. And it's definitely not an accident that the early Christians used the fish as their symbol. This is another area where I differ from archaeology. I think the constellations of the zodiac were recognized as such much earlier than we suppose. Anyway, to get to the point, the key marker of the year, certainly in the northern hemisphere, was the spring equinox. The question was, what constellation is rising behind the sun? What constellation is housing the sun at dawn on the spring equinox? Right now it's Pisces. In another 150 years or so, it'll be Aquarius. We do live in the dawning of the age of Aquarius. Back in the time of the late ancient Egyptians, it was Aries, going back to the time of Ramesses or before. Before that, it was Taurus, and so on and so forth. It's backwards through the zodiac until 12,500 years ago, you come to the age of Leo, when the constellation of Leo houses the sun on the spring equinox. Now, this process unfolds very, 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 very slowly. The whole cycle, and it is a cycle, it repeats itself roughly every 26,000 years. Put a more exact figure on it, 25,920 years. That may be a convention. Some scholars would say it was a bit less than that, a bit more, but you're talking fractions. It's in that area, 25,920 years. To observe it, you really need more than one human lifetime, because it unfolds very, very slowly at a rate of 1 degree every 72 years. And the parallel that I often give is hold your finger up to the horizon, the distant horizon. The movement in one lifetime, in a period of 72 years, is about the width of your finger. It's not impossible to notice in a lifetime, but it's difficult. You've got to pass it on. And what seems to have happened is that some ancient culture, the culture that Santillana and von Deschen call some almost unbelievable ancestor culture, worked out the entire process of precession and selected the key numbers of precession, of which the most important number, the governing number, is the number 72. But we also have numbers related to the number 72. 72 plus 36 is 108. 108 divided by 2 is 54. These numbers are also found in mythology all around the world. There were 72 conspirators who were involved in killing the god Osiris in ancient Egypt and nailing him up in a wooden coffer and dumping him in the Nile. There are 432,000 in the Rig Vesa. 432,000 is a multiple of 72. At Angkor in Cambodia, for example, you have the bridge to Angkor Thom, and on that bridge you have figures on both sides, sculpted figures, which are holding the body of a serpent. That serpent is Vasuki, and what they're doing is they're churning the Milky Ocean. It's the same metaphor of churning and turning that's defined in the story of Hamlet's Mill and Waddy's Mill. There are 54 on each side. 54 plus 54 is 108. 108 is 72 plus 36. It's a precessional number, according to the work that Santillana and Van Deschen did. And the fascination with this number system and its discovery all around the world is one of the puzzles that intrigue me and suggests to me that we are looking at ancestral knowledge that was passed down and probably was passed down from a specific single common source at one time, but then was spread out very, very widely around the world.
So one of the defining ways that you approach the study of human history that I think contrasts with mainstream archaeology is you take this sort of astronomical symbolism and the relationship between humans and the stars very seriously.
I do, as I believe the ancients did.
I think it's important to sort of consider what humans would have thought about back then. Now we have a lot of distractions. We have social media, we can watch videos on YouTube or whatever. But back then, especially before sort of electricity, the stars is like the sexiest thing to talk about.
There's no light pollution.
There's no light pollution, so there's
the
you're
majesty of the heavens.
Every single night you're spending looking up at the stars, and you can imagine there's a lot of sort of status value to be the guy who's very good at studying the stars.
Yeah.
And sort of the scientists of the day.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's going to be these geniuses that emerge.
Yeah.
They're able to do two things. One, tell stories about the gods or whatever based on the stars. And then also, as we'll probably talk about, use the stars practically for navigation, for example.
Oh, yeah.
And so, like, it makes sense that the stars had primal importance for the ideas of the times, for the status, for religious explorations.
It was an ever-present reality.
Yes.
And it was bright, and it was brilliant, and it was full of lights. It's inconceivable that the ancients would not have paid attention to it. It was an overwhelming presence, and that's one of the reasons why I'm really confident that the constellations that we now recognize as the constellations of the zodiac were recognized much earlier, because it's hard to miss when you pay attention to the sky that the sun, over the course of the solar year, is month by month rising against the background of different constellations. And then there's a much longer process, the process of precession, which takes that journey backwards, and where we have a period of 2,160 years for each sign of the zodiac. I think it would have been hard for the ancients to have missed that. They might not have identified the constellations in exactly the same way we do today. That may well be a Babylonian or Greek convention, but that the constellations were there, I think was very clear, and that they were special constellations, unlike other ones higher up in the sky, which were not on the path of the sun, that people paid attention to.
Well, but detecting the precession of the equinox is hard, because especially they don't have any writing systems, they don't have any mathematical systems, so everything is told through words.
Yeah, they have. Let's not underestimate oral traditions. The oral traditions, that's something we've lost in our culture today. One of the things that happens with the written word is that you gradually lose your memory. Actually, there's a nice story from ancient Egypt about the god Thoth, the god of wisdom, who is very proud of himself because he has invented writing. Look at this gift, he says to a mythical pharaoh of that time. Look at the gift that I am giving humanity, writing. This is a wonderful thing. It'll enable you to preserve so much that you would otherwise lose. And the pharaoh in this story replies to him, no, you have not given us a wonderful gift. You have destroyed the art of memory. We will forget everything. Words will roam free around the world, not accompanied by any wise advice, to set them into context. And actually, that's a very interesting point. And we do know that cultures that still do have oral traditions are able to preserve information for very long periods of time. One thing I think is clear in any time, in any period of history, is human beings love stories. We love great stories. And one way to preserve information is to encode it, embed it in a great story. And so carefully done that actually it doesn't matter whether the storyteller knows that they're passing on that information or not. The story itself is the vehicle, and as long as it's repeated faithfully, the information contained within it will be passed on. And I do think this is part of the story of the preservation of knowledge.
So that's one of the reasons that you take myths seriously.
I take them very seriously, and the other many reasons, but I can't help being deeply impressed and deeply puzzled by the worldwide tradition of a global cataclysm within human memory. I mean, we know scientifically that there have been many cataclysms in the past, going back millions of years. I mean, the best known one, of course, is the KPG event, as it's now called, that made the dinosaurs extinct 65 million or 66 million years ago. But has there been such a cataclysm in the lifetime of the human species? Yeah, the Mount Toba eruption about 70,000 years ago was pretty bad. But a global cataclysm, the Younger Dryas, really ticks all the boxes as a worldwide disaster, which definitely involved sea level rise, both at the beginning and at the end of the Younger Dryas. It definitely involved the swallowing up of lands that previously had been above water. And I think it's an excellent candidate for this worldwide tradition of a global cataclysm, of which one of, but not the only, distinguishing characteristics was a flood, an enormous flood, and the submergence of lands that had previously been above water, underwater. The fact that this story is found all around the world suggests to me that the archaeological explanation is, look, people suffer local floods all the time. I mean, as we're talking, there's flooding in Florida, but I don't think anybody in Florida is going to make the mistake of believing that that's a global flood. They know it's local. But that's the argument largely of archaeology dealing with the flood myths, or that some local population experienced a nasty local flooding event and they decided to say that it affected the whole world. I'm not persuaded by that, particularly since we know there was a nasty epoch, the Younger Dryas, when flooding did occur and when the Earth was subjected to events cataclysmic enough to extinguish entirely the megafauna of the Ice Age.
So there is the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis that provides an explanation of what happened during this period that resulted in such rapid environmental change. So can you explain this hypothesis?
Yes. The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, YDIH for short, is not a lunatic fringe theory, as its opponents often attempt to write it off. It's the work of more than 60 major scientists working across many different disciplines, including archaeology and including oceanography as well. They are collectively puzzled by the sudden onset of the Younger Dryas, and by the fact that it is accompanied 12,800 years ago by a distinct layer in the earth. You can see it most clearly at Murray Springs in Arizona, for example. You can see it's about the width of a human hand, and there's a draw there that's been cut by flash flooding at some time, and that draw has revealed the sides of the draw, and you can see the cross section, and in the cross section is this distinct dark layer that runs through the earth, and it contains evidence of wildfires. There's a lot of soot in it. There are also nanodiamonds in it. There is shocked quartz in it. There is quartz that's been melted at temperatures in excess of 2,200 degrees centigrade. There are carbon microspherules. All of these are proxies for some kind of cosmic impact. I talked a moment ago about the extinction of the dinosaurs. Lewis and Walter Alvarez, who made that incredible discovery, initially their discovery was based entirely on impact proxies, just as the Younger Dryas is. There was no crater, and for a long time they were disbelieved because they couldn't produce a crater. But when they finally did produce that deeply buried Chicxulub crater, that's when people started to say, yeah, they have to be right. But they weren't relying on the crater. They were relying on the impact proxies. And they're the same impact proxies that we find in what's called the Younger Dryas boundary layer all around the world. So it's the fact that at the moment when the Earth tips into a radical climate shift, it's been warming up for at least 2,000 years before 12,800 years ago. People at the time must have been feeling a great sense of relief. You know, we've been living through this really cold time, but it's getting better. Things are getting better. And then suddenly, around 12,800 years ago, some might say 12,860 years ago, there's a massive global plunge in global temperatures, and the world suddenly gets as cold as it was at the peak of the Ice Age, and it's almost literally overnight. It's very, very, very rapid. Normally in an epoch when the Earth is going into a freeze, you would not expect sea levels to rise, but there is a sea level rise, a sudden one, right at the beginning of the Younger Dryas. And then you have this long frozen period from 12,800 to 11,600 years ago. And then equally dramatically and equally suddenly, the Younger Dryas comes to an end and the world very rapidly warms up, and you have a recognized pulse of meltwater at that time as the last of the glaciers collapse into the sea, called Meltwater Pulse 1b, around about 11,600 years ago. So this is a period which is very tightly defined. It's a period when we know that human populations were grievously disturbed. That's when the so-called Clovis culture of North America vanished entirely from the record during the Younger Dryas, and it's the time when the mammoths and the saber-toothed tigers vanished from the record as well.
Is there a good understanding of what happened geologically, whether there was an impact or not? Like, what explains this huge dip in temperature and then rise in temperature?
The abrupt cessation of the global meridional overturning circulation, of which the Gulf Stream is the best known part. The main theory that's been put forward up to now, and I don't dispute that theory at all, is that the sudden freeze was caused by the cutting off of the Gulf Stream, basically, which is part of the central heating system of our planet, so no wonder it became cold. But what's not really been addressed before is why that happened, why the Gulf Stream was cut, why a sudden pulse of meltwater went into the world ocean, and it was so much of it, and it was so cold that it actually stopped the Gulf Stream in its tracks. And that's where the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis offers a very elegant and very satisfactory solution to the problem. Now, the hypothesis, of course, is broader than that. Amongst the scientists working on it are, for example, Bill Napier, an astrophysicist and astronomer. They have assembled a great deal of evidence which suggests that the culprit in the Younger Dryas impact event or events was what we now call the torrid meteor stream, which the Earth still passes through twice a year. It's now about 30 million kilometers wide. It takes the Earth a couple of days to pass through it on its orbit. It passed through it in June, and it passes through it at the end of October. The suggestion is that the torrid meteor stream is the end product of a very large comet that entered the solar system round about 20,000 years ago, came in from the Oort cloud, got trapped by the gravity of the sun, and went into orbit around the sun, an orbit that crossed the orbit of the Earth. However, when it was one object, the likelihood of a collision with the Earth was extremely small. But as it started to do what all comets do, which was to break up into multiple fragments, because these are chunks of rock held together by ice, and as they warm up, they split and disintegrate and break into pieces. As it passed through that, its debris stream became larger and larger and wider and wider. And the theory is that 12,800 years ago, the Earth passed through a particularly dense part of the torrid meteor stream and was hit by multiple impacts all around the planet, certainly from the west of North America as far east as Syria. And that we are by and large not talking about impacts that would have caused craters, although there certainly were some. We're talking about airbursts. When an object is 100 or 150 meters in diameter and it's coming in very fast, into the Earth's atmosphere, it is very unlikely to reach the Earth. It's going to blow up in the sky. And the best known recent example of that is the Tunguska event in Siberia, which took place on the 30th of June 1908. The Tunguska event was, nobody disputes, it was definitely an airburst of a cometary fragment. And the date is interesting because the 30th of June is the height of the Beta Taurids. It's one of the two times when the Earth is going through a Taurid meteor stream. Well, luckily that part of Siberia wasn't inhabited, but 2,000 square miles of forest were destroyed. If that had happened over a major city, we would all be thinking very hard about objects out of the Taurid meteor stream and about the risk of cosmic impact. So the suggestion is that it wasn't one impact, it wasn't two impacts, it wasn't three impacts, it was hundreds of airbursts all around the planet, coupled with a number of bigger objects, which the scientists working on this think hit the North American ice cap largely. Some of them may also have hit the Northern European ice cap, resulting in that sudden, otherwise unexplained flood of meltwater that went into the world ocean and caused the cooling that then took place. But this was a disaster for life all over the planet. And it's interesting that one of the sites where they find the Younger Dryas boundary and where they find overwhelming evidence of an airburst and where they find all the shocked quartz, the carbon microspherules, the nanodiamonds, the trinitite and so on and so forth, all of those impact proxies are found at Abu Huraira. That was a settlement within 150 miles of Göbekli Tepe, and it was hit 12,800 years ago, and it was obliterated. Interestingly, it was re-inhabited by human beings within probably 5 years, but it was completely obliterated at that time. And it's difficult to imagine that the people who lived in that area would not have been very impressed by what they saw happening, by these massive explosions in the sky and the obliteration of Abu Huraira. Now, this is a theory. The Younger Dryas impact, it's a hypothesis actually, it's not even a theory. A theory is, I think, considered a higher level than a hypothesis. That's why it's the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. And of course it has many opponents, and there are many who disagree with it. And there have been a series of peer-reviewed papers that have been published supposedly debunking the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. One, I think, was in 2011. It was called a requiem for the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. And there's one just been published a few months ago or a year ago, called a complete refutation of the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, something like that, some lengthy title. So it's a hypothesis that has its opponents. And even within those of us who are looking at the alternative side of history, there are different points of view. Robert Schoch from Boston University, the geologist who demonstrated that the erosion on the Sphinx may well have been caused by exposure to a long period of very heavy rainfall. He doesn't go for the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. He fully accepts that the Younger Dryas was a global cataclysm and that the extinctions took place, but he thinks it was caused by some kind of massive solar outburst. So what everybody's agreed on is the Younger Dryas was bad. But there is dispute about what caused it. I personally have found the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis to be the most persuasive, which most effectively explains all the evidence.
How important is the impact hypothesis to your understanding of the Ice Age advanced civilizations? So is it possible to have another explanation for environmental factors that could have erased most of an advanced civilization during this period?
In a sense, it's not the impact hypothesis that is central to what I'm saying. It's the Younger Dryas that's central to what I'm saying. And the Younger Dryas required a trigger. Something caused it. I think the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, the notion that we're looking at a debris stream of a fragmenting comet, and we can still see that debris stream because it's still up there, and we still pass through it twice a year, is the best explanation. But I don't mind other explanations. It's good that there are other explanations. The Younger Dryas is a big mystery, and it's not a mystery that's been solved yet. And that word advanced civilization, this is another word that is easily misunderstood. And I've tried to make clear many, many times that when we consider the possibility of something like a civilization in the past, we shouldn't imagine that it's us. that it's something like us. We should expect it to be completely different from us, but that it would have achieved certain things. So amongst the clues that intrigue me are those precessional numbers that are found all around the world, and are a category of ancient maps called portolanos, which suddenly started to appear just after the crusade that entered Constantinople and sacked Constantinople. The portolanos suddenly start to appear. They're extremely accurate maps. Most of the ones that have survived are extremely accurate maps of the Mediterranean alone, but some of them show much wider areas. For example, on these portolano-style maps, you do find a depiction of Antarctica again and again. And another thing that these maps have in common is that many of the map makers state that they based their maps on multiple older source maps, which have not survived. These maps are intriguing because they have very accurate relative longitudes. Our civilization did not crack the longitude problem until the mid-18th century with Harrison's chronometer, which was able to keep accurate time at sea. So you could have the time in London and you could have the local time at sea at the same time, and then you could work out your longitude. There might be other ways of working out longitude as well, but there it is. The fact is, these portolanos have extremely accurate relative longitudes. Secondly, some of them show the world, to my eye, as it looked during the Ice Age. They show a much extended Indonesia and Malaysian peninsula, and the series of islands that make up Indonesia today are all grouped together into one landmass. And that was the case during the Ice Age. That was the Sunda Shelf. And the presence of Antarctica on some of these maps also puzzles and intrigues me and is not satisfactorily explained, in my view, by archaeology, which says, oh, those map makers, they felt that the world needed something underneath it to balance it, so they put a fictional landmass there. I don't think that makes sense. I think somebody was mapping the world during the last Ice Age, but that doesn't mean that they had our kind of tech. It means that they were following that exploration instinct, that they knew how to navigate. They'd been watching the stars for thousands of years before. They knew how to navigate, and they knew how to build seagoing ships. And they explored the world, and they mapped the world. Those maps were made a very, very long time ago. Some of them, I believe, were likely preserved in the Library of Alexandria. I think even then they were being copied and recopied. We don't know exactly what happened to the Library of Alexandria, except that it was destroyed. I suggest it's likely this was during the period of the Roman Empire. I suggest it's likely that some of those maps were taken out of the library and taken to Constantinople, and that's where they were liberated during the Crusade and entered world culture again and started to be copied and recopied.
So, from this perspective, when we talk about advanced Ice Age civilization, it could have been a relatively small group of people with the technology of their scholars of the stars and their expert seafaring navigators.
Yes, that's about as far as I would take it. And when I say that it, as I have said on a number of occasions, that it had technology equivalent to ours in the 18th century, I'm referring specifically to the ability to calculate longitude. I'm not saying that they were building steam engines. I don't see any evidence for that.
And perhaps some building tricks and skills of how to...
Definitely. And this again is where you come to a series of mysteries which are perhaps best expressed on the Giza Plateau in Egypt with the three Great Pyramids and the extraordinary megalithic temples that many people don't pay much attention to on the Giza Plateau, and the Great Sphinx itself. This is an area of particular importance in understanding this issue.
Well, can you actually describe the Sphinx and the Great Pyramids and what you find most mysterious and interesting about them?
Well, first of all, the astronomy. And here I must pay tribute to two individuals, actually three individuals in particular. One of them is John Anthony West, passed away in 2018. He was the first person in our era to begin to wonder if the Sphinx was much older than it had been. Actually, he got that idea from a philosopher called Schwaller de Lubicz, who'd noticed what he thought was water erosion on the body of the Sphinx. John West picked that up, and he was a great amateur Egyptologist himself. He spent most of his life in Egypt, and he was hugely versed in ancient Egypt. And when he looked at the Sphinx and at the strange scalloped erosion patterns and the vertical fissures, particularly in the trench around the Sphinx, he began to think maybe Schwaller was right. Maybe there was some sort of flooding here. And that's when he brought Robert Schoch, second person I'd like to recognize, geologist at Boston University. He brought Schoch to Giza, and Schoch was the first geologist to stick his neck out, risk the ire of Egyptologists, and say, well, it looks to me like the Sphinx was exposed to at least 1,000 years of heavy rainfall. And as Schoch's calculations have continued, as he's continued to be immersed in this mystery, he's continuously pushed that back. And he's now, again, looking at the date of around 12,500 years ago, during the Younger Dryas, for the creation of the Great Sphinx. And then, of course, this is the period of the wet Sahara, the humid Sahara. The Sahara was a completely different place during the Ice Age. There were rivers in it, there were lakes in it, it was fertile, it was possibly densely populated, and there was a lot of rain. There's not no rain in Giza today, but there's relatively little rain. The next person, not enough rain to cause that erosion damage on the Sphinx. And the next person who needs to be mentioned in this context is Robert Bauval. Robert and I have co-authored a number of books together. Unfortunately, Robert has been very ill for the last 7 years. He's got a very bad chest infection, and I think also that Robert became very demoralized by the attacks of Egyptologists on his work. But Robert is the genius, and it does take a genius sometime to make these connections, because nobody noticed it before, that the 3 pyramids of Giza are laid out on the ground in the pattern of the 3 stars of Orion's belt. And skeptics will say, well, you can find any buildings and line them up with any stars you want, but Orion actually isn't any old constellation. Orion was the god Osiris in the sky. The ancient Egyptians called the Orion constellation Sahu, and they recognize it as the celestial image of the god Osiris. So what's being copied on the ground is the belt of a deity, of a celestial deity. It's not just a random constellation. And then when we take precession into account, you find something else very intriguing happening. First of all, you find that the exact orientation of the pyramids as it is today, and pretty much as it was when they're supposed to have been built 4,500 years ago, it's not precisely related to how Orion's belt looked at that time. There's a bit of a twist. They're not quite right. But as you precess the stars backwards, as you go back and back and back, and you come to around 10,500 BC, 12,500 years ago, in the Younger Dryas, you find that suddenly they lock perfectly. They match perfectly with the 3 pyramids on the ground. And that's the same moment that the Great Sphinx, an equinoctial monument, aligned perfectly to the rising sun on the spring equinox. Anybody can test this for themselves. Just go to Giza on the 21st of March, be there before dawn, stand behind the Sphinx, and you will see the sun rising directly in line with the gaze of the Sphinx. But the question is, what constellation was behind the Sphinx? And 12,500 years ago, it was the constellation of Leo. And actually the constellation of Leo has a very Sphinx-like look. And I and my colleagues are pretty sure that the Sphinx was originally a lion entirely, and that over the thousands of years, it became damaged, it became eroded, particularly the part of it that sticks out the head. There were periods when the Sphinx was completely covered in sand, but still the head stuck out. By the time you come to the 4th dynasty, when the Great Pyramids are supposedly built, by the time you come to the 4th dynasty, the head of the original lion head, would have been a complete mess. And we suggest that it was then recarved into a pharaonic head. Egyptologists think it was the pharaoh Khafre, but there's no real strong resemblance. But it's definitely wearing the Nemes headdress of an ancient Egyptian pharaoh. And we think that that's the result of a recarving of what was originally not only a lion-bodied, but also a lion-headed monument. It wouldn't make sense if you create an equinoctial marker in the time of Khafre, 4,500 years ago, and the Sphinx is an equinoctial marker. I mean, it's 270 feet long and 70 feet high, and it's looking directly at the rising sun on the equinox. If you create it then, you'd be more likely to create it in the shape of a bull because that was the age of Taurus, when the constellation of Taurus housed the sun on the spring equinox. So why is it a lion? And again, we think that's because of that observation of the skies and putting on the ground, as above, so below, putting on the ground an image of the sky at a particular time. Now, the fact that the Giza Plateau, it's a fact, of course, that Egyptologists completely dispute, but the fact that the principal monuments of the Giza Plateau, the three Great Pyramids and the Great Sphinx, all lock astronomically on the date of around 10,500 BC, to me is most unlikely to be an accident. And actually, if you look at computer software at the sky at that time, you'll see that the Milky Way is very prominent and seems to be mirrored on the ground by the River Nile. I suggest that may be one of the reasons amongst many why Giza was chosen as the site for this very special place. So the point I want to make is that an astronomical design on the ground which memorializes a very ancient date does not have to have been done 12,500 years ago. If from the ancient Egyptian point of view, you're there 4,500 years ago, and there's a time 8,000 years before that, which is very, very, very important to you. You could use astronomical language and megalithic architecture to memorialize that date on the Giza Plateau, which is what we think we're looking at, except for one thing, and that's the erosion patterns on the Sphinx. And we're pretty sure that the Sphinx, at least, does date back to 12,500 years ago. And with it, the megalithic temples, the so-called Valley Temple, which stands just to the east and just to the south of the Sphinx, and the Sphinx Temple, which stands directly in front of the Sphinx. The Sphinx Temple has largely been destroyed, but the Valley Temple, attributed to Khafre on no good grounds whatsoever, is a huge megalithic construction with blocks of limestone that weigh up to 100 tons each. And yet it has been remodeled, refaced with granite. There are granite blocks that are placed on top of the core limestone blocks. And those core limestone blocks were already eroded when the granite blocks were put there. Why? Because the granite blocks have actually been purposefully and deliberately cut to fit into the erosion marks on the, we believe, much older megalithic blocks there. So I think Giza is a very complicated site. I would never seek to divorce the dynastic ancient Egyptians from the Great Pyramids. They were closely involved in the construction of the Great Pyramids as we see them today. But what I do suggest is that there were very low platforms on the Giza Plateau that are much older, and that when we look at the three Great Pyramids, we're looking at a renovation and a restoration and an enhancement of much older structures that had existed on the Giza Plateau for a much longer period before that. Actually, the Great Pyramid is built around a natural hill, and that natural hill might have been seen as the original primeval mound to the ancient Egyptians.
So the idea is that the Sphinx was there long before the pyramids, and the pyramids were built by the Egyptian to celebrate further an already holy place.
Yeah, and there were platforms in place where the pyramids stand. Not the pyramids as we see them today, but the base of those pyramids was already in place at that time.
So what's the case? What's the evidence that the Egyptologists use to make the attributions that they do for the dating of the pyramids and the Sphinx?
Well, the three Great Pyramids of Giza are different from later pyramids. This is another problem that I have with the whole thing. Is the story of pyramid building? When did it really begin? And the timeline that we get from Egyptology is the first pyramid is the pyramid of the pharaoh Zoser, the step pyramid at Saqqara, about 100 years or so before the Giza pyramids are built. And then we have this explosion in the fourth dynasty of true pyramids. We have three of them attributed to a single pharaoh, Sneferu, who built supposedly the pyramid at Maidum and the two pyramids at Dashur, the bent and the red pyramid. And then within that same 100-year span, we have the Giza pyramids being built. this is according to the Orthodox chronology. And then suddenly, once the Giza project is finished, pyramid building goes into a massive slump in ancient Egypt. And the pyramids of the 5th dynasty are, frankly speaking, a mess outside. They're very inferior constructions. You can hardly recognize them as pyramids at all. But what happens when you go inside them is you find that they're extensively covered in hieroglyphs and imagery, repeating the name of the king who was supposedly buried in that place. Whereas the Giza pyramids have no internal inscriptions whatsoever. What we do have is one piece of graffiti about which there is some controversy. Basic statistics, it's a 6 million ton structure. Each side is about 750 feet long. It's aligned almost perfectly to true north, south, east and west, within 3/60ths of a single degree. 60ths because degrees are divided into 60s. It's the precision of the orientation and the absolute massive size of the thing, plus its very complicated internal passageways that are involved in it. You know, in the 9th century, the Great Pyramid still had its facing stones in place, but there was an Arab Caliph al-Mamun, who had already realized that other pyramids did have their entrances in the north face. Nobody knew where the entrance to the Great Pyramid was. He figured, there's an entrance to this thing. It's going to be in the north face somewhere. So he put together a team of workers, and they went in with sledgehammers and they started smashing where he thought would be the entrance. And they cut their way into the Great Pyramid for a distance of maybe 100 feet. And then the hammering that they did dislodged something. They heard a little bit further away something big fall, and they realized there was a cavity there, and they started heading in that direction. And then they joined the internal passageway of the Great Pyramid, the descending and the ascending corridors that go up. When you go up the ascending corridor, every one of the internal passageways in the Great Pyramid that people can walk in slopes at an angle of 26 degrees. That's interesting because the angle of slope of the exterior of the Great Pyramid is 52 degrees. So we know mathematicians were at work as well as geometers in the creation of the Great Pyramid. If you go up the Grand Gallery, which is at the end of the so-called ascending corridor, and it's above the so-called Queen's Chamber, you go up the Grand Gallery, you're eventually going to come to what is known as the King's Chamber, in which there is a sarcophagus. And that sarcophagus is a little bit too big to have been got in through the narrow entrance passageway. It's almost as though the so-called King's Chamber was built around the sarcophagus already in place. Above the King's Chamber are 5 other chambers. These are known as relieving chambers. The theory was that they were built to relieve the pressure on the King's Chamber of the weight of the monument. But I think what makes that theory dubious is the fact that even lower down, where more weight was involved, you have the Queen's Chamber, and there are no such relieving chambers above that. In the top of these 5 chambers, a British adventurer and vandal called Howard Vyse, who dynamited his way into those chambers in the first place, allegedly found, well, he claims he found the graffiti, a piece of graffiti left by a work gang naming the pharaoh Khufu. And it's true, I've been in that chamber, and there is the cartouche of Khufu there, quite recognizable. But the dispute around it is whether that is a genuine piece of graffiti dating from the Old Kingdom, or whether Howard Vyse actually put it there himself because he was in desperate need of money at the time. I'm not sure what the answer to that question is. Another reason why, but it's one of the reasons that Egyptologists feel confident in saying that the pyramid is the work of Khufu. Another is what is called the Wadi al-Jarf papyri, where on the Red Sea, the diary of an individual called Merer was found, and he talks about bringing highly polished limestone to the Great Pyramid. And it's clear that what he's talking about is the facing stones of the Great Pyramid. He's not talking about the body of the Great Pyramid. He's talking about the facing stones of the Great Pyramid during the reign of Khufu. So that's another reason why the Great Pyramid is attributed to Khufu. But I think that Khufu was undoubtedly involved in the Great Pyramid and in a big way. But I think he was building upon and elaborating a much older structure. And I think the heart of that structure is the subterranean chamber, which is 100 feet vertically beneath the base of the Great Pyramid. Anybody who suffers from claustrophobia will not enjoy being down there. You got to go down a 26-degree sloping corridor until a distance of about 300 feet. It's 100 feet vertically, but the slope means you're going to walk a distance of about, not walk, you're going to ape walk. You're almost going to have to crawl. I've learned from long experience that the best way to go down these corridors is actually backwards. If you go forward, you keep bumping your head on them because they're only 3 feet 5 inches high. You get down to the bottom, you have a short horizontal passage, and then you get into the subterranean chamber. The theory of Egyptology is that this was supposed to be the burial place of Khufu. But after cutting out that 300-foot-long, 26-degree sloping passage, a lot of which passes through bedrock, and having cut the subterranean chamber out of bedrock, gone to all that trouble, they decided they wouldn't bury him there, and they built what's now known as the Queen's Chamber as his burial chamber. But then they decided that wouldn't do either, so they then built the King's Chamber, and that's where the pharaoh is supposed to have been buried. Those Arab raiders under Caliph Mamun didn't find anything in the Great Pyramid at all.
So your idea is that the Sphinx and maybe some aspects of the pyramid were much earlier, and why that's important is in that case it would be evidence of some transfer of technology.
Yes.
From a much older civilization. The idea is that during the Younger Dryas, most of that civilization was either destroyed or damaged, and they desperately scattered across the globe,
Seeking refuge
and telling stories of maybe the importance of the stars, their knowledge about the stars, and their knowledge about building and knowledge about navigation.
That's roughly the idea. So it's interesting that the ancient Egyptians have a notion of an epoch that they call Zep-Tepi, which is the first time. It means the first time. This is when the gods walked the earth. This is when 7 sages brought wisdom to ancient Egypt. And that is seen as the origin of ancient Egyptian civilization. There are king lists by the ancient Egyptians themselves. There are king lists that go back way beyond the first dynasty, go back 30,000 years into the past in ancient Egypt, considered to be entirely mythical by Egyptologists. But nevertheless, it's interesting that there's that reference to remote time. Now, what you also have in Egypt are what might almost be described as secret societies. The followers of Horus are one of those, specifically tasked with bringing forward the knowledge from the first time into later periods. The souls of Pe and Nekhen are another one of these mysterious secret society groups who are possessors of knowledge that they transmit to the future. And what I'm broadly suggesting is that those survivors of the Younger Dryas cataclysm who settled in Giza may have been relatively small in number. It's interesting that they are referred to in the Edfu building text as 7 sages, because that repeats again and again. It's also in Mesopotamia. It's 7 sages, 7 Apkallu, who come out of the waters of the Persian Gulf and teach people all the skills of agriculture and of architecture and of astronomy. It's found all around the world that there was a relatively small number of people who took refuge in Giza, who benefited from the survival skills of the hunter-foragers who lived at Giza at that time, and who also passed on their knowledge to those hunter-foragers. But it was not knowledge that was ready to be put into shape at that time, and that knowledge was then preserved and kept and handled within very secretive groups that passed it down over thousands of years, and finally it bursts into full form in the 4th dynasty in ancient Egypt. And you know, the notion that knowledge might be transferred over thousands of years shouldn't be absurd. We know, for example, in the case of ancient Israel, it goes back to the time of Abraham, which is pretty much, I think, around 2000 BC, and knowledge has been preserved from that time right up to the present day. So if you can preserve knowledge for 4,000 years, you can probably preserve it for 8.
Now, of course, the error bars on this are quite large, but if an advanced Ice Age civilization existed where do you think it was? Where do you think we might find it one day, if it existed? And how big do you think it might have been?
Well, this is where I'm often accused of presenting a God of the Gaps argument. And I think there was a lost civilization because there's lots of the Earth that archaeologists have never looked at. Of course, I'm not thinking that. These are very special gaps that I'm interested in. And I'm interested in them because of all the curiosities and the puzzlement that I've expressed to you before. It's not just because there are gaps in the archaeological record. It's because those gaps involve places that were very interesting places to live during the Ice Age. And they specifically include the Sahara Desert, which was not a desert during the Ice Age and went through this warm, wet period when it was very, very fertile. Certainly some archaeology has been done in the Sahara, but it's fractional, it's tiny. And I think if we want to get into the origins, the true origins of ancient Egyptian civilization, of the peoples of ancient Egypt, we need to be looking in the Sahara for that. The Amazon rainforest is another example of this. I think the Sahara is about 9 million square kilometers. The Amazon that's left under dense canopy rainforest is about 5 million square kilometers, maybe closer to 6. And then you have the continental shelves that were submerged by sea level rise at the end of the Ice Age. Now, it's well established that sea level rose by 400 feet, but it didn't rise by 400 feet overnight. It came in dribs and drabs. There were periods of very rapid, quite significant sea level rise, and there were periods when the sea level was rising much more slowly. So that 400-foot sea level rise is spread out over a period of about 10,000 years, but there are episodes within it, like Meltwater Pulse 1b, like Meltwater Pulse 1a, when the flooding was really immense.
How big do you think it might have been? And do you think it was spread across the globe? So if there were expert navigators, do you think they spread across the globe?
Well, the reason that I'm talking about the gaps is I don't know where this civilization started or where it was based. All I'm seeing are clues and mysteries and puzzles that intrigue me and which suggest to me that something is missing from our past. And I'm not inclined to look for that missing something in, for example, Northern Europe, because Northern Europe was not a very nice place to live during the Ice Age. I mean, nobody smart would build a civilization in Northern Europe 12,000 years ago. It was a hideous, frozen wasteland. The places to look are places that were hospitable and welcoming to human beings during the Ice Age. And that, of course, includes the coastlines that are now underwater. Of course, it includes the Sahara Desert. And, of course, it includes the Amazon rainforest as well. All of these places, I think, are candidates for, quote-unquote, my lost civilization. And because I think, largely from those ancient maps, that it was a navigating, seafaring civilization, I suspect that it wasn't only in one place. It was probably in a number of places. And then I can only speculate. Maybe there was a cultural value where it was felt that it was not appropriate to interfere with the lives of hunter-foragers at that time. Maybe it was felt that they should keep their distance from them. Just as even today, there is a feeling that we shouldn't be interfering too much with the uncontacted tribes in the Amazon rainforest. Although, interestingly, some of those tribes are now using cell phones. That possibility may have been there in the past. And only when we come to a global cataclysm does it become essential to have outreach and actually to take refuge amongst those hunter-forager populations. That is the hypothesis that I'm putting forward. I'm not claiming that it's a fact, but for me it helps to explain the evidence.
So that speaks to one of the challenges that archaeologists provide to this idea, is that there is a lot of evidence of humans in the Ice Age, and they appear to be all hunter-gatherers. But like you said, only a small percent of areas where humans have lived have been studied by archaeologists.
That's right. Very tiny percent. And even a tiny percent of every archaeological site has been studied by archaeologists too. Typically 1 to 5% of any archaeological site is excavated.
I mean, that's why Göbekli Tepe fills my mind with imagination, especially seeing it as a time capsule. You know, it's almost certain that there's places on Earth we haven't discovered, that once we do, even if it's after the Ice Age, will change our view of human history. Do you think there's going to be a place, like what would be your dream thing to discover, like Göbekli Tepe, that says a definitive like perturbation to our understanding of Ice Age history?
Some kind of archive, some kind of hall of records. There's both mystical associations with the Hall of Records at Giza from people like the Edgar Cayce organization. There's also ancient Egyptian traditions which suggest that something was concealed beneath the Sphinx. This is not an idea that is alien to ancient Egypt. It's quite present in ancient Egypt. So far as I know, nobody has dug down beneath the Sphinx. And of course, there's very good reasons for that. You don't want to damage the place too much. But let's call it the Hall of Records. I'd love to find that. But I think in a way, that's what Göbekli Tepe is. Göbekli Tepe is a Hall of Records. You know, it's interesting that just as I've tried to outline, I hope reasonably clearly, that the three great pyramids of Giza match Orion's belt in 10,500 BC, just as the Sphinx matches Leo in 10,500 BC, 12,500 years ago or so. Pillar 43 in Enclosure D at Göbekli Tepe contains what a number of researchers, myself included, regard as an astronomical diagram. Martin Sweatman at Edinburgh University is brought forward the best work in this field, but it was initially started by a gentleman called Paul Burley, who noticed that one of the figures on Pillar 43 is a scorpion, very much like we represent the constellation of Scorpio today, and that above it is a vulture with outstretched wings, which is in a posture very similar to the constellation that we call Sagittarius. And on that outstretched wing is a circular object. And the suggestion is that it's marking the time when the sun was at the center of the dark rift in the Milky Way at the summer solstice 12,500 years ago. That's what it's marking. It's interesting that the same date can be deduced from Pillar 40. Of course, it's controversial. Martin Sweatman's ideas are by no means accepted by archaeology, but he's done very, very thorough, detailed statistical work on this, and I'm personally convinced. So we have a time capsule at Göbekli Tepe, which is memorializing a date that is at least 1,200 years before Göbekli Tepe was built, if that dating of 11,600 years ago proves to be absolutely the oldest date. As it is at present. The date memorialized on Pillar 43 is 12,800 years ago, the beginning of the Younger Dryas, the beginning of the impact event. And then Giza does the same thing, but in much larger scale. It uses massive megalithic architecture, which is very difficult to destroy, and a profound knowledge of astronomy to encode a date in a language that any culture which is sufficiently literate in astronomy will be able to decode. We don't have to have a script that we can't read, like we do with the Indus Valley civilization or with the Easter Island script. We don't have to have a script that can't be interpreted. If you use astronomical language, then any astronomical literate civilization will be able to give you a date. The Hoover Dam has a star map built into it. And that star map is part of an exhibition that was put there at the founding of the Hoover Dam. And what it does is it freezes the sky above the Hoover Dam at the moment of its completion. And Oscar Hansen, the artist who created that piece, said so specifically that this would be so that any future culture would be able to know the time of the dam's construction. So you can use astronomy and architecture to memorialize a particular date.
Quick pause. Bathroom break?
Sounds good.
So to me, the story that we've been talking about, it is both exciting if the mainstream archaeology narrative is correct, and the one you're constructing is correct. Both are super interesting because the mainstream archaeology perspective means that there's something about the human mind from which the pyramids, these ideas spring naturally. You place humans anywhere, you place them on Mars, it's going to come out that way. So that's an interesting story of human psychology that then becomes even more interesting when you evolve out of Africa with Homo sapiens, how they think about the world. That's super interesting. Yeah. And then if there's an ancient civilization advanced civilization that explains why there's so many similar types of ideas that spread. That means that there's so much undiscovered.
Yeah.
Still.
Yeah.
About the sort of the spring of these ideas of civilization. So to me, they're both fascinating. So I don't know why there's so much sort of infighting, but
I think it's partly territorial. I think that I cannot speak of all archaeologists, but some archaeologists feel very territorial about their profession, and they do not feel happy about outsiders entering their realm, especially if those outsiders have a large platform. And I've found that the attacks on me by archaeologists have increased step by step with the increase of my exposure. And I wasn't very interesting to them when I just had one minor bestseller in 1992 with a book called The Sign and the Seal. But when Fingerprints of the Gods was published in 1995 and became a global bestseller, then I started to attract their attention and appear to have been regarded as a threat to them. And that is the case today. That is why Ancient Apocalypse Season 1 was defined as the most dangerous show on Netflix. It's why the Society for American Archaeology wrote an open letter to Netflix asking Netflix to reclassify the series as science fiction. It's why they accused the series of anti-Semitism, misogyny, white supremacism, and a whole bunch of other things like that. It had nothing to do with anything that's in the series. It was like, we must shut this down. This is so dangerous to us. It's certainly not a danger. There are many more dangerous things in the world than a television series going on right now. But maybe it was seen as a danger to archaeology, that this non-archaeologist was in archaeological terrain and being viewed and seen by large and read by large numbers of people. Maybe that was part of the problem. And human nature being what it is, I noticed that two of my principal critics, John Hoops from the University of Kansas and Flint Dibble, who's now teaching at the University of Cardiff in Wales in the UK, are both people who like to have media exposure. John Hoops has just recently started a YouTube channel. Flint Dibble has had one for quite a while. Pretty small number of followers. I think that they feel that they should be the ones who are getting the global attention, and that it's not right that I am, and that the best way to stop that is to stop me, to shut me down, to get me cancelled, and basically requiring Netflix to relabel my series from a documentary to a science fiction, which is what they actually had the temerity to suggest to Netflix. That would, if that had gone through, if Netflix had listened to them, that would have effectively been the cancellation of my documentary series. It would no longer have been ranked under documentary. So it was a deliberate attempt to shut me down, and I see that going on again and again, and it's so unfortunate and so unnecessary. I've become very defensive towards archaeology. I hit back. After 30 years of these attacks on my work, I'm tired of it, and I do defend myself. And sometimes I'm perhaps over-vigorous in that defense. Maybe I was a little bit too strong in my critique of archaeology in the first season of Ancient Apocalypse. Maybe I should have been a bit gentler and a bit kinder. And I've tried to reflect that in the second season, and to bring also many more indigenous voices into the second season, as well as the voices of many more archaeologists.
Yeah, in general, I got a chance to get a glimpse of the archaeology community, and in archaeology, in science in general, I don't have much patience for this kind of arrogance or snark or dismissal of general human curiosity that I think your work inspires in people. So that's why people like Ed Barnhart, who I recently had a conversation with, he radiates sort of kindness and curiosity as well. And it's like that kind of approach to ideas, especially about human history, it inspires people. Exactly. It inspires millions of people to ask questions. Exactly. I mean, that's why you had Keanu Reeves on the new season. He's basically coming to the show from that same perspective of curiosity.
Keanu is genuinely curious about the past.
past, and very, very interested in it, and he's bringing to it questions that everybody brings to the past. He's speaking for every man in the series.
So, given that, can you maybe steelman the case that archaeologists make about this period that we've been talking about? Can you make the case that that is indeed what happened? Is it was hunter-gatherers for a long time, and then there was a cataclysm, a very difficult period in human history with the Younger Dryas, and that changed the environment, and then led to the springing up of civilizations at different places on Earth. Can you sort of make the case for that?
No, I completely understand why that is the position of archaeology, because that's what they've found. Archaeology is very much wishing to define itself as a science, and it uses the techniques of weighing and measuring and counting are very key to what archaeology does. And in what they've found and what they've studied around the world, they don't see any traces of a lost civilization. And the idea that besides, we live in a very politically correct world today, and the idea that some kind of lost civilization brought knowledge to other cultures around the world is seen as almost racist or colonialist in some way. It triggers that aspect as well. But basically, I think majority of archaeologists are in complete good faith on this. I don't think that anybody's really seeking to frame me. I think that what we're hearing from most archaeologists, some much more vicious than others, but what we're hearing from most archaeologists is this is what we found, and we don't see evidence for a lost civilization in it. And to that I must reply, please look at the myths. Please consider the implications of the Younger Dryas. Please look at the ancient astronomy. Please look at those ancient maps and don't just dismiss them and sneer at them. And for God's sake, please look more deeply at the parts of the world that were immensely habitable and attractive during the Ice Age and that have hardly been studied by archaeology at all, before you tell us that your theory is the only one that can possibly be correct. In fact, it's a very arrogant and silly position of archaeology, because archaeological theories are always being overthrown. It can take years, it can take decades. It took decades in the case of the Clovis First hypothesis for the settlement of the Americas. But sooner or later, a bad idea will be kicked out by a preponderance of evidence that that idea does not explain.
If we can just look back at your debate with Flint Dibble on Joe Rogan Experience, what are some takeaways from that? What have you learned? Maybe what are some things you like about Flint? You said that he's one of your big critics, but what do you like about his ideas, and what were you maybe bothered by?
First of all, just very recently, and it can be found on my YouTube channel and it's signaled on my website, I have made a video, runs about an hour, which looks at a series of statements that Flint made during the debate, which I was not prepared to answer. And it turns out that some of those statements are not correct. The notion, for example, that there were 3 million shipwrecks that have been mapped. Flint actually uses the word mapped. 3 million shipwrecks that have been mapped at one point in the debate, and I've put that clip into the video that I brought out. That is not a fact. That is an estimate, a UNESCO estimate. And actually, in the small print on one of the slides that he has on the screen, you can see the word estimate, but he never expresses that word out loud. So those who are listening to the podcast rather than watching it wouldn't even have a chance to see that. And I, sitting there in the studio, didn't see that word estimate either. And I didn't know that. I thought, my God, Flint has a point here. If there have been 3 million shipwrecks found and mapped, if that's the case, the absence of any shipwreck from a lost civilization of the Ice Age is a problem. But then I discovered that it isn't 3 million shipwrecks that have been mapped. It's much, much less than that. And maybe it's 250,000. Still a large number, but most of them from the last 1,000 years. And unfortunately, what Flint didn't go into, and perhaps he should have shared with the audience, and again I go into this in the video, is that there is indisputable evidence that human beings were seafarers
as much as 50 or 60,000 years ago. The peopling of Australia involved a relatively short, 90 kilometers, 100 kilometer ocean voyage, but nevertheless it was an ocean voyage, and it must have involved a large enough number of people to create a permanent population that wouldn't go extinct. The settlement of Cyprus is the same thing. It was always an island, even during the Ice Age. No ships have survived that speak to the settlement of Australia, and no ships have survived that speak to the settlement of Cyprus either, but that doesn't mean that that thing didn't happen.
Yeah, I should just like linger on this, because for me it was, the shipwrecks thing was convincing, and then looking back, first of all watching your video, but also just realizing the peopling of Australia part. That's mind-boggling.
Yeah.
50,000 years
Yeah.
ago. Just imagine being the person standing on the shore, looking out into the ocean, standing on the shore of a harsh environment, looking out to the ocean of an even harsher environment, and deciding that, you know what, I'm going to go towards near certain death and
I don't
explore.
know what's on the other side of that water. You can't see 90
And
kilometers.
humans did it.
Yeah,
Man, I
and
love
again, it's
humans
that,
so much.
it's that urge to explore.
Yeah.
And I suggest that it probably began with a few pioneers who made the journey there and back. They ventured into the water. They definitely had boats. And lo and behold, after a 2 or 3 day voyage, they ended up on a coastline. You're an individual. You've got by relatively straightforward island hopping, with where each island is within sight of each other as far as Timor. And when you get to Timor, suddenly you can't island hop anymore. There's an expansive ocean that you can't see across. But that urge to explore, that curiosity that is central to the human condition, would undoubtedly have led some adventurous individuals to want to find out more and even be willing to risk their lives. And that first reconnoitering of what lay beyond that strait would have undoubtedly been undertaken by very few individuals, not enough to create a permanent population in Australia. But when they came back with the good news that there's a whole land there, that's the land that was in it, that geographers call Sahul, which just as Sunda was the Ice Age Indonesian and Malaysian peninsula all joined together into one landmass, so Sahul was New Guinea joined to Australia. So they would have made landfall in New Guinea. And then they think, well, here is this vast, open, incredible land. We need to bring more people here. And that would have involved larger craft. You need to bring people with the resources, and you need to bring enough of them, both men and women, in order to produce a population that will not rapidly become extinct. And it's the same in Cyprus. There, the detailed work that's being done suggests very strongly that we're looking at planned migrations of groups of people in excess of 1,000 at a time, bringing animals with them. And this certainly would have involved multiple boats, and boats of a significant size.
And there's no archaeological evidence of those boats.
None whatsoever. The oldest boat that's ever been found in the world is the Dokos shipwreck off Greece, which is around 5,000 years old, if I recall correctly.
So everything that makes a boat is lost to time.
Yes, boats can be preserved under certain circumstances. There's a wreck at the bottom of the Black Sea, almost 2 miles deep. I didn't know the Black Sea was that deep. But there's a wreck, and there's no oxygen down there. That is more than 2,000 years old, and it is still in pretty much perfect condition. But in other conditions, the structure of the ship evaporates. Sometimes what you're left with is the cargo of the ship, and you could say there was a ship that sank here, but the ship itself has gone. The fact is, we know that our ancestors were seafarers as much as 50,000 years ago, and no ship has survived to testify to that, yet we accept that they were.
Do you think one day we'll find a ship that's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50,000 years old?
It's not impossible. I think it's quite unlikely, given the very thin survival of ships the further back you go in time, with the oldest, as I say, being about 6,000 years old now. And then the other thing to take into account is the Younger Dryas event itself, and the cataclysmic circumstances of that event, and the roiling of the seas that would have taken place then. How much would have survived in a boat accident at that time would have survived for thousands of years afterwards? I'm not sure, but I don't give up hope. It's possible.
So okay, so that's back to the 3 million shipwrecks
Yeah.
So what's your takeaway from that debate?
Well, my takeaway from that debate is that I should have been better prepared, and I should have been less angry. I have to say that Flint had really disturbed me with these constant, snide, not quite exact references to racism and white supremacism in my work. I detest such things, and to have those labels stuck on me. He's always avoided taking direct responsibility, pretty much always avoided. There's one example that I include in the video I've made where he really hasn't successfully avoided it, but in most cases he's trying to say that I rely on sources that were racist, that he's not saying that I myself am a racist, but the end result of those statements is that people all around the world came to the conclusion that Graham Hancock is a racist and a white supremacist, and that really got under my skin, and it really upset me, and I felt angry about it, and I felt that I was there to defend Ancient Apocalypse Season 1, whereas in fact what I was there to do was to listen to a series of lectures where an archaeologist tells me what archaeologists have found, and that somehow I'm to deduce that from what they have found, they're not going to find anything else. At least not anything to do with the lost civilization.
Listen, I feel you. I've seen the intensity of the attacks, and the whole racism label is the one that can get under your skin. And it's a toolbox that's been prevalent over the past, let's say, decade, maybe a little bit more, as a method of cancellation.
Yeah.
When a person is the opposite of racist, very often it's kind of hilarious to watch, but it can get under your skin, especially when you have certain dynamics that happen on the internet where it seeps into a Wikipedia page, and then other people read that Wikipedia page, and you get to hear it from like friends. Oh, I didn't know you're whatever, and you realize that Wikipedia description of who you are actually has a lot of power, not by people that know you well, but by people that just kind of are learning about you for the first time.
Definitely.
And they can really start to annoy you and get under your skin.
Totally.
And the people are kind of indirectly injecting, they're writing articles about you. They can then be cited by Wikipedia. It can really bother a person who's actually trying to do good science or just trying to inspire people with different ideas.
I felt that my work was being deliberately misrepresented, and I felt that I, as a human being, was being insulted and wronged in ways that are deeply hurtful. My wife and I have 6 children between us, and we have 9 grandchildren. And of those 9 grandchildren, 7 are of mixed race. And this is my family. And these are kids who are going to grow up and read Wikipedia and learn from reading Wikipedia that grandpa was some kind of racist. You know, this is a personal issue for me, and I'm afraid I carried that personal anger into the debate, and it made me less effective than I should have been. But ultimately, I do want to pay tribute to Flint. He is an excellent debater. He's got a very sharp mind. He's a very clever man, and he's very fast on his feet. And I recognize that. I was definitely up against a superior debater in that debate. I'm not sure that I have those debating skills, and I certainly didn't have them on that particular day. I also admire about Flint something else, which is that he was willing to be there. Most archaeologists don't want to talk to me at all. They want to insult me from the sidelines. They want to make sure that Wikipedia keeps on calling me a pseudo-archaeologist or a purveyor of pseudo-archaeological theories. They want to make sure that the hints of racism are there, but they actually don't want to sit down and confront me. At least Flint was willing to do that, and I'm grateful to him for that. And I think in that sense it is an important encounter between people with, let's say, an alternative view of history and those with the very much mainstream view of history that archaeology gives us. And he's also a very determined character. He doesn't give up. So all of those things about him I admire and respect. But I think he fought dirty during the debate, and I've said exactly why in this video that I now have up on YouTube.
To say a positive thing that I enjoyed, I think towards the end, in him speaking about agriculture was pretty interesting.
Yeah.
So the techniques of archaeology are pretty interesting, like where you can get some insights through the fog of time about like what people were doing, how they were living. That's pretty interesting.
It's very interesting. It's a very important discipline, and I've said many times before publicly, I couldn't do any of my work without the work that archaeologists do. I
emphasize very strongly in this video that I don't study what archaeologists study, but nevertheless, the data that archaeologists have generated over the last century or so has been incredibly valuable to me in the work that I do. But when I look at the Great Sphinx and the studies of archaeology saying that this is the work of the pharaoh Khafre, despite the absence of any single contemporary inscription that ascribes it to Khafre, and in fact the presence of other inscriptions that say that it was already there in the time of Khufu, I am not looking at what Egyptologists study. They just dismiss all of that and lock into the Khafre connection. At Göbekli Tepe, I'm not really looking at what archaeologists look at. I'm looking at the alignments of the megaliths and how they seem to track precession of the star Sirius over a period of time. Archaeologists aren't interested in any of that. So I value and respect archaeology. I think it's an incredible tool for investigating our past. But I wish archaeologists would bring a slightly gentler frame of mind to it and a slightly opener perspective. And also that archaeologists would be willing to trust the general public to make up their own minds. It's as though certain archaeologists are afraid of the public being presented with an alternative point of view, which they regard as quote-unquote dangerous, because they somehow underestimate the intelligence of the general public and think the general public are just going to accept that. Actually, by condemning those alternative point of view, archaeologists make it much more likely that the general public will accept those alternative point of view, because there is a great distrust of experts in our society today. And behaving in a snobbish, arrogant way, we archaeologists are the only people who are really qualified to speak about the past, and anybody else who speaks about the past is dangerous. That actually is not helpful to archaeology in the long term. There could be a much more positive and a much more cooperative relationship, and I can see that relationship with a gentleman like Ed Barnhart. It was very much the case with archaeologist Martti Paasinen from the University of Helsinki, and with geographer Alceo Ranzi, Brazilian geographer, very, very senior figure, who I worked with in the Amazon for season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse, looking at these astonishing earthworks that have emerged from the Amazon jungle, and which more and more are now being found with LiDAR. Indeed, we found some of them ourselves with LiDAR while we were there.
Yeah, that was an incredible part of the show that I got a chance to preview. It's like there's all this earthworks, the traces of things built on the ground that probably you can only really appreciate when you look from up above.
That's right.
So the idea that they build stuff that you can only appreciate when viewed from up above means they had a very kind of deep relationship with the sky.
With the sky.
Yeah.
And a very good knowledge of geometry as well, because these are geometrical structures. And some of them even seem to incorporate geometrical games, almost of the kind, like squaring the circle. It's not quite that, but you have a lovely square earthwork with a lovely circle earthwork right in the middle of it. Whatever else they were geometers. They were not just builders of fantastically huge earthworks that nobody expected in the Amazon, not just builders of cities that we now know existed in the Amazon, but that they were astronomers and mathematicians as well.
Everything we're talking about is so full of mystery. It's just fascinating, especially the farther back we go.
That's what I love about the past, is the mystery that's there. And that's another thing that I regret about some archaeologists, is that their mission seems to be to drain all mystery out of the past, to suck it dry like some kind of vampire, sucking the blood out of the past, and to reduce it to a series of numbers that appear to be scientific. I think that's most unfortunate. The past is deeply mysterious. The whole story of life on Earth is deeply mysterious. I mean, we were talking about the timeline of human beings, but if you go back to the formation of the Earth itself, if I've got the figures right, it's about 4.5 billion years ago that the Earth supposedly formed. It was then incredibly hot and inhospitable to life for the next several hundred million years. But it was actually Francis Crick who pointed out something odd, that within 100 million years of the Earth being cool enough to support life, there's bacterial life all over the planet. And Crick wrote a book called Life Itself that was published in 1981, and he suggested that life had been brought here by a process of panspermia,
Now that's an idea that's around in circulation, that comets may carry bacteria which can seed life on planets. But Crick actually in Life Itself was talking about directed panspermia. He envisaged, this is Crick, not me, he envisaged an alien civilization far away across the galaxy which faced extinction. Perhaps a supernova was going to go off in the neighborhood. They were highly advanced. Their first thought might have been, let's get ourselves off the planet and go and populate some other planet, but the distances of interstellar space were so great. So their second thought was, let's preserve our DNA. Let's put bacteria, genetically engineered bacteria, into cryogenic chambers and fire them off into the universe in all directions. And the bottom line of Crick's theory in Life Itself is one of those cryogenic containers containing bacterial life from another solar system crashed into the early Earth, and that's why life began so suddenly here on Earth.
If we as a human civilization continue, I think that is a one way to create backups of us elsewhere in the universe, given the space, is to do a life gun and shoot it everywhere.
Yeah.
And it's just plants.
Yes.
And you kind of hope that whatever is the magic that makes up human consciousness, and if that magic is already there in the initial DNA of the bacteria,
the potential for that magic is there.
the potential is there.
And evolutionary forces will work upon it in different ways in different environments. But the potential is there. Yes, it's something that we would do. If we were facing a complete extinction of life on planet Earth, a major global effort would be made to preserve it somehow. And that might well include firing off cryogenic chambers into the universe and hoping that some of them would land somewhere hospitable.
And as you were mentioning, there's just so many interesting mysteries along the way here. For example, I mean, it's like 3 billion years there were single-cell organisms.
Yeah.
So it seems like life was pretty good for single-cell organisms, that there was no need for multicellularity, that like for animals, for any of this kind of stuff. So why is that? It seems like you could adapt much better if you're a more complicated organism. It took a really long time to take that leap. Is it because it's really hard to do? And what was the forcing function to do that kind of leap? And the same, I mean, for us to be selfish and self-obsessed, for us humans, like what was the magic leap to Homo sapiens from the other hominids? And why did Homo sapiens win out against Neanderthals and the other competitors? Why are they not around anymore? So those are all fascinating mysteries, and it feels like the more we propose sort of radical ideas about our past, and take it seriously and explore, the more we'll be able to sort of figure out that puzzle that leads all the way back to Homo sapiens and maybe all the way back to the origin of life on Earth.
Yeah. I think that Homo sapiens is the tail end of a very long, deep series of mysteries that goes back right to the beginning of life on this planet, and probably long before, actually, because this planet is part of the universe, and God knows what else is out there in the universe.
Why do you think Homo sapiens evolved? What was the magic thing? So there's a bunch of theories about fire leading to meat, to cooking, which can fuel the brain. That's one. The other is like social interaction. We're able to use our imagination to construct ideas and share those ideas and tell great stories, and that is somehow an evolutionary advantage. Do you have any favorite conceptions?
Well, it's interesting. There's no doubt that anatomically modern humans and Neanderthals coexisted in Europe for at least 10,000 years, probably more than that. And yet one of the popular views is that anatomically modern humans wiped out the Neanderthals, that we killed them off. But at the same time, we were interbreeding with the Neanderthals. In a sense, the Neanderthals are not gone. They're still within us today. We are part Neanderthal. There's another theory that I've read about. There is some evidence that Neanderthals were cannibals, that there was ritual cannibalism took place amongst Neanderthals, and particularly the eating of human brains. And this can cause kuru, which can kill off whole populations. That's another suggestion why the Neanderthals died out. There's lots of possibilities that have been put forward. Maybe we just outcompeted them. You know, maybe anatomically modern humans had some brain connections that they didn't have, even though the Neanderthal brain was bigger than the brain of anatomically modern human beings. As the old saying goes, size isn't everything. Maybe we just had a more compact, more efficient brain. The fact of the matter is that Neanderthals and Denisovans did not survive the rise of Homo sapiens.
For our discussion, though, what is interesting is all the hominids seem to be explorers.
Yes.
They spread. I mean, I didn't know this.
The fact that Homo erectus was all over the planet more than 1 million years ago is testament to that. And I do think that exploration urge is fundamental to humanity. And I would like to say that's what I think I'm doing. I'm exercising my urge to explore the past in my own way, making my own path and defining my own route.
That's the leap from non-human to human. One of the things you've discussed is your idea of what was the leap to human civilization. What is the driver? What is the inspiration for humans to form civilizations? And for you, that's shamanism.
Definitely.
Can you explain what that means?
I think that shamanism is the origin of everything of value in humanity. I think it was the earliest form of science. When I spend time with shamans in the Amazon, I observe people who are constantly experimenting with plants in a very scientific way. They're always trying a pinch of this and a pinch of that in different forms, for example, of the ayahuasca brew, to see if it enhances it or makes it different in any way. The invention of curare is a remarkable scientific feat, which is entirely down to shamans in the Amazon. They are the scientists of the hunter-forager state of society. And they were the ancient leaders of human civilization. So I think all civilization arises out of shamanism. And shamanism is a naturally scientific endeavor where experimentation is undertaken and exploration and investigation of the environment around us. And what I'm suggesting is that one group, perhaps more than one group, went a bit further than other groups did and used that study of the skies and developed navigational techniques and were able to sail and explore the earth. But that ultimately what lies behind it is the same curiosity and investigative skill that shamans are still using in the Amazon to this day. And I do see them as scientists in a very proper use of the word.
But do you think something like ayahuasca was a part of that process?
Yes. Ayahuasca is the result of shamanistic investigation of what's available in the Amazon. Of course, ayahuasca is all the fad in Western industrialized societies today, and some people see it as a miracle cure for all kinds of ailments and problems. And perhaps it is, perhaps it can be in certain ways. Ayahuasca itself is not an Amazonian word. It comes from the Quechua language, and it means the vine of souls, or the vine of the dead. But the ayahuasca vine is only one of two principal ingredients in the ayahuasca brew. And the other ingredient are leaves that contain dimethyltryptamine. And there are two sources of that. One is a bush called Psychotria viridis, that's its botanical name. They call it chacruna in the Amazon. And its leaves are rich in dimethyltryptamine, DMT, which is arguably the most powerful psychedelic known to science. The other source comes from another vine, Diplopteris cabrerana, which the leaves of that vine also contain DMT. So the ayahuasca vine on its own is not going to give you a visionary journey. And the leaves that contain DMT on their own, whether they come from Diplopteris or whether they come from chacruna, are not going to give you a visionary journey. And the reason they're not going to give you the visionary journey is because of the enzyme monoamine oxidase in the gut that shuts down DMT when absorbed orally. Basically, DMT is not accessible orally unless you combine it with a monoamine oxidase inhibitor. And that's what I mean when I'm talking about science in the Amazon, because there's so many tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands different species of plants and trees in the Amazon, and they've gone around and they've found just 2 or 3 of them that put together can produce these extraordinary visionary experiences.
Just imagine the number of plants they had to have eaten.
Yeah.
It consumed and smoked, or all kinds of combinations to arrive at that.
Exactly. To realize that this is something very special, and then to use the principles there to find another form of it. So ayahuasca is the form that is made with the ayahuasca vine and the leaves of the chacruna plant, but yahe is made from the ayahuasca vine and the leaves of another vine, Diplopteris cabrerana, which contain not only NN-DMT, which is the DMT that everybody's pretty much familiar with these days, but also 5-MeO-DMT, and the yahe experience, which I have also had, in my view, is more intense and more powerful, almost to the point of being overwhelming, than the ayahuasca experience. But what the result of this sophisticated chemistry that we find taking place here is a brew which is hideous to drink. The taste, I find it quite repulsive. I almost retch just smelling it in the cup. But then unleashes these extraordinary experiences. And it isn't just pretty visuals. It's the sense of encounters with sentient others. That there are sentient beings, that somehow we're surrounded by a realm of sentience that is not normally accessible to us. And that what the ayahuasca brew and certain other psychedelics, like some psilocybin mushrooms in a high enough dose can do it as well. LSD can do it, but ayahuasca is the master in this, of lowering the veil to what appears to be a seamlessly convincing other realm, other world. And of course, the hardline rational scientists will say that's just all fantasies of your brain. But I don't think we fully understand, or even close to understanding, exactly what consciousness is. And I remain open to 2 possibilities: that consciousness is generated by the brain, is made by the brain in the way that a factory makes cars. But I also am open to the possibility that the brain is a receiver of consciousness, just as a television set is the receiver of television signals. That if that is the case, then we, locked into the physical realm, we need our everyday alert problem-solving state of consciousness, and that's the state of consciousness that Western civilization values and highly encourages. But these other states of consciousness that allow us to access alternative realities are possibly more important. It may be apocryphal, but it was reported after Francis Crick's role and his Nobel Prize for the discovery of the double helix that he finally got it under the influence of LSD. There's the classic example of Kerry Mullis and the polymerase chain reaction. He said he got that under the influence of LSD. So the notion that the alert problem-solving state of consciousness is the only valuable state of consciousness is disproved by valuable experiences that people have had in a visionary state. But the question that remains unresolved is those entities that we encounter and not everybody encounters them, and you're certainly not going to encounter them on every ayahuasca trip. There are ayahuasca journeys where nothing seems to happen. I suspect something does happen, but it happens at a subconscious level. I know that shamans in the Amazon regard those trips where actually you don't see visions as amongst the most valuable. And they say you are learning stuff that you're not remembering, but you're learning it anyway. These sentient others that are encountered, what are they? Are they just figments of our brain on drugs? Or are we actually gaining access to a parallel reality which is inhabited by consciousness, which is in a non-physical form? And I'm equally open to that idea. I think that may be what is going on here with ayahuasca. But the other thing is that there is a presence within the ayahuasca brew, and she is present both in ayahuasca and in yahe. And that's one of the reasons why the shamans say that actually the master of the process is the ayahuasca vine, not the leaves. It's as though the vine has harnessed the leaves to gain access to human consciousness. And there, if you have sufficient exposure to ayahuasca or yahe, you drink it enough times. I've had maybe 75 or 80 journeys with ayahuasca. You definitely start to feel an intelligent presence with a definite personality, which I interpret as feminine, and which most people in the West interpret it as feminine, and they call her Mother Ayahuasca. There are some tribes in the Amazon who interpret the spirit of ayahuasca as male, but in all cases, that spirit is seen as a teacher. That's fundamentally what ayahuasca is. It's a teacher, and it teaches moral lessons. And that's fascinating, that a mixture of two plants should cause us to reflect on our own behavior and how it may have hurt and damaged and affected others, and fill us with a powerful wish not to repeat that negative behavior again in the future. The more baggage you carry in your life, the harder the beating that ayahuasca is going to give you, until it forces you to confront and take responsibility for your own behavior. And that is an extraordinary thing to come from a plant brew in that way. And I think I think ayahuasca is the most powerful of all the plant medicines for accessing these mysterious realms. But there's no doubt you can access them. They're all tryptamines. They're all related to one another in one way. You can access them through LSD, and you certainly can access them through psilocybin mushrooms as well, in a large enough dose.
Both possibilities, as you described, are interesting, and to me they're kind of akin to each other. I wonder what the limit of the brain's capacity is to create imaginary worlds and treat them seriously, make them real, and in those worlds explore and have real sort of moral, deep brainstorming sessions up with those entities. So it's almost like the power of the human mind to imagine taken to its limit.
It is. And the curious thing is that the same iconography, people paint their visions after ayahuasca sessions. People were painting in Europe, in the cave of Lascaux, for example, and of course they had access to psilocybe mushrooms in prehistoric Europe. There's a remarkable commonality in the imagery that is painted. I like to give credit where credit is due, and there are two names that need to be mentioned here. One is the late, great Terence McKenna, and his book Food of the Gods, where he proposed the idea very strongly that it was our ancestral encounters with psychedelics that made us fully human. That's what switched on the modern human mind. And very much the same idea began to be explored a bit earlier by Professor David Lewis Williams at the University of Witwatersrand in South Africa. Fabulous book called The Mind in the Cave, where he is again arguing that these astonishing similarities in cave art and rock art all around the world can only be properly explained by people in deeply altered states of consciousness attempting to remember, when they return to a normal everyday state of consciousness, attempting to remember their visions and document them on permanent media like the wall of a cave. So typically you get a lot of geometric patterns, but you also got entities, and those entities often are therianthropes, part animal, part human in form. Might have the head of a wolf and the body of a human being, might have the head of a bird and the body of a human being, and so on and so forth, and that they communicate with us in the visionary state. Interestingly, although this sounds like woo-woo, and it is an area that most scientists would steer clear of at risk of their careers, there is very serious work now being done at Imperial College in London and at the University of California at San Diego, where volunteers are being given extended DMT. There's a new technology, DMTX, where the DMT is fed directly into the bloodstream by drip, and it's possible to keep the individual in the peak DMT state, which normally when you smoke or vape DMT, you're looking, if you're lucky, at 10 minutes. Or if you're unlucky, if it's a bad journey, because those 10 minutes can seem like forever. But with DMTX, with the drip feeding of DMT into the bloodstream, these volunteers actually could be kept in the peak state for hours. And unlike LSD, where you rapidly build up tolerance, Nobody ever builds up tolerance to DMT. It always hits you with the same power. Even if you took it yesterday and the day before and you're taking it tomorrow as well, it's still going to have that same power. There's no tolerance there. So that's how they can use that lack of tolerance to keep volunteers in this state. And then when they debrief those volunteers, they're also putting them in MRI scanners and looking at what's happening in the brain. But when they debrief them, they're all talking about encounters with sentient others. There's even a group now called Sentient Others, where people are exchanging, volunteers are now exchanging their experiences. They weren't allowed to do so at the beginning of the experiment, but now that most of them have left it, they're exchanging their experiences, and it's all about encounters with sentient others who wish to teach them moral lessons. Now, to me, that's wild. What is going on here? How do we account for this? Yeah, I get the notion of hallucinations and brightly colored visuals, but the moral lessons that come with it, those are very odd.
Yeah, and would you say that the reason that could give birth to a civilization is it because such visions can help create myths, and especially like religious myths, that would be a cohesive thing for a large group of people to get around?
Yeah, and can help us to be better members of our own community.
Right, with moral lessons.
Yeah, more contributing members of our community, more caring, more nurturing members of our community. That's got to be good for any community. I've said this a dozen times, but I'll say it again. If I had the power to do so, I would make it a law, an absolute law, that anybody running for a powerful political position, particularly if that position is president or head of state in any kind of way, that person has to undergo the ayahuasca ordeal first. They have to have 10 or 12 sessions of ayahuasca as a condition for applying for the job. I suspect that most who had those experiences wouldn't want to apply for the job anymore. They would want to live a different kind of life. And those who did want to carry on being a leader of a nation would be very different people from the people who are leading the nations of the earth into chaos and destruction today.
Yeah, they would be doing it for the right reasons. I mentioned to you, I recently interviewed Donald Trump and actually brought up this same idea that it would be a much better world if most of Congress and most politicians would take some form of psychedelic at the very least.
I have no doubt that it would be a better world. I mean, this raises an interesting point, which is the role of government in controlling our consciousness. And in my opinion, the so-called war on drugs is one of the fundamental abuses of human rights that have been undertaken in the past 60 years. It should be a Republican issue. If I understand the Republican Party correctly, the Republican Party believes in individual freedom for adults as much as possible, and particularly the freedom to make choices over their own bodies. But in the case of even cannabis, I know there's one of the great things that's happening in America. It's happening state by state, where cannabis is being legalized, and that draconian hand of government is being taken off the back of people who are consuming a medicine that is far less harmful than alcohol, which is glorified in our society. We cannot say that we are free if we allow a government to dictate to us what experiences we may or may not have in our inner consciousness while doing no harm to others. And the point there is, we already have a whole raft of laws that deal with us when we do harm to others. Do we really need laws that tell us what we may and may or may not experience in the inner sanctum of our own consciousness? I think it's a fundamental violation of adult sovereignty. And we would have much less drug problems if these drugs were all legalized and made available to people without shaming them, without punishing them in any way, but just part of normal social life. And then you could be sure that you were getting good product rather than really shitty product, which has been cut with all sorts of other things. Ultimately, the way forward is for adults to take responsibility for their own behavior and for society to allow that to happen, and not to have big government taking responsibility for decisions that should be in the hands of individuals.
And for me also, it's exciting some of these substances like psilocybin are being integrated into scientific studies, large scale. It's really interesting.
We've seen a revolution in the way science looks at psychedelics in the last 20, 25 years. They were in that highly demonized category.
But again, it's one of those paradigms which gets overwhelmed by new evidence, and it began to be realized that psilocybin and other psychedelics are very helpful in a range of conditions from which people suffer. Post-traumatic stress disorder, the fear of death when you're suffering from terminal cancer can be overwhelming, and it's been found that psilocybin can remove that. Deep depressions can be evaporated with one single massive psilocybin journey. They just go away. There's really good science on this, and they are being integrated into conventional medicine more and more. We'll see it happening. I'm not sure if it'll happen as fast as I would like to see it happen in my lifetime, but it is going to happen.
Yeah, actually, just recently found out that you had a TED Talk, War on Consciousness, that was taken down.
Yeah.
And that was just part of just the general resistance, because it wasn't a radical. It wasn't really a radical.
I was talking about ayahuasca, and I was talking about the view that I hold very strongly, that as long as we do no harm to others, sovereign adults should be allowed to make decisions about their own bodies and not face a jail sentence or shaming as a result. But so it was a TEDx talk, not a TED Talk, organized by a local TED group. They call them TEDx talks. I gave this talk about the war on consciousness, and it was immediately pulled down from TED's main channel with all kinds of bizarre reasons being given. But unfortunately, it was too late, because a number of people had already downloaded the talk and then uploaded it onto other YouTube channels, and actually their banning of it made it go viral in a way that would not have happened otherwise. But again, it's a sign that points of view that are not acceptable to those in positions of power are simply dismissed and shut down, or at least attempts are made to do so.
In general, just along that line of thinking, I'm pretty sure that what we understand about consciousness today will seem silly to humans from 100 years from now.
You bet it will. Especially if we harness psychedelics to investigate consciousness, and you know, that is what is happening at Imperial College right now, is the investigation of the experience. They're not looking. There are other trials that are looking for the therapeutic potential of DMT, but in this case, they're looking entirely at the experiences that people have and why they're so similar from people from different age groups and different genders and different parts of the world are all having the same experiences.
And for me, from an engineer perspective, it's interesting if it's possible to engineer consciousness in artificial beings.
Yeah.
It's another way to approach the question of how special is human consciousness.
Yeah.
From where does it arise? Is it something that permeates all of life? And in that case, what is the thing that makes life special? Like, what is life? What is these living organisms?
Sorry, we're going to
that we
read
have
somebody
here
else thing.
and
Sorry.
that evolved to create humans? And what is truly special about humans? And it's both scary and exciting to consider the possibility that we can create something like this.
Yeah, but why not? We're a vehicle for consciousness, in my view. I think consciousness is present in all life on Earth. I don't think it's limited to human beings. We have the equipment to manifest and express that consciousness in the way that a dog, for example, doesn't have, or a snail doesn't have, or a pigeon doesn't have. But when I look at two pigeons sitting on my garden fence and rubbing up close to each other and enjoying each other's company and taking off together and hanging out together, I think they're conscious beings. And I think consciousness is everywhere. I think it's the basis of everything, and I suspect that fundamentally consciousness is non-physical, and that it can manifest in physical forms where it can then have experiences that would not be available in the non-physical state. That's a guess.
That'd be a fascinating, because then you can construct all kinds of physical forms
Yeah.
to manifest the
And
consciousness.
see if consciousness enters, if they become conscious. Isn't there some suggestion that artificial intelligence is already becoming conscious?
That makes humans really uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Because we are at the top of the food chain. We consider ourselves truly special, and to consider that there's other things that could be special is scary.
Well, look how other people make us uncomfortable too. I mean, look at the state of the world today. All the conflicts that are raging. That's because we're afraid. When I say we, I'm speaking nation by nation. We are afraid of other people. We fear that they're going to hurt us or damage us in some way, and so we seek to stop that. It's the root of many conflicts. This fear, and so fear of AI may